Hi everyone, welcome to Google IT Support Certification course. In this session, we will going to discuss about troubleshooting. As per previous session, we discussed a little bit about troubleshooting. As an IT support specialist, one of the most important role is to performing troubleshootings to fix the issues from computers or softwares or servers. In order to work as a IT support specialist, you must have patience and communication skills and good subject knowledge. By having these three qualities, you can able to survive in production environment. So that reason, for this intention, we are giving this information to the users, to the viewers. As per today's session, we have to discuss troubleshooting part 2. Previous session, we discussed a little bit about troubleshooting. If we got an issue from computer or software or server as a IT support engineer, we need to perform some troubleshooting steps to fix the issue. Our work is to providing customer service. One of the most important role of IT engineer is to providing effective and efficient services to the customers or users. In this session, let's discuss troubleshooting. You have already learned about the hardware, operating system and software layers of the computer architecture model. Now it's time to learn about the most important layer, the user layer. In this user layer, we will going to discuss about troubleshooting. How to perform troubleshooting, how to perform sequential troubleshooting steps to fix an issue from computers or softwares. What is the general meaning of troubleshooting? Troubleshooting is the ability to diagnose and resolve a problem face to face or remotely. Troubleshooting problems and solid communication with the users may be one of the most important challenging part of your job as an IT support specialist. For example, if you are working as a IT support specialist, or else if you are working as a help desk support engineer for networking side, you have to fix the issues from computers or network or some other softwares or some other criterias. You will going to troubleshoot problems by performing sequential steps and having good communication skills to build the positive interaction with the users. This is the most challenging task of IT support specialist. Fixing problems and creating positive interaction with people are two fundamental skills that can be applied to almost any situation in the IT world and beyond. One of the most important skill of an IT support specialist is to knowing how to analyze an issue, identifying the causes and efforts. If you have a good subject knowledge, definitely we are going to provide effective and efficient troubleshooting steps to resolve the particular issue from computers or softwares. In order to provide sequential or proper troubleshooting steps to the users to find out root cause to fixing the issue, as administrator we must have good subject knowledge as well as communication skills in order to interact with users. That interaction should be positive interaction. In this session, we will going to learn how to troubleshoot an issue. Earlier, we discussed a little bit about how to troubleshoot an issue. There are some sequential steps to fix an issue and build positive interaction with user. Number one of the first and effective method to troubleshoot to fix an issue from computers or softwares or some other things, asking a question. As an IT support specialist, you don't know anything about user computer issues. In this case, in order to get more and more information regarding particular issue from computers, as an IT support specialist, you need to pose a questions regarding the particular problem from computers. Whenever IT support specialists try to pose the questions to the user, definitely we are going to provide some additional information regarding particular issue. By posing question to the user to find out more information regarding issue will be help you a lot to finding the root cause to fixing the issue. This is the first effective method to perform troubleshooting steps to fix an issue. Another troubleshooting step to fix the issues from computers or software is isolating the problem. Isolating is the problem is nothing but probing users to finding additional information to perform troubleshooting steps to easier for our work. In this case, we have to isolate the problem. We have to pose more questions and gain more data regarding particular problem from user in order to sort out the issue, in order to filter the issue to provide effective resolution to the particular problem. Another step, another effective method to performing troubleshooting step is to follow the cookie crumbs. What is the general meaning of cookie crumbs? In order to fix the issue from computers of particular users, we need to gain information from starting to till today by posing different questions, by obtain information regarding particular issue from computers. Another fourth effective method to perform troubleshooting steps to fix the issues from computer is start with the quickest step first. This is one of the most effective troubleshooting method to fix the issues from computers. Whenever user has contacted IT support specialist, we have to try to resolve issue as soon as possible. Why? Because one of the important rule of IT support specialist is to saving time of ours as well as users and moreover companies. In this case, we have to try to fix the issue by performing quickest step to fix the issue. As per today's session, we have to discuss fifth step of troubleshooting method. That method is troubleshooting pitfalls to avoid. Most of the IT support engineers will be going to do some mistakes while providing troubleshooting steps to fix the issues. So that reason, as a IT support specialist, we need to avoid the pitfalls while providing troubleshooting steps to the issue. If you have gained a lot of great fundamental troubleshooting skills, but there is some common pitfalls that you should try to avoid. If you got same issue from user over and over again, this is very difficult. So that reason, in this case, as a IT support specialist, we need to avoid some pitfalls. Pitfalls is nothing but unexpected issues. Pitfall number 1, going into autopilot mode. What is the general meaning of going into autopilot mode? Most cases, in order to fix the issues of users from computers or softwares, IT support specialists will be going to follow some common and traditional method. Following traditional and common method to fix any type of issue is not good. In this case, we have to move through the regarding issue to find out root cause by performing troubleshooting steps through common way. Common way is not applies every time. In this case, we have to go through with the issues out of the habit and without careful thoughts. If an IT support specialist, if you don't have proper knowledge on particular issue, result in we are unable to provide proper troubleshooting steps to fix an issue. This is not a good to work as a IT support specialist in order to resolve the problems from computers of particular users. So that reason, we have to avoid pitfall number 1, that is nothing but going into autopilot mode. Another pitfall 2, we need to avoid while providing troubleshooting steps to fix the issue. Probably a very big issue causes all other small problems. It's not good to spending little bit extra time to investigating the issue instead of trying to fix small holes. What will happen? As a IT support specialist, in order to fix the issue from computers or softwares, we will going to neglect small issues. Those small issues will be going to rise from the main issue. Instead of fixing the small issues from the computer or softwares, as a IT support specialist, mainly if I am focusing to fix root cause of the computer will not works. In this case, as a IT support specialist, don't waste your valuable time and don't spend a lot of time to fixing the root cause directly. First, you have to try to fix or close the small holes from the issue. Later, you have to concentrate on root cause. By fixing small holes, small problems in the computer or software might affect the root cause. Automatically root cause will be going to resolve. In this case, we have to follow the second pitfall, that is not finding root cause directly. This is fifth effective troubleshooting method to perform procedure of troubleshooting in order to fix the problems. Another method, sixth method to perform troubleshooting steps to fixing issue is process documentation. Users with different issues from computers or software frequently will be going to contact a concerned department of particular organization, and that particular department and concerned department IT support specialists will be going to ready to provide the services to the users. Whenever user has contacted with particular issue to the concerned department of particular organization, IT support specialists need to provide effective and efficient resolution to the problems of computer or softwares. For example, if you encounter a strange issue when helping a user out, this issue happens so often to you and your colleagues have encountered it. That is nothing but one user has frequently contacted concerned department with particular issue and again, the particular IT support specialist will be going to perform troubleshooting steps from starting to certain point. Every time whenever user try to contact concerned department with the particular issue from computer or software, technical support engineers will be going to ask the questions user from starting to ending again and again. This is not a good way to asking questions to probe the user to finding additional information about particular issue. In this case, we have to maintain process documentation. We have to maintain process documentation is nothing but whenever user first time contacted us with particular issue has a IT support specialist, we have to maintain proper documentation regarding particular issue of user. If we maintaining documentation, that will be going to help the IT support engineers to encounter the same issue from the user one more time. If user has contacted one more time with the same issue again, in this case other support IT specialists, he might be our colleague, will be going to read the process. Is this user has contacted earlier to concerned department? If he contacted, definitely the contacted information is available in the form of documentation. IT support specialist will be going to read that information. He can able to simplify his work to performing further troubleshooting steps to fix the issue. So that reason, just imagine if issue took hours of time to figure out root cause without writing documentation will not helps you and your colleagues, and he need to spend hours of time to figure out the issue from starting onwards, result in user will frustrated to give proper information regarding issue to sort out. Moreover, you will going to waste user time, company, and as well as your valuable time. So that reason, you have to maintain proper documentation per particular issue of computer or software from user. Documentation should be straight and clear cut. Reader should not have any questions when following instructions you listed. That is nothing but whenever user first time contacted us with some issue, as IT support specialist, we have to maintain proper documentation for particular issue. For example, if I perform some troubleshooting steps, I am going to specify the perform troubleshooting steps in the form of documentation on particular ticketing. Whenever suddenly unexpectedly user out with particular issue, or else that particular issue has not yet resolved by performing one or two troubleshooting steps, definitely that user will be going to contact again and again concerned department with same issue. In this case, if that concern has connected or encountered to other IT support specialist, he might be your colleague, definitely you need not to perform troubleshooting steps which has earlier you performed. By reading the documentation, you can able to understand issue of particular user. In this case, another IT support specialist will be going to start to perform troubleshooting steps from 3 or 4 stages. This will be going to help your work to fixing the issue. Moreover, it will be going to decrease your time to find out the root cause to fix the issues. These are the main effective methods to perform troubleshooting steps to fix the issues from computerized softwares. One of the important vital role of IT support specialist is to performing troubleshooting steps. The troubleshooting steps should be sequential order. As per yesterday and today's session, what you understood, we need to start to perform troubleshooting steps to fix the issues from computer or softwares of particular users by following sequential steps. Those are: ask a question, number 2 is isolating the problem, number 3 is follow cookie crumbs, number 4 is try to perform shortest step first, and 5th one is to troubleshooting pitfalls to avoid. Last one, 6th troubleshooting method that we need to follow while fixing the issue from computers or software is process documentation. These are the 6 effective methods to start your troubleshooting steps to fix the issues from computerized softwares. Everybody look at screen. On the screen you can able to read one scenario. That scenario is no display, blank screen, or else black screen error. Do you have knowledge on this type of error? That error is no display error, or else black screen error, or else blank screen error. If you are a technical savvy, if you are using laptop, definitely you will going to get different errors from your computers. One of the most common error from computer is no display or blank or black screen error. This type of common errors will be going to occur while start up your computer. For example, I have a laptop. I am using my laptop from past 3 years. Suddenly, one fine morning, that morning is today morning, just I tried to restart my computer. Suddenly, unexpectedly, I got one error. That error is no display or blank screen error. When you try to hit power button to start up your computer, the computer might be laptop or desktop. Due to some reasons, due to some causes, due to some effects, some cases laptops or desktops will be going to show one type of common error. That common error is black screen or no display or blank screen error. For example, in your laptop, if you got this type of error, you must have subject knowledge. You should must have proper troubleshooting knowledge to analyze the issue. If you got the same issue in your laptop, how you will going to respond? How you will going to perform troubleshooting steps? On the screen, you can able to see some troubleshooting steps. Those are common troubleshooting steps to fix this error. That error is blank or black screen or no display error. These are the 5 common troubleshooting steps that we need to perform. When you will going to get this type of error, most probably black screen error occurs before signing into the Windows operating system computers. For example, in my laptop I am using Windows operating system. That operating system is Windows 7 operating system. As per today's session, I am using one laptop. The laptop operating system is Windows 7 operating system. Suddenly what happened? Whenever I try to restart my laptop, it is showing different type of error message, that is blank screen error. My laptop is working with Windows 7 operating system. This error occurred before signing into the Windows. As a user of this laptop, whenever I try to signing into my laptop, I got this error. There are different scenarios to get this type of errors. Or else sometimes this black screen error will be going to occurs after signing as a user in your computer. So that reason I specially mentioned in this error, most cases this type of error will be going to occur when we try to log in into the computer. Before signing into the computer, we will going to get this error. If you got this error, how you will going to respond? How you will going to analyze this issue? First, we need to analyze the issue to perform or start troubleshooting steps to fix this type of error. For example, I am an IT support specialist. I need to provide troubleshooting steps to this error message to the particular user. User has contacted customer care center with particular issue. That issue is no display or black screen error. Whenever his ticket is assigned, allocated to me, definitely I need to respond in a proper manner. By following previous troubleshooting effective methods, I am going to resolve this issue. How? Let's see. Whenever user has contacted me with particular issue, definitely I am going to respond to particular user chat or call or a mail. In this case, I am going to greet that particular user. I am going to introduce myself, and later I am going to greet particular user. How? Hi, my name is Ravindra Suddala. How can I help you? Definitely user will be going to respond. Hi, my name is Rose. Actually, I am facing some issue from my laptop. In the morning, I try to hit power button in my laptop. Suddenly, it is showing black screen error. That is nothing but it seems to nothing. It's not loading anything on my laptop display. What happened? I don't know. I don't have that much subject knowledge to fix this type of error. So that reason I contacted you. In this scenario, in this process, what you understood? Particular user has contacted us with one issue. That issue is black screen or no display or blank screen error. He is saying when he tried to hit the power button, he got black screen error. Means he is unable to identify nothing. He is unable to identify something on the laptop display. That is the problem. Moreover, he provided some information to me. That information is nothing but the problem has occurred. The problem has started from today morning onwards. In this case, as an IT support specialist, I need to pose a question. I need to ask a question to the particular user. Definitely, I am going to ask one question to get some more information about particular issue from user laptop. That error message is black screen error. My question is to the user, have you made any changes in your computer earlier? If he made any changes in his computer before occur this error message, definitely we are going to provide that information. If he installed any unauthorized application in the laptop, the improper configuration of softwares might affect the black screen error. If he haven't done any changes in his laptop, he definitely provide, I haven't done anything in my laptop, but this problem has started in the morning onwards. In this case, I need to isolate the problem. Second method to sort out the issue is isolating the problem. In this case, I am going to ask. In this case, I am going to pose one more question to isolate the problem. As IT support specialist, definitely I ask some other question to the user. If you haven't installed any authorized application, have you scanned your computer with licensed version antivirus earlier? If user has made this task, definitely we are going to provide. If in his laptop, if he is using McAfee or some other licensed version antiviruses, if he scan, the scan might be full scan or quick scan, we are going to provide that information. But as per our scenario, that user haven't made any scan in his laptop by using licensed version antivirus from past 3 months. In this case, what you will going to understand, there is a problem. The problem is nothing but virus might have affect the computer OS. Due to that reason, he got this error. Might have a chance it is not. We are not probably fixing. We are not probably following or fixing the same issue. The issue is occurred from antivirus. He haven't scanned his laptop from past 3 months with licensed version antivirus. Moreover, user with laptop, he is not using any licensed version antiviruses. So that reason is he haven't scanned his laptop earlier. In this case, what you understood is not doing anything his laptop for his laptop security and performance. Blindly he is using his laptop every day. In this case, I am going to pose one more question. Whenever you try to restart your laptop, have you heard any beep sound from your laptop? If user heard any beep sound while restarting his laptop, definitely we are going to provide that information to us. If you haven't provided any information to me, you haven't heard any beep sound while restarting power, it's difficult to identify the issue. If we heard beep sound from laptop, or else if we recognize one light is blinking on the power button of particular laptop, that time we can able to sort out the issue easily. If any light is not blinking on the power button of particular laptop, there is no power. We can able to fix the issue. The issue is nothing but there is no power. Power is not supplying properly to the laptop. It might be problem of battery, laptop battery problem. Is there any issue from laptop battery problem? That time it won't show any light. Light will never going to blink on the power button of particular laptop. So that reason I need to isolate the problem by posing one more question. That question is, have you heard any beep sound while restarting your computer, or else can you able to recognize light is blinking on power button of laptop? If light is blinking but I haven't heard any sound, in this case you have to ask one more question. That question is nothing but you have to follow the cookie crumbs. That cookie crumbs is nothing but, have you tried to connect your laptop to the external monitor? Why? Because sometimes due to some physical damages of particular laptop display, sometimes it never going to show display. In this case, in order to sort out the issue as a technical savvy, I need to ask or pose one more question to the user. That question is nothing but, have you tried to connect your laptop to the external display or external monitor? If you connected, or else if you haven't connected, whatever it is, if we connected, definitely we can able to design our troubleshooting steps to fix the issue. If we haven't connected his laptop to external display, we have to change our troubleshooting process. Based on user provided information, we have to change our troubleshooting process. For example, user has connected his laptop to the external monitor. The laptop is providing proper information. The display, there is a proper display. It is not showing any black screen error by connecting external display to the particular laptop. What is the problem? The problem from laptop display. There is a chance of physical damage, right? Blindly you have to say, better to contact your nearby area service center to fix this issue. 100% the problem is physical damage of laptop, especially laptop display. For example, user has connected his laptop to the external monitor, is unable to see anything on external monitor. The problem from computer, not from display. In this case, we have to change our troubleshooting procedure. In this case, I need to suggest user to restart your computer, press continuously F8 button. During the boot up of computer, you have to continuously press F8 button. If you try to F8, my laptop is working with Windows 7 operating system. During the boot up of computer, if continuously I am pressing F8 button, directly you can able to see the advanced startup options of your computer. On that advanced startup options, you can able to see the many diagnostics tools. Those diagnostics tools are safe mode with network, safe mode with command prompt. Different modes are there. Especially you need to suggest the user to select safe mode in advanced startup options of your computer. Try to log in as a user in your laptop in safe mode. If I suggested this troubleshooting step to the user to fix the black screen error by logging into safe mode of particular computer by pressing F8 during the boot up of computer, most of the black screen errors will be going to resolve. For example, crashing of particular drivers, especially which driver, crashing of display driver in your laptop might affect the black screen error. Or else installing unauthorized applications in your laptops might affect the black screen error of your computer. In order to fix the issue, in order to finding the root cause of black screen error from your laptop, you have to suggest the user to log in as a user in your computer in safe mode by pressing F8. Most issues from computers will be resolved by logging as a user in safe mode. Once you logged in as a user in safe mode of your computer, which is working with 7 or 8 or 8.1 or Windows 10 operating system, you can able to make many changes to fix the issues from your computer. Especially as per today's session, black screen error. If we logged in as a user in safe mode, just perform different troubleshooting steps. those troubleshooting steps is nothing but on the screen you can able to see. From troubleshooting step 3 to 4 and 5, you need to perform 3, 4, 5 troubleshooting steps if you are logged in as a user in your computer, especially in safe mode. For example, if you are unable to log in your computer in safe mode, what you have to do? It's very difficult to sort out the issue. In this case, if user unable to log in his laptop in safe mode, you have to suggest the user to performing restore points or a system recovery image. That is very difficult. Performing system restore points is nothing but restoring your current computer running configuration into previous date. That is called as a performing restore points. If you created any restore point in your computer, you can able to restore current configuration of your computer into previous date and time. Creating restore points in computers is nothing but saving current configuration, saving current healthier configuration of your laptop based on particular dates and time. For example, in coming months, if something is went wrong in your computer, might have a chance to log in as a user, might have not a chance to log in as a user in your laptop. One of the effective troubleshooting step to fix many issues is to performing system restore points. Last deadly troubleshooting step is to reinstalling Windows. That is nothing but creating or is performing system recovery image. That is nothing but you have to reinstall operating system in your computer through recovery image. In order to perform recovery image to reinstall Windows in your computer might affect your personal data. So that reason, be careful that while performing system recovery image in your computer, you have to take your personal data as a backup on external hard disk drive. Coming to slide information, I provided some common troubleshooting steps. Look at slide. Enter the Windows key sequence to wake up the screen. For example, user has provided much information regarding the particular problem from his computer. The problem is no display or blank screen error. I need to suggest user to perform many troubleshooting steps. Under that, one of the common troubleshooting step, that step is fastest and quickest step to perform or else provide troubleshooting step is enter the keyboard. Continuously press keyboard key button, Windows key button on keyboard sequentially to wake up the screen. This is pressing continuously Windows key on keyboard of your laptop during the boot up of computer while it is showing error message. That error message is blank screen will be going to wake up the screen by pressing Windows key. This key is the shortest method to resolve the black screen error. Earlier we discussed fourth troubleshooting method is to providing fastest troubleshooting step first. That step is nothing but enter the Windows key continuously, pressing the Windows key continuously to wake up the screen. And if it is not work, you have to provide second troubleshooting step. Check the connection with your PC or display, external display. Earlier I provided. And third troubleshooting step, when you can able to perform this third troubleshooting step, remove or update third party antivirus software or else uninstall license expired antivirus. In the third troubleshooting step, what you understood? For example, I got a black screen error. As a user, I need to restart my computer. I need to continuously press F8 button to enter into advanced startup options of computer. Whenever I access the advanced startup options of particular computer, I need to select and log in as a user in safe mode. If computer is facilitating user to log in safe mode, you can able to perform this third troubleshooting step, that is remove or update third party antivirus software or else antivirus software or some other softwares also. Uninstall expired licensed version softwares or applications or antiviruses. This is one of the most common troubleshooting step to fix the black screen error. As a technical support engineer, you need to suggest the users to Don't maintain license expired softwares or applications in your laptop, especially antiviruses. This type of applications will be going to affect the black screen error from your computer. Look at slide. Another troubleshooting step. If user perform third troubleshooting step to fix the black screen error, definitely has a IT support specialist you need to provide. Next sequential troubleshooting step, that is perform clean boot of your computer. What is this clean booting? Clean booting is nothing but whenever computer will be going to boot up, computer will be going to loaded with OS and startup services. Unnecessary startup services and processes will be going to wake up during the boot up of computers. Sometimes some services will be going to sometimes some services startup will be going to affect the loading of particular computer OS. So that reason we need to perform fourth troubleshooting step. Whenever user try to restart his computer, normally he will going to get no display or black screen error. In this case, user need to log in into the computer in safe mode by pressing F8. If he logged in as a user in safe mode, you need to perform fourth troubleshooting step, that is performing clean booting. Clean booting is nothing but just go to run command, type msconfig. In run, look at screen. In the run, type msconfig. In the msconfig, you can able to see the services. On the services, you can able to see the bunch of services are started. This bunch of services or startup services during the boot up of computer, all services will be going to start. Sometimes unnecessary services startup might affect the booting of particular computer, resulting it shows black screen error. So that reason uncheck boxes and hide the Microsoft services during the boot up of computer. This is called as a clean boot up. You need to perform clean boot to fix black screen error. This is fourth troubleshooting step in our sequential process. And last common troubleshooting step to fix this black screen error is verify if Windows OS support your PC's video card. Probably when you will going to get black screen error, for example, user has updated or is upgraded display adapter drivers in his computer. If upgraded or updated display adapter driver in the computer might affect black screen error. For example, recently upgraded display adapter drivers pack will not support your laptop and laptop OS, which affects the black screen error. So that reason you have to roll back recently upgraded display driver in your computer, or else you have to uninstall previously or else recently installed display driver from your computer and restart your computer. Rollback drivers and uninstalling display drivers in your computers fix the black screen error. By performing all these troubleshooting steps as a IT support specialist, if you are unable to fix the black screen error from particular user laptop or computer, you have to suggest the user to contact nearby area authorized servicing center of particular laptop manufacturer. Why? Because by performing these steps, there is a problem of hardware. As a IT support specialist, I am unable to provide troubleshooting steps to remove the computer hardware and back panel and removing battery, all these things. Why? Because professionally it is not recommended. As a IT support specialist, we can able to provide troubleshooting steps to fix the issues, especially those software related issues. If any hardware issue from laptop we are unable to fix, we have to suggest the customer or user to contact authorized servicing center of particular laptop manufacturer. Suggesting user to contacting authorized servicing center is effective way, but most cases in IT world, IT support specialists never going to provide troubleshooting steps to fix the hardware related issues. Certain point of view, we can able to provide troubleshooting steps to hardware issues. Just removing a battery of laptop and refixing the battery in a proper way, this is enough. But removing back panel of laptop and removing RAM slots or some other components in the computer is not recommended. If it is face to face, that is face to face is nothing but if you are sat in front of customer or user, you can able to make some modification, you can able to fix the issues of hardware, fix the hardware issues of user laptop. But as a IT support specialist, most cases they will going to provide troubleshooting step through online. It might be chat or call or else emails, or else they will going to provide troubleshooting steps remotely. That is nothing but IT support specialist will be going to access the user computer remotely by using third party tools or built-in tools. Different tools are available to remotely accessing user laptop. For example, user is living in California, but IT support specialist is working in Hyderabad. I need to provide troubleshooting steps. Moreover, I need to fix the issue from user laptop who is living in California. Either I can able to provide troubleshooting steps orally through phone call, or else in written format in chat or email, or else I can able to provide effective troubleshooting steps by accessing running configuration of particular user laptop through remotely. Performing troubleshooting steps, taking remote desktop connection of user laptop by using internet connection is an effective way, effective process. Easily we can able to resolve the issue from user laptop. Whenever user of particular laptop is not a technical savvy, even is unable to perform provided troubleshooting steps properly. In this case, one of the effective way to fix the issues from user laptop or computer is to taking remote desktop connection to fix the issue directly. Total configuration of user laptop will be displayed in your computer. The distance between you and user is thousands of miles, whatever it is. The configuration of user computer will be going to displays or appears in your computer through remotely. This is a remote desktop connection. I hope you guys are understood this session. This session is troubleshooting session. The session of troubleshooting is over, and try to find common issues from computers. You can able to search in Google. Just type one keyword, what are the basic common issues from computers. You can able to see the different error, the list of error messages you can able to find out. Moreover, in Google you can able to find out sequential troubleshooting steps that you need to perform to fix the issues. Most common issues from computers are no display error, black screen error, or else no power error, or else blue screen error, BSOD error, or else speaker issues, or else internet issues, or else display issues, or else some other issues, keyboard issues, mouse issues, different common issues. The list of common issues are available in Google. Try to search common issues of computer in Google. Moreover, find out and prepare sequential troubleshooting steps to fix the each common problem of computer. I hope this session might help your career and development. Thank you for your great patience to listening my presentation. I hope you guys understood this presentation. Have a great day. See you in coming sessions. Bye bye. See you.
Welcome to the new session on basics of networking, or called networking basics. Today we are going to learn about the very fundamental things or very basic components and things like how to set up a network, what are the components of a network, what is a network, and its benefits and uses. So let's get to see what we have today, the topics for the discussion. So these are the topics that we will be learning in this session about what is a network, the various types of networks or different types of networks and their uses. So, how about looking at what is a network? So, we have various types of networks. Today, the whole world runs on networks, meaning from the day we start our work, we have to use the various types of networks. Like for example, internet is the best example we could look at. So, internet is one of the world's biggest network. So, what is a network? Why we need a network? What are the components to set up a network? So, the networks play a very important role in our day-to-day life. So, what is a network? Let us start with the definition of what a network is. So, what is a network? In a simple way, connecting two or more computers to a switch or a hub is called as a network. So, that is a simple way to define a network. Connecting two or more computers or laptops or servers, could be any other network device. So, there are different types of devices that we use in the network. Most commonly used devices are PCs, computers, servers, printers, smartphones, tablets are also the devices that are part of the network. So, we call these kinds of devices as end devices. Basically, to set up a network, we would require different kinds of components, and those different components that are used to set up a network are: number 1, end devices, number 2, media, and number 3, these networking devices. There is a big difference between the end devices and the networking devices. So, end devices are very commonly used devices like computers, laptops, smartphones, tabs, servers. These are all the devices that come under this category of end devices. They are basically used for data transfer, storing the data, computational purposes. We store files in computers, in servers. We also use them to process some information. Suppose you want to access some web page. So, we use a device. It could be PC, or it could be a smartphone, or it could be a tab. So, when we use these devices, we need some applications. So, these computers and laptops and smartphones, they have an operating system of their own, and on top of this operating system, we have various applications. These applications help the users to access the various resources, and they help us to communicate. So, let us take this example. You want to access a website. To access a website, we require a end device. Like for example, here we see personal computers and laptops. These are the examples of end devices. Servers. Basically, these servers store the web pages or some databases or some other files, maybe video files or audio files. They are all stored in the servers, so that the users from various parts of the internet can have access to them. They are also most common in organizations. Within the organization, we also have networks purely for our office or utilizations. And there are also other network devices like we see here, network printers. Suppose there is a big company of 100 employees. The company cannot afford to provide 100 printers for all these employees. So, we have a network printer which can be shared by a group of people. It could be 10, 20 people or 30, 40 people can share one single printer. So, that also will be part of the network. So, that is why it is called as network printer. So, today most of us smartphones are too small in size, so we use tablets. Tablet is like a mini sized personal computer or mini sized laptop. So these tablet and smartphone. So all these 5 different devices form a component called end devices. These end devices are used to store information. This storing information could be in form of data, files, Word file, Excel file or PowerPoint file, and images could be photographs, family photos or friends photos, etc., etc. And videos, it could be of some movie, or it could be any other video format, or it could be plain audio files. It could be some music or some recorded voice, So these are the various types of information that are stored in these end devices, and it's not just for storing purpose alone. We also use these end devices to process information and also for computational purposes. So end devices are very essential. They could be used either individually for without the network communication, as well as also for basic network communication. So within these end devices, all these end devices have their own operating system, whether it be Windows operating system. Windows operating system is again further divided into desktop operating system and server operating system. And desktop operating system is the one which is used on the personal computers, on the laptops. These are the devices that use the basic operating system, desktop operating system. And a server operating system is the one which is used on high-end servers, which is normally like web server, like email server, or database server, or FTP server. So server operating system has capability to be able to share information with hundreds of devices, whereas desktop operating system is for a single use, for a single person to use the device and resources, whereas server can offer services in terms of the ones which we have discussed: computation, storage, and processing for multiple requests, multiple users. Let's take this example. Some of you want to access some web page, let's say, for example, www.zoomgroup.com. So you want to access that web page. So when you access this web page, you are not the only person accessing this web page. There may be hundreds of thousands of people across the globe trying to access the same web page. So the server operating system ensures that the requests are served because it has a capability to perform this task. But the question is, how does a single user sitting in one part of the world is able to access the server which is in some other part of the world? So that's where the network comes into play, the internet comes into play, the intranet comes into play. So these types of networks help organizations to ensure they have the better productivity, they have better facilities that they offer to the users and organizations. So today, with the help of internet, we see how many benefits we have, how much of information that is being shared across the internet. You have every information that you want in your fingertips. On your smartphone, you have everything that is available. It could be about news, it could be about weather, it could be about education, it could be about searching for information. So you have everything. If in case of the entertainment, you have live entertainment available. You can watch movies online. You also have the access to do transactions, internet banking, so you don't have to travel to the bank. So you have internet on your phone, on your smartphone as well. You can access the bank services, transact, like you want to transfer the amount, you want to, withdrawing the amount requires you to physically travel to the ATM or to the bank. But even that is being done with the help of a network. So if you walk into an ATM to withdraw the money, so you can see that you have to do a transaction, and that transaction requires network connectivity. So there's a computer inside the ATM which is trying to connect to the server which is in the bank, and then it will validate your user account, get your password verified, and then allow you to do the transaction. So we have so many examples, and all these examples require the network. So without the network, we cannot have any services running today. So we have just seen the concept of end devices. These end devices are the most important components of a network. So they are the ones which the user will interact with. So if you want to open a browser, so we need a computer. It could be a laptop, it could be a PC. And when you open the web page, the web page is served by a server. So, the server, the end device are very important for the network communication. The second important component to build a network is the media. So, media plays an important role to provide connectivity between the end user and the server. The end user may be in one part of the network and the server is in another part of the network. So, for the client to access the server, we require the media. So, the media can be defined into two different categories called wired media, where we use the physical wire to connect between the PC and the switch, as well as from the server to the switch. This is the physical connectivity, wired media. We also call cables. We use different types of cables, that is copper cable, like we say it's Cat5 or Cat6, Cat5e, or the different types of copper cables. Then we have the fiber. The second category is the fiber cables. So, these have very high bandwidth to handle. They can transfer gigabytes of bandwidth. They have the capacity to send and receive high amounts of data in terms of gigabits and terabytes. And the third category of cable is the coaxial cable. This coaxial cable was once upon a time, like let's say in the 80s, 1980s and 1990s, this was popular, but today this is outdated. Coaxial cable is no longer used for the purpose of data transfer. We only use either copper or fiber as the physical media or wired media for data transfer. So, under copper, there was a lot of evolution that happened, right, from Cat3, Cat4, Cat5, and currently the standard is Cat6. So, Cat6 cable offers a speeds up to 1 gigabits per second. Cat5 can offer only up to 100 Mbps per second. So, fibers again come under two categories. Under the fiber category, we have two subcategories called single mode fiber and multi mode fiber. Single mode fiber is used for long distance transmission of data. For example, you want to send data, let's say from Hyderabad to Chennai, or let's say from Hyderabad to Mumbai, or from Hyderabad to Delhi. So, these places are hundreds of kilometers away. So, to drive the signal from Hyderabad to such a long distance, we have to use a fiber which supports long distance, and that is the single mode fiber. The single mode fiber uses laser technology, and it has a capability to run up to, let's say, 100 to 120 kilometers distance. And at that end, we have to have a repeater to regenerate the signal to send this data to another 100 kilometers. So, the range of single mode can be approximately around 100 to 120 kilometers. So, this is very widely used between cities which are far away. And the second type of fiber cable that we discussed is multi-mode fiber. The multi-mode fiber has a capability for short distances, let's say 500 meters, 1000 meters, or 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, up to 5 kilometers or so. We can make use of this multi-mode fiber within the building, like from one floor to another floor. We want to have a high speed connectivity, we would use the multi-mode fiber. So, copper supports up to 1 Gbps and has a limited distance. It can support only up to a maximum of 100 meters. Copper Cat5, Cat6 has the capability to support only up to 100 meters distance, whereas the fiber has capability for long distance. We have two modes of fiber, that is multi-mode fiber for short distances, maybe within the building, or let's say we have two buildings very close to each other, 100, 200 meters, 300 meters, we can use the multi-mode fiber. But for long distances from city to city, etc., we use the single mode fiber which supports long distances. And discussed as the coaxial cable, it was once upon a time used. It has lot of drawbacks when compared with the copper and fiber. So, it is no longer used for data communication. But just to touch upon this subject of using coaxial cable for data communication, it is supporting a maximum speeds of up to 10 Mbps, number one. Number two, it cannot allow multiple users to send and receive data. So, it will be an issue when multiple devices send data, there will be collisions. So, it is better to use the copper and fiber, which supports a very higher bandwidth and also supports long distances. So, these are the benefits of this copper and fiber cable. And another type of media that is available for data communication is wireless. And today we use wireless so much that in fact when you are at home or in office, you use the mobile phone. So, we are using the wireless data. So, not only for internal communication within the office, but wireless can be used from one building to another building. Sometimes it can run few kilometers also. So, wired media has cables like copper, fiber and coaxial cables, and under wireless we use most widely used wireless technology is radio frequency, RF. We use the RF for the Wi-Fi at home, at office, as well as for building to building connectivity also we use the wireless technology. So, under the media we have these two categories called wired and wireless. So, to connect the end devices into the network, we have to use either wired cabling or through wireless cabling. This is very, very important. Without connecting the end device like PC or server or printer to the network, we cannot have communication established. So, basic network communication requires communication between the PC and the network device. So, the network devices, the next category that we are going to discuss is the network devices or networking devices. So, before we go to discuss about the different types of this thing, we have different categories of networks. Local area network, LAN. This is the most common and very widely used among all the users at home or at office. So, at home if you have an internet connection, this internet connection is shared by all the family members, and that becomes a small local area network. When you walk into your bank, you see a lot of officers working, and that is one local area network. So, you go to a college and you have a computer lab, and all these computers in the computer lab are interconnected with the help of a local area network. So, local area network is the most common one in all the small organizations as well as in the large organizations. Then we have the second type of network called metropolitan area network or MAN. So, the MAN helps an organization having multiple offices within the same city. The metropolitan area network helps organizations which have multiple offices within the same city to communicate with each other. Let us take an example of a bank. A bank may be named XYZ. A bank XYZ has branches in the same city, but in different areas. So, to establish connection between these different offices or the branches within the same city, we set up a metropolitan area network. So, the local area network in one branch can communicate with local area network in another branch within the same city with the help of metropolitan area network. So, interconnecting the local area networks within the same city is called as a MAN. So, let us now take a small example of how to set up a small network. So, here I am going to show you a small network, how to set up a small network with the help of this paint. So, let us consider this is a device and we call it a switch. And we are going to discuss about what this device does in a short while. And these are the computers, and just for representation purpose. And we need to connect this to the switch. So, to set up one small network, a local area network, we require these three components. What are these components? One is the computers. So, say PC1, we can reduce the size, so it becomes easy to PC1, and this is PC2, and this is PC3. So, we want to establish communication between these three computers. Okay. So, this is the media, the one which we are representing here. This is the media. We help the PC to connect to the network with the help of media. So, this media is copper wire. So, we may be using Cat5 cable or Cat6 cable. So, to set up a network, we require end devices like PCs or servers. 2, we require the media. We briefly discussed about the types of media, and then we require a networking device called switch. So, we now go to the next discussion of the third type of network called WAN, wide area network. Wide area network provides connectivity from a local area network in one city to another local area network in another city or another country. So, these three are the different types of networks: local area network within the office, metropolitan area network connecting multiple offices within the same city, and wide area network connecting offices in different cities or different countries. So, this is about the different types of networks. And then we have the third component, that is the networking devices. So, if you see this picture, we have this networking device called switch. So, switch comes under the category called networking devices. So, networking devices. Under the networking devices, we have 1 switch, 2 router, 3 access point, 4 firewall. So, these are the various components that come under the category called networking devices. So, they help us to set up networks. Networking devices are key devices that allow the network to communicate. So, let us look at another example of how this local area network, this is called as local area network, this is called as LAN, this is one local area network. Suppose we have a similar LAN, let us say we make a small copy of this. So, we have another network. Let us say these two networks are in different places of the same city, and if you want to establish connection between these two networks, we want to establish the connection between this LAN and this LAN. So, this is called as metropolitan area network. So, to set up a connection between two local area networks, we call this as MAN. This is called as MAN, connecting two different networks within the same city. But let us suppose if we have different places in different cities, so we call that as wide area network. So, if you have to connect offices between different cities, we call that as wide area network. So, local area network is within the office, metropolitan area network is connecting offices within the same city, and wide area network is connecting offices in different cities or different countries. So, we can give the example of wide area network as internet, or let us say internet is the best example for wide area network. So, internet we use every day. So, we are using the wide area network which connects all the users across the globe. Okay. So, next we have in our discussion the various uses of network. Under the various uses of network, we have been discussing in this examples also, they provide productivity for businesses. They provide productivity for businesses. So, let us take an example of a university. So, if university wants to conduct some entrance exam for intake of the students for the various courses. So, what they do? They publish this information on the university website. So, people from all across the world can have access to that information. So, they can access the university website, get to know what are the various programs available, what are the various bachelor's courses available, master's courses available, research courses available. So, we have a list of various programs that the university is offering and how to enroll into this courses, various courses. From the website you get all the information. So, basically it is a productivity. It is enhancing the university's programs to be available for various users across the globe. So, the users can in fact make a preliminary inquiry through email and communicate with the staff of the university, and they can also make applications online. So, the universities today have developed applications so that the users who are interested to join that particular courses can fill the application form online and submit it, and then wait for the confirmation of the admission. So, once we have the confirmation of the admission from the college, you have to pay the fees, and you can pay that online as well. So, today there are certain universities offering these programs online as well. So, which means you do not have to physically travel to the college, travel to the university. So, you can run these various programs with the help of internet. So, these are some of the examples that we can look at, and the other examples that we use internet for or network for are examples of a bank. So, you can see the banks works only on networks. Today without network there is no way you can send and receive the money, the transactions. So, banks backbone, the main backbone for the banks is through networks. Within the branch they use local area network, and when they have to connect the local bank to the headquarters or to the other regions, so the banks also have to follow certain guidelines set by the central bank. So, they have a governing body, so they ensure that all the guidelines are set into place, but the basic communication happens through the bank. But banks set up their own network because the bank's data is confidential. So, they ensure that there is confidentiality for the data that is exchanged between the branches of the bank, and communication from ATM to the bank, all these are taken care of, but the backbone is the network. So, in this session on the basics of networking or networking basics, we have come across the various components that are used to set up a network, and they are categorized into three types, that is end devices, that are personal computers, servers, network printers, and the tabs and the smartphones form the end devices. And the second category we have the media playing an important role for establishing the connectivity between these end devices and servers to a centralized device called networking devices, and these networking devices help facilitate communication between these end devices. So, all the three components make up a simple network, and under this network we had discussed about the basics of networking like LAN, local area network, and metropolitan area network, and wide area network. So, this is the very important components that we have discussed about networking, basics of networking. So, let us quickly review that what we have done in this session. So, these are the concepts that we have learned, that is what is a network. We have seen the definition of a network, that is interconnection of two or more end devices is called as a network. And network helps communicate within the local area network or metropolitan area network or wide area network. And to set up this network, we had the three different components, that is end devices, the media and networking devices. Under media, we have discussed about the copper cable, which is very widely used in the local area network, and the fiber cable, which is used both for local area network, for metropolitan area network, as well as for the wide area network. And then wireless communication. So, wireless communication helps for ease of use. So, in the case of local area network, we have two types of local area networks, that is wired local area network with the help of copper cable or fiber cable, or we have wireless local area network. With local area networks of using wireless, there is a drawback, that is you cannot get very high bandwidth, number one. Number two, you have a limitation of distance. There is a device which provides this wireless communication, that is access point. So, the access points have limited range, and they have the restrictions, like if you have the building, in the building you have glass doors or walls. So, the limitation will be very less. The distance cannot be supported too long as the wired cable can provide. With wired cable, you have to be stationary in one place. Suppose you have a connection connected to your PC or laptop, you cannot move around with the help of the cable. But if it is wireless, you have the facility to move around. You can, it's flexible, you can walk into the corridor, you can be walking in the place. If it's in the house, you have Wi-Fi, you have the flexibility to move around and still be connected to the network. That's the advantage of wireless communication, which is not available with the wired communication. With wired communication, you have to sit in one place to use the wired connectivity. But the advantage of wired connectivity is that it has a very high bandwidth. So, end devices like PCs, laptops, we can have Wi-Fi, but not with the help of, not with for servers or not for network printers. So, for network printers and for servers, which are very huge in size, the equipment are very huge in size, so they cannot be having very high bandwidth. So, we have to go with physical connectivity. But there are certain printers which are available with Wi-Fi connectivity. So, you do not have to have a physical cable connected, but it cannot be mobile like we have the laptop or smartphone. They provide a lot of flexibility. Wireless provides a lot of flexibility, whereas wired connectivity provides very high bandwidth. You can have high-end servers have a fiber optic cable connected directly to the server, and then it can provide up to 10 Gbps of bandwidth. So, because there are hundreds of thousands of users access these servers, so they are preferred to have the wired connectivity, and this wired connectivity provides very high bandwidth. And they are also very immune to types of interferences. But whereas Wi-Fi is immune to interferences. Sometimes you have very low signal and you get very low bandwidth. Sometimes when the signal is good, then you have very high bandwidth that is available. So, in the basics of networking, we have to know about the various components that are used to set up the network. Like we have seen in this picture, we have these components, end devices, PCs and servers and printers come here in the part of the end devices. And the second one is the media, it could be copper or fiber. And then the networking devices, you can see these various networking devices. And in the next session, when we discuss about the advanced concepts of networking, we will be discussing about the functions of these equipment and learn more in detail about how this communication actually happens, because we are just showing the physical connectivity, but just having a physical connectivity is not enough for us to send and receive data. So, we will have an advanced topic where we will be discussing about the actual flow of information. So, when you request a web page from the browser, and how this information goes out of your computer, how it travels to reach the server, physical server, and then how the reply will come back to you, all this will be discussed in the advanced session about networking. So, we have to understand that all these three components set up a network, basics of network. So, without any one of these components, it is not easy to communicate. So, now let us add a small wireless component to this. I am going to add a wireless access point to this existing network. So, let's suppose this is a wireless access point, and it should have an antenna. So, we will keep an antenna here. So, wireless access point should have an antenna, and it has an antenna now, and that should be connected to the existing switch. So, the wireless access point, it should be connected to the existing switch. Now, it allows, let us say, laptop user or a smartphone user. So, let us say these are all the smartphones or tabs. So, with the help of Wi-Fi, these tabs can now get internet access. So, these are, let us say, these are the wireless devices, and these wireless devices, with the help of access point, let me mark it. So, this is an access point. So, access point helps the wireless devices to communicate with each other. So, whether it is in the LAN or whether it is in the home, we have to use these wireless access points for wireless communication. So, in the next session, when we discuss about the advanced networking concepts, we will go in detail and have a look at the various components like switch, its functions, router, its functions, access point, its functions, and firewall and its functions as well. So, we have to look at the quick overview of this session, that is network, different types of end devices that are part of the network. Then we have the media, different types of media which helps connect the various devices, and then we have the different types of networks, local area network, metropolitan area network, and wide area network, and how they are used, where they are used, and the components required to set up these. We have seen this in the networking devices and their advantages of the benefits that the companies get out of using the networks. Intranet and intranet are the best examples of how organizations benefit. So, a bank network is considered as an intranet. All the banks across the country are interconnected, and we call that as intranet, and nobody from outside can access this network. It is exclusive for the bank. Similarly, there are a lot of government networks like Indian Railway network. So, that is exclusively used for the railway employees and railway staff. And under railway network, we have, for example, you want to buy a ticket. So, they have a separate network for tickets. We call it as passenger reservation network, PRS. And then we have a different network for administrative purposes. So, these are all exclusive to that organization. So, similarly, if you look at a state government network, so state government has connectivity to all the districts, to the collector offices, to the various MRO offices. So, all these government offices are also interconnected. They are mostly using it for video conferencing. The government officials communicate from the headquarters, from the capital city to all the districts, and keep monitoring various activity. So, they are already using these kinds of networks for the benefit of the users. And the organizations like apart from banks, we have industries. So, they all use between the factory and the offices, marketing offices, they connect via this intranet. But the public face of this is the internet, which all of us have access to. With the help of internet, we are able to get information, news, entertainment, banking, business. So, you have every activity that is available on the internet, and that is one of the world's biggest network we have discussed earlier. And this network is built based on this concept of the end devices, and these are the components that are part of the internet as well. So, we have seen, the end devices could be PCs or servers or laptops, and to connect to internet we are using either through cable connected by the ISP, or it could be via your mobile phone, like you are using 4G internet. So that is also coming under the wireless media. And then the networking devices, though you have a small device at home, we call that as a router, which comes under the category called networking device. And all the ISPs do have this networking equipment which facilitates the communication from your home to the actual destination with the help of these networking devices. So they form a network only with the help of these three components. Though we have discussed about the various kinds of devices under this category, under end devices, under media, we have discussed wireless, under wired we have discussed about fiber and copper, and different types of copper like Cat5, Cat6, Cat5e, and also under fiber we have discussed about the multi-mode fiber and single mode fiber, providing very high bandwidth for long distances. And networking devices, within a LAN we must have a networking device called switch, which is mandatory, and to connect from one local area network to another local area network, like for example in the case of a wide area network, we must have a router. But at the same time, if you want to protect your network or secure your network from unauthorized access or from internet threats, we have the networking device called firewall, which provides security. So all these end devices, media and networking devices help us to establish a network which is very useful for the organizations and also benefit users for basic productivity purposes, information gathering, exchanging, sharing information, real-time communication. You want to speak with your family or you want to see them who are not physically in your place. We are using video chat, we are using voice communication, we are using Skype, we are using WhatsApp video calling or voice calling. So all these are able to achieve because of the network. So without network our life would not be the same what it is today, and this network helps to establish better productivity for the organizations as well as for the end users. So without a network it is not possible to have this thing. So later in the next session we will be discussing about the advanced concepts of networking and the functions of these various networking devices. Thank you. Hello, welcome to this new session on advanced networking. Just a quick overview of what we have discussed in the networking basics. So in the networking basics session we have discussed about the way a network is designed and a network is built, and the various types of networks and how these networks are set up, and the different components required to set up the network. So in this session today we are going to discuss about the actual communication that happens between the two devices or between the client and the server. So the protocols that are required for communication between the source and the destination, between the user and the server, are divided into two categories. And these are the two important protocols that are available for data communication. But out of these two, only one of them is actually used practically in the networking. So let's explore what these protocols are and how to discuss about these protocols. So in this session we're going to learn about the OSI model and the TCP/IP model. So these are the two data communication models available, and these were developed way back in the 1970s and 1980s. So when the networking was in a very nascent stage, the requirement for establishing communication between the devices required certain protocols. So after a lot of research and development, these protocols evolved, and the actual protocol that is in use today is the TCP/IP protocol. But we are also going to discuss about the OSI layers, because the OSI layer gives us a in detail functionality of how the host, the user, can communicate with the server. So let's start looking at what is this OSI model and how does it work. So OSI stands for Open Systems Interconnection. It is one of the oldest reference model introduced in the year 1984. It consists of 7 independent layers. So each layer will be performing certain tasks. We will be discussing in detail about the functions of each of these 7 layers. And if you look at, it was originally created as a basis for designing a universal set of protocols called the OSI protocol suite. And the OSI model never achieved widespread success. Remember, we had mentioned a little while ago that OSI is not the one which is actually used for data communication, but it is used as a reference model. You can see here, the model became a very useful tool for both education and development to understand the basic communication models. So Open Systems Interconnection was one of the earliest model that was developed for data communication. And if you look at, these are the 7 layers that we are going to discuss now. So these 7 layers consist of application layer called the layer 7, presentation layer called the layer 6, session layer called the layer 5, transport layer called the layer 4, network layer called the layer 3, and data link layer called the layer 2, and finally the physical layer called the layer 1. So it is important to know the order of these layers. We have to follow this specific order, and this is the numbering system. Starts from layer 7 at the top and goes on till layer 1 at the bottom. So we have to now discuss about the functions that each of this layer performs so that network communication is possible. So let us look at the very basis requirement for why this is required. So let us take an example of this computer here. So there is a computer here, there is a PC, and then there is another PC. We want to establish communication between these 2 computers. So we require, yesterday we discussed about the various components required for setting up the network. So this switch will be connected to this PC, and this cable will be connected to another PC. So if you look at, this is the switch, and this is PC1, and this is PC2. So to let this computer communicate from PC1 to PC2, we have to send the data from this computer to this computer. So the data should go from computer 1 or PC1 to the switch, and then switch should forward it to the PC2. So this is what we do. But how does this computer know the data should be sent to that particular computer? So for this data communication, a set of protocols are required, and those protocols are designed in this OSI model and the TCP/IP model. So this first discussion is about the application layer. So the application layer, what does an application layer do? So this layer is acting as an interface between the computer and the server. So basically the users who use a computer to access the resources available on the server has to use the application layer. So what do we mean by an application? So basically application is an example, like for example the web browser. So the web browser we use today to access the web pages or websites is one of the network application. So we have various kinds of browsers available like Internet Explorer, Google Chrome, Firefox, Safari, etc. So these are the various web browsers available, and these come under the application layer. So examples of application layer include web browser and the FTP, file transfer protocol. So this file transfer protocol is used to exchange data from the client to the server and server to client. Also we have email, which is a very common tool for exchanging information for business purpose, for also personal use. So various applications that we use for email are Outlook, Lotus Domino, Mozilla Thunderbird. These are some of the examples of the applications, and this purpose is for sending and receiving email. And we also have an application called Telnet, and this is a very useful tool for network engineers and system administrators to manage the network efficiently. And this Telnet allows us to connect from the PC to the router or PC to the switch and make changes to the routers or switches configuration. So application layer is what we interact with on a day-to-day basis. So when we open a computer or a laptop or a smartphone, what do we use in those devices? We use applications, whether it be games or visit accessing the website through browser or using email application to communicate, or you may be using a bank application for your transactions. So these are the applications which help the user to access the remote servers and network applications. So there are various applications like DNS, DHCP, which are the key applications which work behind the screen. What we use is most of the time the browsers, the FTP, the Telnet, and the various applications that the vendors provide we use. But what happens behind is what we're going to learn and understand the basics of networking. So the next layer we have below the application layer is the presentation layer, and let's look at the features offered by the presentation layer. The presentation layer provides different types of data representation. So if you look at, if we are accessing a web page and this web page provides some information, let's suppose we go to a website right away. Let's go to www.zoomgroup.com, and what do we get from this web page? So in this web page you can actually see some text, some information, and you can also see certain images. You can see some images, right? And then we have text. So text and image are the various components that we have in this web page. So these images and text are the different types of data, and we have to represent this in its original format, and this is possible by the presentation layer. So if you look back into the presentation layer, it is representing the different data representation formats. So the text has to be represented in the form of text, image has to be represented in the form of an image, voice have to be represented in the form of voice, and video in the form of video. So this process requires the function called encoding and decoding. So at the server computer or server device will encode the text in the text format, image in the image format, voice and video in this respective formats, and send the information to the destination, which is the user. On the destination device, the computer will decode and display the information in the web browser or the corresponding application. So out of this, if you see, encoding and decoding are mandatory functions on the data. which must be performed for every data packet. But whereas the other functions like encryption and decryption, compression and decompression, these two functions are basically optional. They may be required or they may not be required for all the applications. But what do we mean by encryption and decryption? So if you want to see, the data should not be visible to others, whoever is capturing the data on the network. If you do not want the data to be visible to them, we have to encrypt the data. So when we encrypt the data is not in a readable format, and this data will be transmitted from the source to the destination. On the destination computer, the decryption function will happen and it will convert the unreadable format into the readable format. So the encryption and decryption are normally used for security purposes. Normally we encrypt these passwords. When you are sending and receiving information, you want to log into your email, this password should not be visible. So we have to encrypt these passwords. So this presentation layer takes care of this functionality of encryption and decryption. The additional function it performs is compression and decompression. So if you see, there's a lot of data to be sent to the remote computer. The compression and decompression will help us to ensure that large amounts of data is compressed and sent in quick time. This was a function very widely used in the 80s and 90s because the bandwidth was very expensive. But today, with the globalization of internet and a lot of users accessing the internet, the cost of the bandwidth has come down drastically. So this feature of compression and decompression is not very common as it used to be. So from the application layer, we learned that we use these applications for interaction between the source and the destination, or between the PC and the server. Whereas the presentation layer, which works below the application layer, is responsible for data representation, be it text, image, voice or video. And this information, which started from the application layer, which comes to the presentation layer, which goes down further to the session layer. So let's look at the next layer, which is the session layer. So session layer is the one which is providing the communication between the source and the destination. So what type of communication does it provide? Session establishment. When you want to send data, before you can actually send or receive data, between the source and the destination, there should be a session. Like for example, if you want to call and talk to somebody, you dial the number and the call gets connected. Only when the other person answers, the call is established between you and the other person. So similarly, between the two computers, if you have to send or receive data, the session layer is responsible to establish the connection. So once a connection is established between the source and the destination, then it has to maintain this connection as long as there is data transfer. And once the data transfer is complete from the source to the destination computer, the session layer will disconnect the session or close the connection or terminate the connection. It is as simple as our phone call. We dial the number and the call is established, and then you speak as long as you want to speak, and then once you finish talking to the person, you disconnect the call. So the call gets released. So session establishment, session maintenance and session termination. These are the key functions of the session layer. And to achieve these functions, we have these protocols which are RPC, remote procedure calls, which is available in every network operating system, whether it is Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows 10, Windows Server or other operating systems like Linux, Unix, various flavors of Unix and Linux, including the smartphone operating system like Android, Apple, BlackBerry, and all these also have these RPCs involved. Means it's part of the operating system, because to enable communication between the source and the destination, we need to create a session, and the session creation, session maintenance and session termination is performed by this RPC protocol. Apart from this, there are other examples of the session layer, that is SQL protocol. structured query language, and this is very widely used with the database applications. Like you have any database application, they use the SQL application. And in the Apple operating system, we have this protocol called ASP, Apple Talk Session Protocol. Its responsibility is a similar one which we discussed, creating a session between the client and the server and maintaining the session and then closing the session. These are the functions of the session layer. So, from application the request has come to presentation, and from presentation the request has come to session. So, the next layer which is below the session layer is called transport layer. And just before we go to the transport layer, the last function that this session layer performs is, during the establishment of the session, every session will be given a unique identity called session ID. So, the computer, whichever request it is making from the computer to the remote device, a session ID is maintained for every connection. A unique session ID is maintained for every connection it makes. And then the data goes from the session layer to the transport layer. So, let us look at what the transport layer has to do. So, this provides, the transport layer provides end-to-end control, meaning when you want to send or receive data, an end-to-end control is required, and that is taken care by the transport layer. And we can see here some of the functions that this transport layer is performing. Identification of service. So, transport layer should be able to identify which service is being used. Are we using the web service? Are we using the email service? Are we using the DNS service? Are we using the DHCP service? Like this, there are so many different services available. So, these services require to be identified by the transport layer, and this identification of service is done by using the port numbers. So, let us look at what are port numbers. So, port numbers define the services. So, the port numbers start from port number 1 and goes on up to 65,535 port numbers. These many port numbers exist, and these are categorized again into two types of port categories, that is open ports and reserved ports. Open ports are those which come under the range of port number 1 to 49,511, and then the reserved ports are coming from 49,512 up to 65,534. So, open ports are those reserved for applications, and it acts as destination port, whereas reserved ports are used by the source, and then it is called as source port. So, port numbers are very important and are used for every communication. Suppose you want to access a web page. So, the web page is requested from the local browser of the computer. Let us suppose in this example, let us say this is the PC and this is a server. So, for the time being, we will consider that this is a server. So, if you have to access from the PC to the server, then we need to open the browser and access web server. This is a web server. So, from this PC, when we access the web server, the computer will use both source port number and the destination port number. So, the source port number can be any number, random number, and the destination port number will always be a reserved port number. For web services, the port number is 80. The web services, the port number is 80. Web services uses port number 80. So, this is reserved. Okay. So, we can also verify this communication happening from the source computer to the destination computer from our PC, where we can go to the command prompt of the computer and then running this command called netstat. By using this netstat command, it will display the various connections established from the local computer to the remote computer. So, you can see the various port numbers that are used and the various destination port numbers. You can see here HTTPS. So, HTTP and HTTPS are very commonly used port numbers. So, HTTP uses port number 80. Web requests are nothing but HTTP requests. So, let me show you. The HTTP protocol uses port number 80, and the HTTPS protocol is a secure protocol. It uses port number 443. So, this is the protocols HTTPS. So, HTTP is using port number 80, HTTPS uses port number 443, and these are coming under the reserved ports, and all reserved ports are used for the destination purpose. So, that is one of the functions of the transport layer. So, you can see the identification of service is based on port numbers, and then we have other functions like multiplexing and demultiplexing, which I will be discussing, and then we have segmentation, sequencing and reassembly, and then flow control and error correction. So, you can see that so many functions are performed at this transport layer, and that is one of the reasons why this is called as the heart of the OSI layer. So, let us look at what is happening in this multiplexing. So, when you open multiple applications like multiple browsers, browser along with FTP or Telnet, multiple application requests are coming and they are being multiplexed by the transport layer. The transport layer is responsible for multiplexing these functions. And when the request goes out of your computer and when the reply comes back, we will be using the function called demultiplexing. So, multiplexing is combining multiple streams of data into either TCP protocol or UDP protocol, and in the reverse process, when you receive data, the data comes as an input in the form of TCP or UDP, and then we have the demultiplexing, which will demultiplex and send the request to the corresponding applications. So, multiplexing and demultiplexing happens at the transport layer, and then we have, you can see the data flow from application to presentation, presentation to session, and then to transport. So, this transport layer is multiplexing these into either TCP or UDP stream, and when you receive data, they are combined into demultiplexed into TCP, UDP to different applications. So, multiplexing when you send data out, demultiplexing when you receive the data from the remote computer. So, we have the TCP and UDP applications, and they are all custom designed. I repeat, they are all custom designed. We do not have any role to play in terms of selecting the applications, whether it is TCP or UDP. It is the application developer which decides which protocol will be used or which transport protocol to be used. So, when you look at these functions or features of this protocol, TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol, TCP. These applications which use TCP are connection oriented. There is a connection always between the source and the destination, and they are reliable because they send acknowledgements. So, when you send data, you get a confirmation that the data was delivered, and since we have to wait for the confirmation, the communication is slow, the data transfer is slow, and the protocol number reserved for the TCP applications is 6. And you can see here some of the examples of applications that use TCP. So HTTP, FTP and SMTP. In short, when we access a web page through the browser, you may be using either HTTP protocol or HTTPS protocol. So both of them use TCP application. FTP, SMTP is for email. So all this uses the internal transport protocol called TCP. And when it comes to the UDP protocol, it stands for User Datagram Protocol, and it is connectionless. Connectionless in the sense there is no communication between the source and the destination. Means like the case of the TCP, there is no established connection. So whenever you use the UDP applications, the data is sent and there is no confirmation, there is no acknowledgement for the data sent by the UDP application, and hence it is considered as unreliable because we don't have confirmation. And the reason why this application data is sent faster is because we don't have any waiting time. We do not have to wait for the acknowledgement. So the communication in the UDP applications is much faster compared to the TCP applications. Then we have the protocol number for UDP reserved as number 17. So we have a little while ago discussed about the port numbers. So port numbers are allocated by the transport layer, whereas protocol numbers are allocated by the network layer. The examples of applications that use the UDP protocol for transport are DNS, Domain Naming System, and DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, and then we have TFTP. Apart from this, there are other applications like, for example, video conferencing, voice over IP. All the real-time applications also depend upon this UDP protocol for data transmission. So you can see the various functions performed by the transport layer. So before we move to the network layer, let's quickly look at the functions that are performed by the transport layer. So this layer will add additional data to the header, like for example the source and destination port numbers are added, and the type of protocol, whether it is TCP or UDP protocol, are added, and the sequence number are also added to the additional information as an additional information. So when the data arrives from the application layer to presentation layer to session layer, and session layer to transport layer is adding these additional information to the received data. And this process of adding this additional information is called as encapsulation. Encapsulation is the process of adding additional information to the received data. And then we have the next layer, which is the network layer. So network layer provides end-to-end data delivery. Remember, the transport layer was only defining how the data should be sent, whether through TCP or through UDP. But network layer is one which is responsible for the data delivery. So the data delivery on the network layer is possible through two different protocols called routed protocols, which are actually called the data carriers, and then routing protocols. These routing protocols are the ones which show the path for the packet to reach the destination. And you can see the various routed protocols here: IP, IPX, AppleTalk. But among all these protocols, IP is the only protocol that is in use today. All other protocols have been outdated. They are no longer used. And under the routing protocols, we have various dynamic routing protocols called EIGRP, OSPF, RIP and BGP. So these are the various dynamic routing protocols which help the users to communicate with the corresponding destinations. So we can look at as an example that when we access internet, how does our computer know where this yahoo.com is, or where the zoomgroup.com is, or where cisco.com is. We do not know where that server exists, but we are able to communicate. How is it possible for your computer and to know where the destination is? The physical server, the yahoo.com or zoomgroup.com or google.com servers, they are available on internet, but where in internet? Whether it is in India or is it outside India? Where is the server hosted? We do not know, but we are capable of reaching that web page because of the help of this routing protocols, and that is a function of the network layer. So network layer has two kinds of protocols. They are routed protocols, and these routed protocols help to carry the data from source to destination, and the routing protocols help to show the path how to reach the destination. And the examples of network layer are hardware devices called routers. So let's have a look at how the routers will look like. So this layer controls the data communication from one network to another network, or it facilitates the communication from one network to another network. And this OSI layer network model, OSI model network layer adds the source IP, who is sending the data, and destination IP, to whom this data is being sent. And the example of the device that works at the network layer is the router. And this is the picture of the router. You can see here, these are the different categories of routers. You can see these are all Cisco routers, 3 different products available for small, medium and large organizations. And this router is also called as a layer 3 device. So this device is facilitating the communication from one network to another network. And we can see we have a small router at home. We have a router at home which is connecting from the ISP to our home, and from our smartphones and tabs and computers we are connected to this router. We call that as a Wi-Fi router. It is also a router, a layer 3 device, which is allowing us to communicate from our local network to the remote network. And then we have the next layer, which is data link layer. This is also called layer 2, and it provides error control and synchronization of the data. This is the function of the data link layer. So it provides source MAC address, means which device is sending the data, that device's MAC address, also called layer 2 address, and the destination MAC address. So for any network communication, we require 2 unique addresses called source IP address and source MAC address of one device, and to which device you want to communicate, that is destination IP address and destination MAC address. So IP address and MAC address both are necessary for data communication in the network. So without any one of these, data communication is not possible, and IP addresses are taken care by the network layer, and the MAC addresses are taken care by the data link layer. The other function of the data link layer is also for a reliable transmission of data, and that is possible with a protocol called CRC, which stands for cyclic redundancy check. The CRC protocol is responsible for ensuring that the data is reliably sent. If there is a packet damaged on the transit because of collisions or broadcast, and this packet will be removed, will not be delivered to the destination. And then the output of this layer, we call it as frame. Frame is called as a protocol data unit, and the example of this layer is called as switch. So switches that we use in our network, let us see this picture. So this is a picture of a switch, and it is called as layer 2 device. So we have seen a router which allows communication from the local network to the remote network, and this is the picture of a switch which allows the communication between the devices within our own local area network. So we have discussed about the various networking devices which were important for network communication, and the last layer of the OSI model we have is the physical layer. In the physical layer, it is only responsible for transmission of data, physical transmission or maybe wireless transmission. So, we have three different types of physical interfaces on the devices, on the PCs, computers, servers, printers, etc. We have copper wire connectivity in the form of UTP cable or STP cable, or fiber optic cable, and also wireless. These are the three different physical media that is available for connecting the various network devices in the network. And the output of this layer is called as bits. The output of this layer is called as bits. And the example of the hardware devices that are used in this model are called as hubs and repeaters. And we can actually see an example of a hub. You can see there are 4 ports available here. 4 different computers can be connected to this hub. But hub is not an intelligent device and widely not used by organizations, because it broadcasts every communication. You send data from computer A to computer B, but this device will forward this message to all other devices connected to that particular hub. Whereas switch is an intelligent device and it will send data only to the designated computer. So, it is intelligent. So, with this we complete all the 7 layers of the OSI model, and we have seen the functions of each of these layers. As a network engineer, as a systems engineer, what's important for us is the physical layer, the data link layer, and the network layer. These layers are related with network communication. And now we have the conclusion of the OSI model. We can see here on the screen the PDU, protocol data unit. So, every layer sends some information out to the next layer, and that output is mentioned as protocol data unit. So, if you see, the application layer output is data, and this data goes as input to the next layer, and when you send the data out from presentation layer, the output is data, means we are not adding new information to it, and that the data is sent to the session layer, and the output is again the data. So, the data that comes out of the session layer is going to the transport layer, and at the transport layer, remember, we are adding additional information like source port number, destination port number, etc., and we call the output as segment. So, encapsulation takes place at the transport layer, and this segment, when sent as input to the network layer will add source IP address and destination IP address, and we call that as packet. So, the output of the network layer is packet, which goes as input to the data link layer, and in the data link layer it will add the source MAC address, the destination MAC address, the CRC values, and this output of the data link layer is called as frame. These components are very important. You must know all these protocol data units. And in the physical layer, there is no new header being added. It directly converts the frames into the bits depending upon the physical connectivity we have, either in the form of copper or fiber or in the form of wireless communication. So, this is the conclusion of the OSI model, and now we are going to look at the next model, which is the TCP/IP model. But remember, OSI model is just a reference model. It is not used in any of the operating systems for data communication, but it is used as a reference. So, when we discuss about the TCP/IP model now, and we will compare how the TCP/IP and OSI layer can be mapped. So, we have the TCP/IP model, which is the most widely used data communication model across the world. Every operating system supports TCP/IP model. The current version of the TCP/IP is IP version 4 or TCP/IP version 4. This was first developed and tested in the year 1975 and became operational in 1981. So, it consists of 4 independent layers, unlike the OSI model, which consists of 7 independent layers. And without this TCP/IP protocol, we would not be able to access internet, we would not be able to have any type of data communication. So, this is the most important type of protocol. In this, we have 4 independent layers called application. You can see the name is common. From the OSI model, we have the same name, application layer, and the transport layer. Then we have internet layer, and then the link layer. So, these are the 4 layers and the functionality is similar. Application layer provides process to process data exchange for applications. Like when you open a web page, the web page is using this application layer and providing the communication. Transport layer is providing host to host communication using either TCP or UDP protocol. Internet layer is providing the identification, that is IP addressing and routing. Routed protocols and routing protocols work in this internet layer. And finally, the link layer provides physical connectivity and the communication methods. So, we can say that OSI can be compared with TCP IP, and the one which we use for our day to day data communication is the TCP IP model. So, you can see here the first 3 layers of the OSI model are being mapped with one layer in the TCP IP model. So, the individual functions that we discussed in all these 3 layers is mapped with one single layer of the TCP IP model. And the transport layer function which we have discussed, we also said that it is performing so many different tasks like identification of service, multiplexing and demultiplexing, segmentation, sequencing and reassembly, and the flow control, error correction. All these functions are performed by the transport layer. So, the same functions are performed in the TCP IP model also. So, the network layer is the one which is intelligently sending the data from source to destination, and it does the same function here also. The network layer is called as internet layer. The name got changed here in the TCP IP model. The network layer of OSI is called as internet layer. And the functions that are performed by 2 layers, that is data link and physical put together, is called as one single layer in the TCP IP model called link layer, which provides data communication as well as physical connectivity. So, we can map the 7 independent layers of the OSI model have been mapped with 4 layers of the TCP IP model, and it is the TCP IP model that we use today for our data communication. So, in short, without TCP IP model, we will not be able to send or receive data. So, this is the most important protocol or the suite of protocol which establishes data communication between the source and the destination. So, in this session today, we have discussed in detail about both the OSI model and the TCP IP model, but actually the OSI model is called as a reference model because we can look at the functions that are performed in each layer and then map them to the corresponding TCP IP model. So, without TCP IP, there is no way we can communicate. So, the TCP IP protocol became operational in the late 70s and the early 80s, and this identification of the each device in the network in the TCP IP model is based on IP address. IP stands for Internet Protocol. So, in the next session, we will be discussing more in detail about this IP addressing and actual data communication, the various devices that we have discussed, that is router, switch, and how they connect, how they communicate, how to configure these devices, and in detail we will understand the end-to-end communication of networking. So, let us quickly look at this picture here. So, we want to establish data communication from this PC as a source to this PC as a destination. So, this is the source and this is the destination. To establish communication, we need applications which we have discussed both in the TCP IP model as well as on the OSI model. So, an application has to be used, maybe web browser or FTP or telnet, but in that application we have to give the information about the destination to whom we want to request information. So, the source and destination are required. So, we have source IP, destination IP. We have source port number, we have destination port number. We have source MAC address, we have destination MAC address. And then we need the media for communication. Without media, you will not be able to send or receive data. And the switch as a layer 2 device or a data link layer device will forward the data from source to destination. So, we have discussed about the actual data communication with reference to the TCP/IP model. So, we will conclude this session today, and then we will go and discuss about this functionality in the next session. So, thank you for watching this video. We have discussed about the networking basics and networking advanced. In the next session, we will learn more in detail about these networking devices. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. I hope you had a great festival back home. So we are talking about communication skills as a part of the ESC program, the Employability Skills Center program. Now this program is getting beamed across the state of Andhra Pradesh. You can either watch it on the satellite television, Mana TV, as well as the YouTube channel of Mana TV. You can watch it live on YouTube. And in case if you have missed, you can look it up in the playlist of Mana TV and you can watch the program and pose your questions. Now, this program as a part of the initiative of AP State Skill Development Corporation is meant to bridge the gap between what the students have in terms of the skills and competencies and what the industry is looking for. And one very essential and critical aspect of that is communication skills. So I had been speaking about communication, where I spoke about the 4 fundamental pillars of oral communication. I am on the first pillar, which is pronunciation. Today we'll talk about the last segment of pronunciation, and then we'll move on to grammar. As the first segment of pronunciation, we learnt the sounds. We learned how there are 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds, how they are different from vowels and consonants. We have 21 consonants and 5 vowels, but we have 24 consonant sound and 15 vowel sounds. Now the importance of this vowel sound I had been talking about in detail, the importance of consonant sound, vowel sound, everything in detail. The last session we did some practice around words, how to break it into syllables, how to break it into consonant and vowel sounds, and today we'll look it up in detail when it comes to syllable. And we'll also learn something new, which is syllable stress. So syllable is a beat of a sound, like I explained in the last segment, a unit of pronunciation carrying one vowel sound with or without surrounding consonants, forming the whole or part of word. So what I mean to say is, when it says pronunciation carrying one vowel sound, which means every vowel sound will constitute a particular syllable. So number of vowel sound is equivalent to number of syllable. Please do not confuse that with vowels itself. It's vowel sound. Let me show you an example and that will help you understand. Let me expand this a little bit so that you can see it clearly. All right. Take for example, I have a word which is country. Okay. All right. Now, how many consonants do I have? I am only talking about consonants and not consonant sounds. So I have C, N, T, R, Y. So C, N, T, R, Y, these are consonants, and vowels I have O and U. Now let's look at how many consonant sounds we have. So we have K, N, T, R. Country. We have just 4 consonant sounds. And how many vowel sounds you have? We have K, then we have E, country. So number of vowel sound will define number of syllable. So how do I break it into syllable? If I have to break this word, country. Okay. Now I may have a word where there are multiple or say more number of vowels but less number of vowel sounds. Let's quickly look at one such example. Okay, I have the word photography here. It's actually pronounced as photography. Now how many consonants do I have here? I have P, H, T, G, R, A, P, H, Y. These are the consonants. What are the vowels? I have O, then I have O again, then I have A. So O, O, A. Okay. Now if I have to break it into syllables, I pronounce this as photography. How many syllables do I have? I have 4 syllables. But I have only 3 vowels. So number of vowels doesn't signify number of syllable. Number of vowel sound signify number of syllable. So let's see how many vowel sounds do we have. So I need to break it into all the sounds. It starts with the first sound, pho. It's photo, g, r, a, f, e. Okay, it's photography. Photography. So how many vowel sounds do I have? 1, 2, 3 and 4. So photography. Please remember, this is where most of us make mistakes. Vowel sounds are equivalent to number of syllables. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Photography. When you master this entire art of understanding consonant sound vis-a-vis understanding of vowel sounds, and when you combine that in terms of syllable, your pronunciation will be absolutely perfect. The reason people fail to understand when somebody else is speaking is because of 2 to 3 reasons. One is you do not have the right pronunciation. One word may sound like something else, and we make a mistake in terms of comprehension. Grammatically, you may not be saying the right thing, and again in terms of tense, in terms of verb, singular, plural, you make a mistake and it conveys a different meaning. You may not be using the right word in terms of vocabulary. When I talk about vocabulary, I'll give you a lot of examples where we end up using wrong words without understanding the context. And then we have fluency. Now fluency will come when you have the right pronunciation, right grammar, and the right vocabulary. Okay, let's continue. So we looked at example. So pen has 1 syllable, pen. Then we have pencil, 2 syllables. Then we have computer, 3 syllables. And then we have technology. Now how do I pronounce this? Technology. It's technology. And there are 4 syllables here. Okay. The point that I was making in terms of the last session was there are certain words which has pretty much the same pronunciation. Some of the word may have the same spelling, but it needs to be pronounced differently, and that is what it denotes differently in terms of parts of speech and in terms of context. Let me give you example that will help you understand. We have a word which is project. I gave this example earlier as well. I can use this on a sentence, and it says please project the presentation on the screen. It's not in the screen, it's on the screen. I can either use this particular sentence. Let me change the color so that you can understand that this is an example, or I can say please now this particular word is common between both the sentences, right? This is what we are talking about. Now, when I'm using the first sentence, I'm supposed to pronounce this with a stress where I say project. This is the word, but I need to stress on the second syllable. There are two syllables, right? But I need to stress on the second syllable. When I do that, it means it's a verb. Now that's a rule of pronunciation. When I'm stressing on the second syllable, it's a verb. Okay? When I'm stressing on the first syllable, say for example, I'm stressing on this particular syllable, the first syllable, which is pro, that becomes a noun. This particular rule applies to every word which is spelt the same, but the shift of stress, I can either stress on the first syllable or the second syllable. So let me move this down so that we have the second example as the first one. So when I'm stressing on the first syllable, it becomes a noun. That means please submit the project. I say project. This is project. Here I say please project the presentation. Here I say please submit the project. So when I say project, that becomes a noun. When I say project, that becomes a verb. So when you're shifting it, and there is a change in terms of the vowel sound as well. When I say project, I'm using per, r and o, project. When I say project, I'm using per, r, o. So when I have project, it's an o sound. When I have project, I have an o sound. But the bigger aspect which you need to understand is the stress on which syllable. Like project and project, there are other examples. For example, subject. Okay, I'm going to move this down so that I can use the noun as the first example. So let me use the example. Biology is an interesting subject. I'm stressing on the first syllable. So I say biology is an interesting subject. I'm stressing on the first syllable. Okay. Now, I'm using another example. please don't subject the students to any tests. So here my stress has moved to the second syllable. For example, when I say the exam is scheduled at 4 o'clock, the timings is subject to change depending on the circumstances. So that becomes a verb. Okay. Likewise, there are tons of such words where the shift in the sound will lead to change in the meaning. It could mean a noun, it could mean a verb. All right. Now, one word where a lot of us make mistake, where we do not have complete clarity, is this particular word. Okay. Now, let me get rid of this example here. Let me explain what are the two different types of pronunciation. I can pronounce this as now first of all there are two syllables, right? Alright. Now I can either pronounce this as ka or na, then tent. I can either pronounce this as content or I can pronounce this as content. So content, content. We don't really understand what to be used where. That is where we make a mistake. Now when we pronounce this as content, the meaning it means an ingredient or index. For example, please give me the content for the training. Okay. Now when I say content, let me change the color here. Now when I say content, this means being happy. For example, are you content with the training? Okay. Now that makes a big difference, right? So we have the word content. I break it into two syllables. When I pronounce this as content, it means ingredient or index. When I pronounce this as that means happiness or being self-satisfied. So these are the aspects that you need to clearly remember when you pronounce the words. Okay. Now this is what syllable stress is all about. In linguistics, stress is the relative emphasis that may be given to certain syllables in a word. So whenever you are stressing on a particular syllable, that means it's syllable stress. Now there are certain rules to syllable stress. What are they? There's something called penultimate and there is something called anti-penultimate. So I'll talk about anti-penultimate later. What I want you to do is draw this diagram on your notebook to make a note of it. Penultimate means last but one or second last, right? So this is the word ending. What do we mean by word ending? So these are the word endings. There are a lot of English words that will end with any of these. Now when the rule says when a word ends with these as ending, the stress should be on the second last or the last but one syllable. Let me show you an example that will help you understand what do I mean by this. Okay. we are learning about, let me bring this down. Which rule we are looking at? We are looking at penultimate rule. When you have any word that's ending with IC, IOUS, EOUS, SION, TION, the stress should be on the second last syllable. So let's take a quick look at it. Okay. If I have a word which is panic, I will quickly change the format so that you can understand this better. Panic, tragic, magic, any more words that ends with IC? Picnic. Okay. The rule says, in case if you have any word that's ending with IC, the stress should be on the last but one syllable. So let's break this. Panic is pa-nick, which means I will stress on pa and it's pronounced as panic. Tragic, tragic, I will stress on tra. Magic, I will stress on ma. Picnic, I will stress on pick. Let me bring this down. Okay. Now what if I have a word which has more than two syllables? Then what happens? Let's take a look at it. Geographic. How many syllables do I have? Geographic. And the rule says if I have a word ending with IC, I need to stress on the second last syllable. So I'll pronounce this as geographic. If I have another word, photographic, somebody has a photographic memory. So what are the syllable break? It's photographic. And since it's ending with IC, I will stress on gra. So whatever is the word ending, like you saw, look at the word ending and stress on the previous one. So this is the word ending syllable, this is the previous one. Okay, let's look at IOUS now. Examples: pious. Now since this itself is a complete syllable, so it will not apply here. Okay. Conscious. How many syllables do I have? 2. And I will stress on conscious. Okay. Precious. How many syllables again? Precious. I will stress on pre. Same thing applies for EOUS as well. For example, I have a word gorgeous. So gorgeous, 2 syllable, I will stress on gore. SION, tension, pension. So how many syllables in tension? 2. Tension, I will stress on ten. If I have pension, I will stress on pen. So basically wherever I have this particular word ending, I will stress on the previous syllable. TION, again the same example. Station, so I will stress on stay. If I have more number of syllables, information, first I will break it, information. So where do I stress? I will stress on may. Information. if I have the word question, how many syllables? 2. Question. All right, and I will stress here question. Clear? So the rule says if I have a word which is ending with any of these, the stress will be on the previous, the last but one. The second rule is anti-penultimate. Now, what do we mean by anti-penultimate? In penultimate, we have from the end the second one, anti-penultimate is third one. So the dot has moved, which means it will be the third one from the right. Now, what are these sounds? Let's quickly take a look at it. These are the word endings. All right, so let's take a look at certain words where it ends with cy. For example, policy. How many syllables? 3. Policy. Now here the rule says I need to stress on the third from right, which means I will stress on po. I just bought an insurance policy. Okay? ty. What if I have a word which is city, which only has 2 syllables? It will still take the stress on the first one. Okay? ICAL. Geographical. How many syllables do I have? Geographical. Now this fickle is coming up to 2 syllables, right? But this will still be combined as word ending, and this is the stress. Geographical. PHY. My favorite word. Photography. How many syllables? Photography. So this is my ending. I will stress here. Photography. GY. Technology. How many syllables do we have here? Technology. This is the ending. So I leave one, then I go to the next, and I pronounce this as technology. Meter. We all pronounce this as thermometer. Thermometer. It's not thermometer. It's thermometer, right? Now meter is pronounced as meter. It's thermometer. It's not thermometer, it's thermometer. So I will pronounce, or I will stress here, because meter itself has 2 syllables. Clear? So when you work on these aspects of syllable stress, and when you understand these rules, you will be able to not only work on the pronunciation aspect but also on vocabulary. What I want you to do is make a note of these word endings. Number 1, write down as many words as possible you can recollect out of your general knowledge of English communication. For example, I have the word which is ending with IC. Like I said, picnic, traffic, magic, tragic. Likewise, how many words can you think of? Write down those words, then practice the pronunciation. Alright, so these are the word endings. I want you to write at least 15 to 20 words for each word ending. IC, IOUS, EOUS, SION, TION. Then CY, TY, ICAL, PHY, GY meter. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of this. And when you work on these words, that will also become a part of your assignment and you will learn vocabulary as well. Alright, so I hope this was helpful. Now pronunciation recap, we learnt about communication tree, how we need a language, language broken into sentences, sentences into words, words into sounds. We learnt about consonant sound, we have 24 consonant sound and 15 vowel sound. We also learnt syllable, which is a unit of sound in every word, and syllable stress. So we are done with the first pillar. Now we move on to the second pillar, which is grammar. Now what do we mean by grammar? It's a system of a language, rules of a language. Now why do we face problem in terms of grammar? That is because of mother tongue influence. For example, if I'm thinking in a particular language, I do a literal translation to any other language that I'm speaking in. So what happens is the word order gets changed. When the word order is changing, it leads to grammatical issues, it leads to comprehension issues, whoever is hearing you or listening you. So when we are thinking in a language, we cannot directly translate or literally translate to any other language. That it doesn't work like that. For example, I spoke about this particular Telugu word, which is Yendukante. I hear a lot why because. When people talk, they keep using why because, why because, why because. That why because they use because they are using a Telugu word directly translated into English. Please don't do that because it does not make sense, right? Like we ask, what is your good name? Now there's nothing called a good name or bad name, it's just a name. So this happens because of mother tongue influence, and mother tongue is a language which we learn from childhood, and that is a language in which we are thinking, our subconscious mind. Alright? So it leads to a change in word order, it leads to loss of sentence integrity, misinterpretation and miscommunication. Now we need to understand the parts of speech. I'm going to shift over to another module which I have prepared for you guys. So we just saw that it's a rule of a language. Are there rules in English language? No, in fact no language has rules, but it's a system that you need to follow. Okay. Now common issues that we face in terms of grammar, like I said, mother tongue influence. Now we need to understand the parts of speech. These parts of speech exist in every language. So we have parts of speech. I have written down the parts of speech along with examples. The first one is noun. Noun is name, place, animal, thing. Now a city name or a person's name is all noun. Then we have pronoun. Pronoun is something that replaces a noun. Instead of using the noun again and again, I can use a pronoun. Adjective is something that qualifies the noun. For example, noun is Ravi, pronoun is he, adjective Ravi is a passionate leader. So what kind of leader? Passionate leader. Verb is anything that is an action. So he is driving his new BMW car. Like adjective qualifies the noun, adverb qualifies the verb. How is he driving? He is driving very fast. Then we have preposition. Preposition, like the word goes, position. So here the position in terms of geography, that means the place, also the time. So basically time and place. Ravi will leave for London at 8 p.m. So whatever you see is underlined in these examples are basically the parts of speech. Interjection, wow, wow, he will fly business class. It's basically an expression. And then you have conjunction, anything that joins two independent sentences or phrases. For example, Ravi and his director will go to UK. It could be Ravi will go to UK and his director will go to UK, but instead of writing that, I can just say Ravi and his director will go to UK. So these are the parts of speech. Now let me explain the types. Common noun, for example, the mountain is too high to climb. Sorry, the mountain is too tough to climb. I'm sorry, I read it incorrectly. So something that is very common in nature, that's common noun. Proper noun are names. Now these names are little complicated because these are pronounced differently in different parts of the world because of regional influence. So New Delhi is a capital city. In Hindi, New Delhi is pronounced as Nai Delhi, right? In English, the country Turkey, so we pronounce that as Turkey. But in different languages, it's pronounced differently. A name of a person can be pronounced differently. For example, the name April, it's a month, right? In French, it's pronounced as Avril. The name Clement is pronounced as Clement in French. So the names are pronounced differently. That's why don't focus on the pronunciation part. These are proper nouns and these has influence of the region. Abstract, something which you can't touch and feel, that's a noun. For example, fear is an obstacle, so fear is an abstract noun. Count, the bottle is filled with water. Anything that you can touch, anything that you can count easily is a count noun. But there is also non-count noun, something which you cannot count. For example, you cannot count oil or water or air, right? Now what do you do in these cases? To count a non-count noun, you need to take the help of count noun. For example, I have water. Now this is non-count noun. Now how do I count it? I need to use a count noun. For example, I have bottle, which is a count noun. In order to measure water or to count water, I need to make use of count noun. For example, please buy 3 bottles of water. Now I can add the number 3, that's because I'm using a count noun here. Alright. Collective noun, something that is in group. For example, the team wants to celebrate. Okay. Now collective noun, you also need to understand the singular and the plural forms. There are certain word which doesn't have a plural form. For example, let me make it simple for you. Since we are talking about collective noun, I should definitely talk about singular and plural forms. The reason I use a PowerPoint because it's easier to display quickly rather than a board. Say for example, I have a word chair and the plural will become chairs, right? If I have computer, I can just say computers. If I have data, can I say datas? No, it remains data. If I say information, it still remains information. If I say furniture, it still remains furniture. So there are a lot of words which doesn't have a plural form. For example, luggage. Luggage will remain as luggage. For example, this is where a lot of people make mistake. Hair. It remains hair. If I have the word people, now people itself is a plural form. A lot of people make a mistake. Peoples. I met a lot of peoples. Now people itself is a plural form. You cannot add another s to a plural form. Like child. The plural form of child is children. There cannot be a plural of a plural. It cannot be children's. So please keep that in mind. and you will learn that the more you dig into vocabulary. Okay. So singular, plural, I just gave you the example. She won a lottery for 1 crore. Plural, they are going to the market. So they is plural, she is singular. Possessive is somebody is in possession of something. I am using Rahul's bike. Whenever you have a possessive noun, there will always be an apostrophe. Okay. Compound noun is basically a word. When you combine the word, it leads to a third meaning. For example, the ceiling fan is not working. Now, ceiling is a different word, fan is a different word. When you combine this, then you get a third word out of it. So that's compound noun. Okay. All right. Now, let's quickly check if we understood this. I missed the bus because I was late. Identify the noun. What is the noun here? Bus. The queue was very long, so I didn't wait. The noun is queue. The distance was too long to cover. Of course, the distance is a noun here. The singular and the plural form, I just gave you certain examples. I went to the market and bought a lot of fruits. The traffic or traffics, of course it is traffic. There cannot be a plural form. I have to cut my hair or hairs. It's hair. There are so many different types of people or peoples. Now it should be types. All right. I have to buy a lot of furniture or furnitures. It should be furniture. I need help to carry all the luggage. It's not luggages, it's luggage. Likewise, it's garbage, not garbages. Okay. Now pronoun is something, like I said, which replaces the noun, and we'll look at examples of pronoun and examples that will also test you. So in tomorrow's session, I will come with a lot of quick tests that's going to be especially on noun and different kinds of noun, and we'll see if we can have an interactive session tomorrow through phone lines. If somebody can call and ask questions, I'll see if that is possible tomorrow. I'll keep you posted. In case that happens, please do participate. Please understand these programs are meant only for you and only for your benefit. So please make use of this. Whatever questions or concerns you have, if you need clarification, please post it on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look, announce your name, and provide you the answer. I hope this session was helpful. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the second pillar of oral communication, which is grammar. Yesterday I spoke about the various parts of speech. I gave you examples on noun. So today we're going to talk about pronoun and adjective, adverb, and so on and so forth. In the later part of the session, we're going to have the call lines open. So if you're watching this either on YouTube live or Mana TV live, please dial the number. You will see the number little later. So you can call and ask your questions, anything in terms of pronunciation or grammar for English communication. So let's begin. We are talking about pronoun. Like I said, pronoun is a substitute for noun. You can't be using noun again and again. So that's why we have pronouns which substitutes the noun. So it's a part of speech which is used in a place of noun or noun phrase to avoid repetition. Examples of pronouns: I, you, we, they, he, she, it, me, us, them, him, her, this, those. So sentence as an example: Mohan is tired, he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So instead of using the Mohan name again, for example, if I say Mohan is tired, Mohan wants to sleep, but I want Mohan to finish the assignment, instead of using the name again twice, I can use pronouns, which is he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So when we talk about pronouns, like I said, it replaces the noun or noun phrase, but there is also an aspect of singular and plural. For example, if I'm talking about one person, I can just say him or he or she, but or him or her, he or she, or it. Now, in case if the count is plural, more than one, then it multiplies. So I can't be using him, I can't be using he, she, I'm supposed to use they or them. So let's look at some quick tests to understand how to use it. The first question, Hari's mom asked Dash to clean the garage. So Hari's mom asked he to clean the garage or him. So obviously the correct answer is him. Hari's mom asked him to clean the garage. It's not garage, it's garage. A student at an all-boys high school should be on Dash best behavior. Now here there is an element of subject-verb agreement. The student, here it says a student, right? Now a student is singular. So a student in all boys high school. So the all boys high school, the entire school has only boys, but the subject here is one student. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. So it's there. THERE is also there. THEIR is also there. Let me quickly clarify this. A lot of people do not understand and they interchange this. Okay. So there, THEIR is a possession noun. There is a preposition. So please do not get confused here. Both are pronounced the same way. For example, let me zoom this. Please keep the book there. Okay. So there is basically a particular place. So that's why it's a preposition. Now when I say there is THEIR, that's a possession noun. The group will arrive at 8 p.m. And they will make their arrangement. Whose arrangement? Their arrangement. So THEIR is a possession noun. THERE is a preposition. So don't get confused there. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. Neither Mary nor Dash knew why the store was closed. Now whenever you have neither Mary, it should be nor I. Now here is an important element which you need to understand. In case if I am talking about more than one person, that includes me as well. So I as a first person. So here is an example. So if I am talking about 2-3 people or even 2 people, and that includes me in the list, we always make a mistake. We put ourselves in first, or we use ourselves first person as I. For example, Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now that sentence is incorrect grammatically. Let me show you why it is incorrect. This is how people usually speak, right? Now there is a fundamental grammatical mistake here. So basically I'm talking about 3 people here, Harsha, Subhash and me, that is the first person. So Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now imagine if these two gentlemen are not in the list, can I say me went for shopping? No, that's incorrect. Another way of making a mistake where people usually use this, me, Harsha and Subhash went for shopping. Now, here again, if I remove these two gentlemen, it still becomes me went for shopping, which means this is incorrect. So what am I supposed to do? The correct form is I went for shopping. Now, whenever you are talking about one person, that is yourself, first person, I went for shopping is fine. But in case if I am adding another person, even one or two, so it becomes Subhash and I went for shopping, or I can add more number of people, Harsha, Subhash and I went for shopping. So whenever you're talking about yourself in a group and you have to specifically mention the persons as well as yourself, you will always, or the first person will always be in the end. Okay? So here, neither Mary nor I knew why the store was closed. I can't say me knew why the store was closed. No, the correct form is I knew why the store was closed. That's why I is the correct option here. Next, after the training, you and Dash must discuss a few things. Again, same situation. After the training, you and I must discuss a few things. Alright. Now, moving on to adjective. Now, every noun, when it gets qualified, when I'm adding a quality or a type to a noun, that is basically adjective as a part of speech. So, an adjective describes, modifies or gives more information about a noun or pronoun as well, because pronoun is a substitute for noun. Examples: big, happy, green, young, fun, crazy, tree, all these are adjective. For example, the little girl had a pink hat. Now the girl is noun. So let me take this example. Okay. I hope you can see that's blue. Okay. So the blue is nothing but your noun. The little girl had a pink hat. Now if I remove this, the girl had a hat. But what kind of hat? Pink hat. What kind of girl? The little girl. So anything that is adding quality, that is describing or modifying the noun or pronoun is adjective. Now there are different types of adjective which you need to know. Something that adds quality, for example, dangerous chemicals, green vegetables, a square box, quantity as well. So not just quality but also quantity. He has eaten 3 apples. I don't have much money. This long, thin centipede has many legs. So long, thin is also an adjective here. Demonstrative, something that is displaying or demonstrating. This red balloon is mine and those 3 yellow ones are yours. This cute baby is his brother. That cute baby is his sister. So anything that is denoting something is also an adjective. Now adjective in terms of singular and plural also you need to know. For example, my will become our, your will remain same, his, her, its. Remember I spoke about the possessions. So that's a possessive noun for adjective. Now here are some more examples to quickly test your knowledge. I dash a new bike yesterday. Please make a note of this question. Think and tell me what is the correct answer. I bought a new bike yesterday. So the correct answer is A. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. Question number 2. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. You have been, you are, you will be. Okay, the correct answer is C, you will be. If you don't hurry up now, you will be late for school. Number 3, I would spend my holidays in London if I dash enough money. I would spend my holiday in London if I had. Now, if you already have, then you will be in London. Had because you actually don't have. If I had enough money. Number 4, they dash water sports. They are not, they like not, they do not like water sports. The correct answer is C, they do not like water sports. I dash for shopping tomorrow. I will be going for shopping tomorrow. I will go for shopping tomorrow. I went for shopping tomorrow. Now, this is a matter of tense. Here, went is past tense. So, went is past tense of go. Now, tomorrow is future. So, I can't use C. A is a continuous form. I need not use that. So, B is a definite form. I will go for shopping tomorrow. Ram and his team, that's number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. To answer this question correctly, you need to understand something called, now let me quickly explain this to you. I'm not sure how many of you have heard this particular term. Subject verb agreement. Now, what do we mean by subject verb agreement? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. I'm going to switch over to another aspect, which is subject verb agreement. Let me see if I have created some kind of okay, here we go. So we are talking about subject verb agreement. This is because the subject should always be in sync with verb. What I mean by this, if the subject is singular, I need to use a singular verb. If the subject is plural, I need to use a plural verb. Now, as simple as it sounds, we always make a mistake. So the reason I put the Superman symbol, in case if you have he, she, it, or any of singular form of verb, the singular form of subject, you will use a singular form of verb. What do I mean by this? See here, the players and the umpire is or are tired. Okay, the second sentence is the players or the umpire is or are tired. So, what do we need to do here? Now, when I'm using and, I'm combining two singular forms. That becomes plural. So, I will use the plural form of verb. Now, how do I identify what is singular form of verb and plural form of word? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. So, if you want to use a singular verb, add S. At the end of the verb. Okay. Example, plays, works, sings. Now, in case if I have to use the plural form, now when I have to use a plural form, if I have to use plural form, drop the S at the end of the verb, which means if I have to talk about the same examples, I will remove the S at the end of the verb. So remember it that way. If it's a singular verb, add S. If it's plural verb, drop the S. So in case if your subject is singular, use S at the end of the verb. If the subject is plural, drop the S at the end of the verb. Okay? Let me show you some examples to help you understand this better. I'm going to use all singular verbs here. He plays cricket. She sings very well. It rains every evening. So if you pay attention to the verbs here, action, I am adding an S at the end of it because my subject is singular. Now if I have to use a plural verb, plural subject, they play cricket. They, or for example, she is singing very well. Now that my subject is plural, I just say they are singing very well because are is a plural form of is. It rains every day. Now there cannot be a situation in terms of a climate for plurality, so we'll leave it at that. Okay? So when you have a situation like this where you are bound to get confused, the players and umpire is tired or are tired, it should be are tired. That's because when I'm using and, I'm combining these two. Even if it's player and umpire, I'm combining. But in the second case, this is where you will get confused. The players or the umpire is tired or are tired. Here you will use is tired because this is an or situation. So if it is or, after the or, the subject, the closest subject is umpire, which is singular form. And if I have a singular subject, I will use singular verb. Okay? So when we look at some more questions, you will be able to identify more such situation. Now when you see a question, you will be able to identify what should be the correct answer. Alright? So let's move on. Let's look at this question again. Number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. Now this is a trick question because Ram is part of the team and team is a collective form, it just won. Ram and his team have recently won? No. Ram and his team has, because it's a singular form. The subject is singular, so I'll use has. Number 7, please make a note of this question. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. Now they is a plural form. Now if I have a plural form, I will use plural verb. What is the rule? Drop the S. So I have this particular verb which doesn't have an S. So I will use they have put in all the hard work for the team. Number 8, I think we dash the training session next quarter. Now next quarter means it's in the future. I think we dash the next session, the training session next quarter. I think we begin. No, we will begin the training session next quarter. We are beginning. No, that's not the right form. We are going to begin. That is again a incorrect form because it's a transliteration. So we will begin the training session next quarter. Tomorrow we dash at 2 p.m. Tomorrow we will meet. We meet. We are going to meet. We are meeting. So number 9, this is very easy. So look at the question and think what is the correct answer. Tomorrow we will meet at 2 p.m. So A. Could you please dash me some money? Could you please borrow me or lend me? Borrow means take from me. Lend means give me. So could you please lend me some money? Number 11. I don't mind dash if you are tired. I don't mind to drive. I don't mind driving. I don't mind to be driving. I don't mind drive. So number 11, look at it, think and answer. I don't mind driving if you are tired. So option B. They arrived dash we were having dinner. They arrived while we were having dinner, when we were having dinner, during we were having dinner, for we were having dinner. So number 12, think what is the correct answer, and meanwhile you will see the number flash on your screen 040-2354-0326 or the toll-free number 1-800-425-4039. If you have any questions about the portions that's been completed so far, which is pronunciation and a little aspects of grammar. If you have any questions, please call and ask your question. I will provide you the answer. Alright. So let's continue with number 12. They arrived while we were having dinner. So A is the correct answer. Number 13. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. T-H-E-R-E there, T-H-E-I-R there. This is fairly easy. I just spoke about difference between preposition and possession noun or pronoun. But here it's a trick question. The correct answer is C. In this case, they have won the car in the lottery. So denotively speaking, C is the correct answer. They have sold the car which they won in a lottery. Number 14. I dash worked for this company since 1998. I worked, I am working, I work, I have worked. Now to answer this question, we need to understand something fundamental. Now let me explain. This is one mistake where a lot of us get confused or make a mistake. From versus since. Okay. This is a preposition in terms of time. If I'm using from, I should be using from when I have specifics on when did it start and when did it end. Okay. I will use since when the stated time continues. What do I mean by this? Let me show you an example. I lived in Bangalore from 2004 till 2006, which means it has ended. So I can use the word from. If I have to continue in the same way, I am living in Hyderabad since 10 years, which means I am still living there, which means the time is still continuing. Okay? So question number 14, when you look at it, I dash for this company since 1998, which means I am still working there. So the correct answer is B. I am working for this company since 98. Number 15, she dashed me to help her develop an IT training program. She has asked, she have asked. Can I use have? I just spoke about subject verb agreement, right? I can't use have because she is a singular form. She has asked me to help her to develop an IT training program. So option A. So verb types, verb is action. It signals an action, an occurrence, or a state of being, whether mental, physical, or mechanical. Verb always expresses activity, right? Anything in terms of action. Verbs in English have 4 basic parts. Now pay attention. The base form, the ing form, which is a continuous form, the past tense form, the past participle. Now something that you need to remember, we have studied all this in our school, right? We went through basic grammar in our school days, but we don't really remember the rules, but we only remember the usage. Look at it this way. There is something that has already happened, which is past. There is something which is present, a perfect present or continuous form. For example, I am talking, which means it's going on right now. Or I will talk tomorrow, that's a future tense. I spoke yesterday, and that is past tense. Any action that we are talking about, that action has to be relative to a time. Has it happened? Is it happening now? Or will it happen in the future? Okay? So keep that in mind in terms of these aspects. A verb has to be in sync with tense. Let's look at some examples. The lines are still open, so please do call. It starts with an expression, hi, I dash you in a long time. How have you been? I was seen, I saw, I haven't seen, I hadn't seen. So think and answer. What is the correct answer for question number 1? Option C is the correct answer. Hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been? Number 2, yesterday I dashed to see my grandparents. Yesterday is a past tense, so I need to use an option which is past. Yesterday I have gone. Yesterday I gone. No. Yesterday I went to see my grandparents. Number 3, some people say that it is better to dash for today. Better to, this is a proverb, right? It's a saying. Better to is living, better to living, better to lives, better to live. It's better to live for today. Have you ever dashed to Canada? Now have you ever basically means, it's a past tense. Have you ever been to Canada? Being is a state. Been means if there was an action involved there. Albert doesn't like dash on weekends. Albert doesn't like working. Albert doesn't like to work. Albert doesn't like work. Now doesn't like work doesn't make sense. So our answer 1 and 2 are correct. So option D is perfect. He occasionally is a headache in the morning. He occasionally should be a headache in the morning. He occasionally might be, could be. Now this is in terms of an adjective. So all of the above are correct. So we have various such questions. You can look up simple tests online as well. You will find tons of questions. The best way to learn is to test yourself and find what is the correct answer. We cannot learn grammar in terms of rules anymore. We already learned it, but we don't remember because we don't use it. So if you remember it in terms of usage, if you keep practicing, if you keep testing yourself, that will help you remember for a long time. So grammar is something which is extensive, but you need to put yourself in use. I cannot teach you in a classroom environment. Even when the lines are open, nobody is actually calling and asking questions. So I don't know what seems to be wrong there. So in the next session, that is on Monday, I'll move on to verbal ability, where we will look at certain instances, how to solve certain questions in certain situations. If you have questions, please post your questions on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you the answer. And thanks for tuning in. Make the best use of your day. Thank you so much. Good afternoon everyone, welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the communication skill aspect for ESC. So today I'm going to talk about the last two pillars, which is vocabulary and fluency. So what do we mean by vocabulary? So we all have challenges when it comes to using the right word when we are speaking in English. Like I said, we are thinking in a vernacular language, translating that to English directly, but sometimes we fail to understand what words to be used precisely to meet a particular context. Say for example, if I write a particular sentence, I'm going to demonstrate the issue that we face in terms of vocabulary. So there are two sentences I'm going to write. Just a moment. Okay. The medicine, let me add has here. The medicine has expired and hence it cannot be given to a patient, right? Now, the word that I'm going to talk about here is expired. We end up using this word in some other context as well. For example, if I say, the college management has declared a holiday as the founding member has expired. Now this is just an example. Now in India, we use this word expired even when somebody passes away or somebody dies. So ideally, what should be used here is has passed away. So instead of using expired here, in this context, the word expired doesn't make sense because expired is used for medicines or anything that is perishable in nature. Okay. Now, if I have another word which is very, very frequently used, it is compulsory. It is compulsory to fill the form for the registration, or say 75% attendance is compulsory to attend the exam. It is compulsory to fill the form for the registration. Now what is happening here is I'm using the same word in both the sentences. I can have few more examples. For example, it's a statement. Please wait, the doctor will compulsory come by 5 p.m. So I'm using the same word in 3 different contexts. Now, as per the rule of vocabulary, I need to look at the context as well. So here, the correct word is mandatory. 75% attendance is mandatory to attend the exam. Please wait, the doctor will surely come by 5 p.m. Or let me try another sentence. I will definitely pay the loan. So here I'm using the word definitely. Okay. So I have compulsory, mandatory, surely, definitely. Instead of using these 3 words, we end up using the word compulsory again and again. So that's exactly what vocabulary is all about. A set of words within a language that are familiar to the person. The word bank, synonyms and antonyms that you are aware of. So the problems that we face is lack of word bank. For example, in this particular situation, I had 3 other words, but instead of using that, I keep on using the word compulsory. So that is because there is a lack of word bank, lack of synonyms or substitute words, not knowing what is the context I am using it for, lack of reading and writing practice, comprehension of common words. Now this comprehension of common words is a very, very big factor why we lack vocabulary, why we do not understand what words to be used when we are speaking. We hear words, but we do not understand the meaning of it. Or we hear we see something, but we don't know what is the word for it. Say for example, the word oracle, O-R-A-C-L-E. You ask anyone, what do you mean by oracle? They will say it's the name of a company. But it also has a meaning. Oracle means prediction, prophecy, the word from the sky, Akashvani that we say in our language. So that is oracle. The word like cognizant. Cognizant, again, you ask someone, what do you mean by cognizant? They will say it's a name of a IT company. But it also has a meaning. Cognizant means being aware of something, having the knowledge of something. So that is what the word cognizant means. So we hear a lot of words, but we don't understand the meaning, we don't understand the application of it, or we see things, but we don't know what is the English term for it. So when you read a lot, when you write a lot, you will build on your skills, your competencies, or your ability to build on your vocabulary as well. So the best way to build vocabulary is to keep on practicing, keep on reading a lot. Please always refer to the dictionary, because the dictionary will also give you the meaning of the word in context of a sentence, and it also gives you synonyms. Okay, so the tips to build vocabulary is to read regularly, to listen. When you listen to good speakers, that also helps. Make use of a dictionary or thesaurus. Thesaurus basically is a book that gives you the synonyms and antonyms as well. Substitute words and opposite words. Learn a word every day in order to understand what it means, that is comprehension, the context, in what context it can be used, and the usage, and get into the practice of writing. So let's quickly look at some examples to practice. Here we need to fill the blank with one of the word that is given in the option. Hardness is a dash of steel, a property, a substance, a material, a structure. So you need to look at the context of this sentence and pick the right option. Hardness is a property of steel means a nature of steel. So that's why A, property is the correct answer. Now, property word is also used in terms of assets. I spent 50 lakhs to buy a property. So, again, this is what vocabulary is all about, where you understand the context of the word. For example, if I'm talking about a particular training program and I have designed certain content, so that's my intellectual property. Here again, it becomes like an asset. Foods such as, now I'm looking at number 2, foods such as bread and rice dash energy for the body. It controls energy for the body? No. Lose energy for the body? No. Prevent energy for the body? No. Provide. It provides energy for the body. Now the word provide here again can be used in a different context. Look at this example. I'm going to use the word provide as well as provided in two different possibilities or two different contexts. Please provide your contact details so that I can register you. Means please give me your contact details so that I can register you. Now, I can use the word provide or provided in another context. I can come for the meeting provided there is a formal invitation. Now here, the word provided means if there is a formal invitation. Number 3, the tissues, organs and systems of a body dash the living organism. Now a living organism has tissues, organs and systems. So system of a body of a living organism has tissues and organs. That is what it means. The tissues, organs and system of a body consist of a living organism. If you use the word consist of, that means every tissue has living organism in it. But that is not what it means. It means every living organism has tissues and organs in it. So the correct answer is A. So the tissues, organs and system of a body consist of the living organism, constitute living organism, contain living organism, include. So the tissues, organs and system of a body. B, option B. So I try to trick you there. Constitute a living organism means the tissues, organs and system of a body makes a living organism. It constitute living organism. Now the reason I did not use constitutes, I use constitute because we are also looking at subject verb agreement. My subject here is plural, which means I will drop the S at the end of this verb. Number 4, the door was so dash that the X-ray machine would not go through it. The door was so thin, so close, so minor, so narrow. Now what word can I use here? Thin, close, minor, narrow. I should use the word narrow because thin is not applicable. Narrow is in terms of width, right? So the door was so narrow that the X-ray machine would not go through it. Before Muhammad repaired the engine, he dashed it carefully. He recognized it, he examined it, he saw it, he cited it. Now this is fairly easy, just think and answer. Before Muhammad repaired the engine, he examined it carefully. So option B. The upper part of the leg is called jaw, scalp, thigh, ankle. Now jaw is not an answer because it's on the face, scalp is on the head, we are talking about the leg. So the upper part is ankle? No, ankle is the lower part. Upper part is the thigh. The upper part of the leg is called the thigh. Number 7, For good health, everyone needs dash exercise. Almost exercise, inadequate exercise, excessive exercise, sufficient exercise. For good health, everyone needs sufficient, option D, sufficient exercise. In the alphabet, the letter B dash the letter A. Letter B follows letter A, ascends, precedes, comes. In the alphabet system, the letter B precedes letter A or follows. It should be follows because it's after. Precede means before, pre. So precedes is before, follows is after. Number 9, the river has been seriously contaminated. What you need to do here, you need to replace the underlined word with one of the options. The river has been seriously contaminated, dried up, diverted, polluted, obstructed. What do we mean by contamination? Contamination means pollution. So the river has been seriously contaminated. That means it's been polluted. Number 10, oil dash friction between moving parts so that they can move more easily. Oil dash friction between moving parts so they can move more easily. It permits friction, reduces friction, releases friction, and protects friction. What do you think is the correct answer here? The correct answer is it reduces friction. 10B. What do the experts forecast? What do we mean by forecast? To deny, to declare, to prefer, to predict. It's option D, predict. Forecasting means prediction. The markings on the thermometer make a scale, make extremes, a reading, a grid. So thermometer has markings, right? What do you do with it? You read. It makes a reading. So 12C. Some questions on synonyms and antonyms for you. Synonym of brief. Synonym means similar word. Synonym of brief. Limited, small, little, short. Now little and small is in terms of size. Here it's brief. That means option D is the answer. 13D, synonym of brief is short. Synonym of embezzle. Embezzle means to take money from something and put it somewhere else illegally. So option A is the correct answer. Synonym of embezzle is misappropriate. We keep reading, right? Misappropriation of fund, embezzlements of fund by politicians, by CEOs, CFOs. So embezzle means misappropriation or using the money illegally for some other purpose. Synonym of August. Now August is a month, but it also has a meaning. So synonym of August is common, ridiculous, dignified, petty. We use this sentence, right? You are invited for the August occasion of my birthday, wedding anniversary. So C is the correct answer. Synonym of August is dignified. Synonym of alert. Alert means being energetic, being observant, being intelligent, being watchful. Alert means being watchful. Observe means you are just observing but not taking any action. Watchful means you watch and then take an action. That's alert. Synonym of reckless. This is very easy. Reckless means rash, courageous, bold, daring. rash driving, reckless driving. So A is the correct answer. Synonym of consequences. Consequences is something that always comes after the action. So that's results. Conclusion, application, difficulties are wrong. Synonym of consequences is results. Synonym of tolerant. Tolerant means like-minded, open-minded, closed-minded, arrogant. The correct answer here is open-minded. Tolerant means you accept anything which is other than what your belief system is. Synonym of abundant. Now I need to show you something. There is a word which is abundant, and there is a word which is abundant. Just a moment, I need to change the spelling, okay? Now, both have different meaning, but people use these two words interchangeably and they make a mistake. Abundant means excess. So synonym of abundant is ripe, cheap, plenty, absent. So C is the correct answer, plenty or excess. Okay. Abundant means to leave without providing any help. For example, I'm just going to give you examples here. There is an abundant supply of fertilizers for the farmers, which means excess or more than what is required, plenty. Now abundant, let me give you example for that. So abundant means excess or plenty. There is an abundant supply of fertilizers for the farmers. Abandoned means to leave without providing any help. The police team abandoned the people who were stuck in the floods. Okay. Now here you will see a sentence and you need to pick one word substitute. Okay. It will also help you understanding the meaning of the words. A person of good understanding, knowledge and reasoning power. You call that person an expert, intellectual, snob, literate. Now literate means somebody who can read and write. Snob means somebody who is arrogant. Expert means who's proficient in one or two specific areas. But here the question is, a person with good understanding, knowledge and reasoning power who can take the right decision. So the correct answer is B, intellectual. List of business or subjects to be considered at a meeting. So before a meeting we always list down what needs to be discussed. What do we call it? Schedule, timetable. Now schedule and timetable are pretty much the same. Plan, agenda. Now plan is much more broader aspect. Agenda is the correct answer. Agenda is basically the list of items that needs to be discussed. Leave or remove from a place considered dangerous. So you are in a building, suddenly there is an earthquake, what do? You evade, you evacuate, you avoid, you exterminate. So evacuate is the correct answer. Option B, leave or remove from a place considered dangerous. A person pretending to be somebody he is not. A person pretending to be somebody he is not. Magician, rogue, liar, imposter. The correct answer here is imposter. Imposter is a person who pretends to be somebody he is not. One who possesses many talents. Somebody who is multi-talented. What do you call that person? Versatile, nubile, exceptional, gifted. You call that person versatile, who is good in more than one area. So A is the correct answer, 5A, versatile. 6. A person interested in collecting, studying and selling old things. Antiquarian, junk dealer, crank, archaeologist. Now archaeologist is a person who studies civilization by digging up, right? Monuments. So here we are talking about something which is collected and also sold and bought. So antiquarian, somebody who deals with antique stuff. Antiquarian is the correct answer. A drawing on transparent paper, a blueprint, red print, negative, transparency. Correct answer is blueprint. A small shop that sells fashionable clothes and cosmetics. A store, a stall, a boutique, a booth. Now stall and booth are temporary, but here it says a small shop, but it deals with only fashionable clothes and cosmetics. So it's called a boutique. C. An object which is used to calculate distance. Speedometer, barometer, odometer, thermometer. Now thermometer is used to measure temperature, right? Speedometer is to calculate speed. Barometer to calculate pressure. Odometer, now you have seen odometer on all the modern bikes, cars. There is a meter which you can keep changing. So which keeps changing. There is something which you can reset, that's called a trip meter, to measure the distance between for a specific trip. Odometer is the numbers which keeps scrolling, right? So that's odometer. A disease of mind causing an uncontrollable desire to steal. There are some people who have this problem. Even though they are rich, they keep stealing from stores and houses. That's called schizophrenia, claustrophobia, kleptomania, megalomania. Megalomania means somebody who thinks he is the greatest. Claustrophobia, who has the fear of being trapped in a small enclosure, small space. Schizophrenia means somebody who has split personality disorder. So correct answer is kleptomania. Now again, there are some more synonyms for you. Hesitated means stopped, paused, slowed, postponed. Now when you hesitate, you're doing something, you hesitate but you still do it, right? Hesitate means you pause for a while. So pause is the correct answer. Neutral. Neutral means unbiased, non-aligned, undecided, indifferent. The correct answer is A. Neutral means unbiased. Feeble. Feeble means weak, vain, arrogant, sick. Feeble means weak. Now don't make a mistake between W-E-A-K and W-E-E-K. Both are pronounced the same way. A week is basically 7 days. W-E-A-K means something which is not strong. Okay, so feeble means weak. Restraint, hindrance, repression, obstacle, restriction. Please restrain the protesters from coming inside the meeting room. That means to restrict. 14D. Antonym. Antonym means opposite word. Toil. Toil means working hard, kind of a coil, being lazy, being unwell. Toil itself means working hard. That means the opposite is being lazy. C. Submissive. Aggressive, passive, assertive, obstructive. Submissive means somebody who accepts everything anybody else says. Aggressive means somebody who always opposes. So A is the correct answer. Opposite of submissive is aggressive. Choose the word which best expresses the meaning of the word shallow. Here again we are looking at synonyms. Shallow means artificial, foolish, superficial. We usually say that, right? This person has a shallow personality. That means he is not showing what he is in real. So superficial is the correct answer. Choose the word which best expresses the meaning of the word diversion or diversion. So diversion, distortion, deviation, obstruction or obstructive. Diversion means deviation. Now let's look at antonyms. Choose a word which best expresses, this is not looking opposite. Let's look at the opposite antonyms here. Choose a word which is exactly opposite of the word crowded. Deserted, empty, quiet. Now quiet, there are two ways to spell it. Quiet means little or some. Quiet means silence. Q-U-I-E-T is pronounced as quiet. Quiet means Q-U-I-T-E. So choose the word which exactly opposite of the word crowded means deserted. Deserted means there is nobody there. Now desert is different, deserted is different. Alright. Choose the word which is exactly opposite of the word flimsy. Flimsy means something which is not meaningful. So meaningful is the right word here. Opposite of confess, deny, refuse, contest. Confession, what do we mean by confession? When we accept our mistake. So we deny, refuse. Refuse is different, deny is different, okay? So deny is the correct answer. So that's about the vocabulary aspect. Now as far as the fluency is concerned, it's basically ability to bring together the pronunciation, grammar and vocabulary and speaking accurately and speaking well. The reason you lose confidence or lose the fluency, it's because you do not practice much. So when you're speaking to people around, speak as much as possible, read and write as much as possible. By the time you are in the final year, by the time you start going for interviews, you will be absolutely perfect with your ability to speak, ability to read and write. The best way to learn is to practice, to speak to people, to keep reading and writing every day. Try to hear something every day, maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes on YouTube channel. Try to listen to different kind of speech, watch some interesting programs in English. If any word you come across which you do not know the meaning of, try looking it up in the dictionary and start using those words. That's the best way you can learn these words. Alright, so I hope this was helpful. Feel free to post your comment on the comment section on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you with the answer. Have a great day. I'll see you again. Bye-bye. Welcome to today's session. So we are covering the communication skill sessions for ESC program, the employability skill centers across Andhra Pradesh, and this is organized and brought to you by AP State Skill Development Corporation. Till last week you went through the aptitude and cognitive skills, where another trainer by name Satish, he took you through a very comprehensive session on all the aspects of aptitude. And I'm going to take care of communication aspects, where the idea is to give you a holistic skilling. So in the last session, we spoke about what communication is, and I spoke about the communication tree, how it's very different from what you have learned in school. Then I spoke about the essentials of effective communication, and these are the essentials of effective communication, 6 of them: assertiveness, authenticity, open-mindedness, empathy, clarity, and listening skills. I spoke in detail what each of these points mean, gave you certain examples. Now I'm going to take it forward today. Now, communication type. We often hear different types of communication. So when 2 or more than 1 person or 2 people are speaking face to face, that is called a verbal communication. Now, the common myth that we have is only a face-to-face communication is verbal, or it's actually called an oral communication. Anything that is written is actually deemed differently. The mistakes that people do is, if some communication is done orally, they call it a verbal communication. For example, they say that, for example, if I'm talking about some kind of memos or some kind of information, say for example you're studying in a college and somebody came and announced it in the classroom that tomorrow there is a holiday, and there is no written memo, there is nothing on the notice board. So people usually say, we were informed verbally, there is no written communication. Now that is wrong. A written communication is also a verbal communication. Verb means action, so anything that's in terms of oral communication, where 2 people are speaking, or when there is a communication in terms of a speech, that is oral communication. When there is a communication in terms of written item or anything that is written, it could be a memo, a text message, an email, or handwritten note, or a PowerPoint presentation. Anything that is written and printed is also a verbal communication. So that's again a myth. So I want to break that. Even a written communication is called verbal communication. Then another type of communication is non-verbal. Now what do we mean by non-verbal communication? Now these are gestures, expressions, body language. Now body language is a separate area which needs a lot of expertise, which needs a lot of improvement, both in terms of the person who is displaying these gestures, expressions, and body language, or the other person who is the audience. Now your body language is also an extension of your character in terms of your nature. The way we use our hands, the way we use our expressions speaks a lot about what you are thinking and what you're trying to say. I may be saying something, but I may not mean it, but what I mean can be understood with my body language. When we go for interviews, when we go for any kind of presentation, any kind of conference, seminars, when we are speaking to one person or many people, we still judge that person not just by the way the person is speaking, but a lot is derived in terms of body language. Now the body language is a completely different ball game. You need to understand, you need to learn, and you need to be an expert in terms of displaying the right information, in terms of using the right body language. So there will be a separate session on body language only. So we'll talk in detail about that later. So please remember, communication type is of 2 types. The first one is verbal communication, where we talk about oral communication as well as written communication. So written and oral both are verbal communication. Non-verbal communication is gestures, expressions, body language. So to put it in a simple way, when you're not speaking a word, when you're not writing a word, you are just using gestures. There is no sound, there is no letters written or read. That is non-verbal. And verbal is when you hear or when you see or when you are reading something. That is verbal communication. Okay. Now I'm going to talk specifically on oral communication, because a lot of us, when we talk about communication aspect as such, there are two things which you need to remember or to understand clearly in terms of what is considered as what we call this person is good, that person is not good, when we judge someone in terms of communication. So on an average, every person, especially the student fraternity, since you are from a vernacular background in terms of your education or academics, you're considered as a person who needs a lot of improvement in terms of communication. And we always say that improve your communication, otherwise you will not get a job. Now that's not completely right. I want to tell you that when we talk about communication expertise or your level of communication, there are two things which you need to take into consideration. Let me quickly display what do I mean by that. Okay. The first aspect is articulation. The second aspect is comprehension. Okay, let me align it correctly so that it's clearly visible. Okay, so there are two aspects, articulation and comprehension. Now what do I mean by articulation? Ability to express ideas in a language. All right, that is what articulation is all about. Let me change the color so that you can make a note of it. That is what it means. Ability to express ideas in a language. Comprehension, what do we mean by comprehension? Comprehension means ability to understand in a language. Now the issue that most of us face today, now that I'm speaking to you, you are able to completely understand what I'm saying, right? So comprehension is something, this is not an issue. So let me mark it as green. So comprehension is something which is not an issue because you are able to understand what I'm saying. It may not be completely, but to an extent you are able to understand. But when I ask you to speak, you find it difficult to express yourself in a language. Now when I say in a language, that means a language which is different from your vernacular language. Now almost everybody who is watching this program in Andhra Pradesh, your vernacular language is Telugu, right? Now I am not good at Telugu. I cannot understand very clearly, but to an extent I can understand, but I can't speak very well. I cannot use the right words, I can't use the right grammar, and of course the pronunciation, which means my articulation is not as good as my comprehension. The same thing applies to all of you. When it comes to English language, your comprehension is better than your articulation, which means you are not able to express yourself only in English. But if I say that you can speak in Telugu, you are very quick to respond any kind of question. You are confident, you are not nervous, you have a lot of information which you can express yourself through. But when it comes to comprehension, understanding, you find it easier. But when it comes to speaking, you find it difficult. So two aspects, articulation and comprehension. Now in order to resolve this issue, you need to go through a little bit about oral communication itself. Now, when we talk about oral communication, there are 4 fundamental cornerstones or pillars that you need to understand and you need to master yourself in. So, like any other language, in English language, when we speak specifically about oral communication, it's not written communication. I'm here talking about oral communication only. There are 4 fundamental pillars. What are these pillars? The first one is pronunciation. Make a note of these. The second one is grammar. The third one is vocabulary. And the fourth one is fluency. So it's PGVF: pronunciation, grammar, vocabulary, and fluency. These are the 4 fundamental pillars of oral communication. And we're going to talk about each one of them in detail, because my intention is to make you better in terms of your oral communication. Alright, let's begin. So what do we mean by pronunciation? In order to do that, we need to understand the fundamentals of it. In order to understand the fundamentals, you need to understand the entire structure of a language. So if I look at a language as a tree, which is called a communication tree. Now this tree, if I have to segregate or if I have to break it down, first and foremost, in order to communicate, I need something called a language. Okay, let me align it correctly so that you can see it clearly. Okay, so you have communication tree for oral communication. First thing that you need is a language, any language for that matter, but here we are talking specific to English language. Now this language or any language can be broken into sentences. So in a language you basically speak sentences. The sentence is broken into words. Now words will be broken into letters. That is what everybody talks about. We break the language into sentence, the sentence into words, and the words into letters. But this is where you go wrong. We are talking about oral communication. When I say oral communication, I'm speaking and you are hearing or listening, which means the words are not broken into letters, they are broken into sounds. Now when we speak about pronunciation, we should speak about the sounds, not the letters. So what do we mean by pronunciation with that example? Pronunciation refers to the way in which we make the sound of words. It also means creating correct sounds using the muscles of our mouth, tongue and lips, etc. There are other important aspects of pronunciation, which is word stress, sentence stress, linking, intonation. Now what do we mean by these? Word stress, for example, emphasis on certain syllables in a word. Let me show you an example. I am going over to the next slide so that I can give you an example of word stress. Now what did word stress mean? It says emphasis on certain syllables in a word. Say for example, I have the word which is also my hobby, photography. Okay, if I have to break this into syllables, how many syllables do I have? Photography, which means I have 4 syllables. Okay, now I'm going to use another word which is related to the first word. which is photograph. And how many syllables do I have here? Photograph. Now pay attention. When I pronounce this particular word, photograph, the correct pronunciation is photograph, which means I am stressing on this particular syllable, which is the first syllable. Please give me the photograph. Now, when you speak to someone, stop using the word pic. Please send me a pic. Now, pic means P-I-C-K. It's a short form of picture, but please don't use that word. It sounds pretty bad and it's very casual and informal. So use the word photograph or picture. So in this case, this particular word has 3 syllables and I pronounce this as photograph, which means I'm stressing on the first syllable. But when I look at this particular word, I pronounce this as photography. How do I pronounce? Photography. And how many syllables do I have here? Photography. 4 syllables. But in this case, I stress on the second syllable. That is what word stress is all about. So when we talk about pronunciation, not only the pronunciation of each syllable or the entire word, but also the word stress come into the picture. So here I pronounce this as photograph. Here I pronounce this as photography. Clear? What's the next one? Sentence stress. Now in word stress, I was emphasizing on a particular syllable in a word. In sentence stress, I emphasize on a certain word in a sentence, which means the entire word itself is stressed upon. So let me show you an example. So sentence stress, I'm going to write a sentence. Okay, so let me change the color so that you know that this is an example for you. The sentence is, you cannot get an admission in the university unless you score a minimum of 90% in your entrance test. Now, which word do you think should get the stress? Because here I'm notifying someone orally. You cannot get an admission in the university unless you score a minimum of 90% in your entrance test. So unless is the word which should take the stress. So that's a sentence stress. Let me give an example where the stress will change to denote what exactly I'm trying to communicate. You have to pay a penalty of 5,000 to get the certificate. Now here I'm going to stress on have. You have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees to get the certificate. Now I want to write the same sentence, but I'll show you if I add another word how the meaning will change or what I'm trying to say will change. Alright, here we go. The first sentence, you have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees to get the certificate. Second sentence, you have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees only through a demand draft to get the certificate. Now, the word only is taking the stress because I'm emphasizing there is no other way you can pay the penalty to get the certificate. It's accepted only through a demand draft. But the first one, all I'm saying is you have to pay a penalty. So that's exactly what a sentence stress is. When you're speaking to someone, please remember I'm speaking or I'm talking about specifically about oral communication. So when you're communicating with someone, it could be over the phone, it could be face to face. This sentence stress takes more importance when you cannot see the person. If you're speaking to the person over the phone, you're giving an information. When you emphasize on a particular word in a sentence, they get the message more clearly. Now, if I'm speaking to face, I can use a gesture. I can say you have to pay a penalty. So I use this word, you have to. So the have and the hand coming down, it's coordinated subconsciously. So it's really underlined for you in your mind. You have to pay a penalty to get the certificate. And if I'm talking about the second sentence, I say you have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees only through a demand draft. So now this gesture has shifted from have to only. So when I'm speaking face to face, it's easier to understand because other person can see me. But when I'm speaking to the person on the phone, they can't see this gesture, right? Now this gesture is coming very naturally to me. Even when you're speaking on the phone, we use our hands. We don't sit like a robot and speak. But the other person cannot see. So that's where your intonation comes into the picture. The fourth point which you see on the particular slide is intonation. Now what do we mean by intonation? Intonation is the rise and fall of our voice as we speak. Now this rise and fall is very important, but before that the point is there as linking, joining certain words together. So let me explain what do we mean by linking, and then I will explain in detail what do we mean by intonation. Alright. So let me take the same slide. I want to quickly show you the example of linking here. Please give me 2 eggs. Now when I pronounce this, I can combine. Now in order to understand what do I mean by this, you need to get a little knowledge on let me quickly explain what do I mean by this. You need to get a quick knowledge on vowel sounds. So when I say two, I am using the sound oo. When I am saying eggs, I am using the sound e. So 2 egg. So this is this word is ending with a vowel sound. This word is starting with a vowel sound. So when you have 2 words next to each other, one ending with vowel sound, another one starting with a vowel sound, you can combine or link these 2 sounds together. Okay? For example, if I have the word two eggs, I can just use this particular sound. What do I mean by this? For example, 2 eggs. So I'm using way sound in between these 2 eggs. So when I talk about linking in detail, you will understand what do I mean by this. I know it's a little confusing. Let me move over to intonation. Now intonation, as it reads here, it says the rise and fall of a voice as we speak. Now there is correct intonation, there is incorrect intonation. Let me quickly explain what do I mean by that. if I'm asking a question, for example, are you going to the market? Are you going to the market? So when I say, are you going to the market, there is a rising tone. Now, what do I mean by rising tone? Let me quickly display. This particular word I'm just trying to make it easier for you. Let me change the color so that you can see it clearly. So this particular word, the last word in the question, are you going to the market? Are you going to the market? Now, are you going to the is flat. Are you going to the market? This is going up because the last word denotes like it's a question. Now, when you're speaking, a lot of people ask a question, but it sounds like a statement. So when you are speaking, your statement has to be flat, and when it's a question, the last word has to be a rising tone. For example, if I say, I'm going to the market. So here, let me add the line for you so that you can understand what do I mean by this. I'm going to the market. Now this is a statement and it's a flat intonation. But when I say, are you going to the market? Then it's a rising tone. Now mistakes that a lot of people do in terms of intonation is specific to making a mistake in terms of rising and dropping tones, where you can get confused, is it a question or a statement? For example, if I ask a question, now when the answer comes like a question. For example, if it's a quiz program and I ask who was the first say Vice President of India, how many of you know who was the first Vice President of India? You have to know this answer, very, very important. If you are a student, you definitely need to know who was the first Vice President of India. And it's his birthday tomorrow, and we celebrate that as the Teacher's Day, right? Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan. He was the first Vice President of India. So when I ask a question, who was the first Vice President of India? The answer is S. Radhakrishnan. Some people say S. Radhakrishnan. Now it goes on a rising tone. Now it doesn't come as an answer, it comes as a guess, or it comes as a question. Am I right? Is this S. Radhakrishnan? So when you are ending or when you are responding with a rising tone, it doesn't sound like a statement, it sounds more like a statement. Okay? That's why this intonation in terms of oral communication is very important. Now there is no intonation when it comes to written communication because you're not speaking, you're just reading, right? So their punctuation makes a difference. But when you're speaking, your intonation is of the primary importance. Another example which I want to give you, which is pretty important. When you are giving an information in terms of numbers, for example, can you please give me your phone number? And the answer is, my number is 98854-74156. This is my phone number. Now this is an example, it's actually not my phone number, don't call this number. Okay? Now some people just give this information as 98854-74156. Now you need to allow the other person to make a note of it. Now in India, this number can be given in parts of 5 plus 5. For example, my number is 98854-74156. So my number is 98854 74156. Now this is also difficult to make a note of. You won't remember. So the best way to do is to break it into 3 and 3. How do I do that? My number is 988 547 4156. Okay, this is a better way to give the number because it's easier to understand and keep a track of. So instead of breaking 5 plus 5, I've broken into 3 plus 3 plus 4. My number is 988 547 4156. Now this is also a part of intonation. For example, if I'm giving a bank account number, okay, I'm just typing random numbers. When you have such a long string of information, the better way to give that number is in terms of pairs, in terms of twos. My bank account number is 45745828624523146332. Now don't again break it into 6, 3 and 2. You can just combine the last 3 if you have an odd number there. So this is also an important element in terms of intonation. When you're giving the information, you break it down so that your listeners can understand it clearly. Now one point to be noted here. When I'm giving this series, now let me reduce this, let's keep it this way. When I'm giving this series, the first method or the first intonation I'm using is, let me reduce this so that I can have a smaller example. And so I'm giving this information. The number is 624523146332. Now pay attention. How did I say 632? Let's repeat again. 624523146332. For every 2 digit, the second digit, my tone is going up. Pay attention. 624523146332. The moment I drop my tone, that means it's the end of the series. This is a very important aspect of intonation. Now imagine if I'm not dropping this tone, it will sound like as if it's going to continue. 624523146332. Now 2, the moment I say 2 on a rising tone, it means I'm expecting, or my audience is expecting one more number. But the way I say 14632, the moment I say 2, it's dropping, that means it's end of the series. Another mistake that people do is they drop it way too low and you can't hear. And they say 624523146332. Now the 2 is so low, they always ask, I'm sorry, what is the last number again? That's why it's important the last unit of your string should be louder, but a drop tone. So it will be 624523146332. My volume went up, but my tone, my intonation is flat. Now these are the finer aspects of a very good oral communication. No matter if you're speaking to the person face to face or over the phone, they can understand you very clearly. And in order to be heard or in order to be comprehended very clearly, your pronunciation has to be absolutely perfect. So as a part of the first pillar of communication, I'm going to speak in detail about the pronunciation aspects for English language. Okay? Thank you for tuning in today. Please post your questions, whatever doubts you have in terms of pronunciation. If you're watching this on YouTube, please post your questions on the comment section. If you're watching it on Mana TV, please go back to Mana TV, the channel on YouTube, Amravati channel. So please post your questions. I will take a look at it and I will provide you with the answer. So we'll continue with the same session tomorrow where I'll focus on pronunciation. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Everybody, welcome to today's session. So we're going to begin with the communication skills training for today as a part of the ESE program. So what we covered in the last session was the basics of communication, where I spoke about the fundamentals. In today's session, I'm going to recap certain aspects of communication tree. So we looked at certain myths and realities in terms of communication cycle. I explained to you what does that mean. So let's take a quick look at the communication tree. So when we talk about the tree, the first thing that we need is a language. Now the language is broken into sentences. Now these sentences exist in every language. Whichever language we speak about, there is a language that is broken into sentences. And here we are speaking specifically about oral communication. Now the sentences are broken into words, and we usually think the words are broken into letters. This is again a myth that we need to get rid of. Since we are speaking about oral communication, the words are not broken into letters, they are broken into sound. When we speak about oral communication, this is a face-to-face communication when one person is talking to another person or one person is talking to more than one person. So it could be one-to-one or one-to-many. The medium can be anything. It doesn't really matter. Should it be face-to-face? It can be over the telephone. It can be a speech. For example, the Prime Minister's message that comes like Man Ki Baat, he records the speech and that is beamed on television or on radio. When there is a news that you're watching, certain segment of the news is live, but certain segment or majority of it is not live. It's recorded and it's played after that. So when we talk about any of these communication which is oral in nature, we are hearing it. And when we hear, we don't hear the letters, we hear the sentences which can be broken into words, but words are not broken into letters, they are broken into sounds. Now this fundamental aspect of words being broken into sounds is what pronunciation is all about. So let me repeat what pronunciation is. So pronunciation refers to the way in which we make the sound of words. It also means creating correct sounds using the muscles of our mouth, tongue and lips, etc. There are other important aspects of pronunciation. We looked at certain examples of word stress where we emphasize on certain syllables in a word, where the emphasis is on certain syllables. We looked at sentence stress where the emphasis is on certain words in a sentence. Linking, we looked at certain examples, joining certain words together. Intonation, the rise and fall of our voice as we speak. I gave you certain examples for intonation as well. Now, why should we focus on the pronunciation as a first fundamental pillar of communication? Let me show you certain example. I'm going to type certain words and I'm going to break it down to sounds. This is to demonstrate why pronunciation is very important. Okay. Now, I have a word which is sir, right? Now, this particular word is pronounced as sir. Now, this is a vowel sound. You will understand what a vowel sound is very soon. It's sir, or r, sir. This is how we are supposed to pronounce. Now, if you go in India, if you go down south in southern part of the country, the pronunciation changes of this word. Majority of the people pronounce the word sir as sar. Sar, can you please answer my question? So instead of saying sir, they say sar. So this is a pronunciation mistake. Now how do we identify it's a pronunciation mistake? Instead of a vowel sound they end up using a vowel sound a. Another example, the word is class and the pronunciation is k, l, a, s, class. This is how the pronunciation is. But people make a mistake. They say k, l, o, s. Instead of saying class, they end up pronouncing this as class. Okay? Now, why does this happen? It happens because of one fundamental issue that we call as regional influence. So let me quickly show you what do we mean by that. So we have two fundamental problems in English language when we speak. One is mother tongue influence. The second one is regional influence. People usually mistake the mother tongue influence as a pronunciation issue, but it's not a pronunciation issue. It's actually a regional influence issue. So whatever problem that we face in terms of incorrect pronunciation, it's because of regional influence. The reason it's a regional influence, because every region has a particular language and a dialect, and the sound pattern of that particular language and dialect impacts a third language or second language, which is English. Now, what do we mean by mother tongue influence? Mother tongue influence is something that impacts grammar. For example, there is a sentence, lot of people, for example, I'm supposed to reach a particular meeting at 4 o'clock, but I was 20 minutes late, and they ask me, why are you late? And my response is, I came late. Why? Because I did not get a cab, or I did not get an auto rickshaw, or my bus was late. So what do I say? I reached late. Why? Because I could not get a cab on time. This why because is a wrong usage in English language. There is a Telugu word which is yendukante. So we do a direct translation from that word to English and we say why because. Now why and because cannot be together because one of the word which is why is a redundancy. The same thing applies to this particular example. I can able to come at 4 p.m. Can you able to come at 4 p.m.? Now this is wrong. Can and able cannot be together because they mean the same. So the correct form is I can come at 4 p.m. and the question is, can you come at 4 p.m.? So the word able is not necessary, it's redundancy. Now when you have a word which is redundancy, what happens is it leads to grammatical issues. That is what mother tongue influence is all about. We do a transliteration. Transliteration basically means literal translation. We do a literal translation from our vernacular language to English language, and that leads to a grammar problem. For example, a lot of us ask this question when we meet for the first time. We ask, what's your good name? Now, what do we mean by good name? That doesn't mean the person also has a bad name. In India, culturally speaking, a person's name could be Srinivas, but at home, his friends or family calls him Srinu. So when they say, what's your good name? They basically mean what is the name which is mentioned in your resume or in your certificate. that is what good name is. But in English language, it can be either good or bad, which doesn't mean the person has a bad name as such. So that is what mother tongue influence is all about, where we think in a particular language, a vernacular language, and we do a direct translation to English, and that leads to grammar issue. But here we are speaking about sounds, we are speaking about pronunciation. When we speak about pronunciation, we are supposed to talk about regional influence. In every part of India, like I said, there is a language, there is dialect. So the pronunciation pattern of that particular language or dialect influences English language sounds when we speak. And that is why if you go to certain part of the country, they pronounce the same words differently. For example, if I have a word which is America, if you go to North India, especially Punjab, Chandigarh, Delhi and all that, now the correct pronunciation is, if I have to break it down to syllables, America. So there are 4 syllables, America. Now in northern part of the country, they pronounce this as Amrika. So they drop a syllable. Instead of saying America, they say I'm going to America. For example, the word which is school, there are 2 syllables, school. But in places like UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, they add another syllable. They pronounce this as school. Wherever there is a word that starts with the s sound, they add a e in front. So instead of saying school, they say school. Something like this happens here as well. For example, the word student, instead of saying student, lot of people pronounce this as student. So they add sh, they start it with sh instead of s. So how do we correct these problems? Now some of it comes because of the influences around us. This is how our teachers taught us in school. Unfortunately, even they did not know what is the correct pronunciation. When they keep talking with a wrong pronunciation, we all think that is the right pronunciation because they're the teachers, obviously they know the best and they're accurate and perfect. So we end up thinking that this is how the word is actually pronounced, but that is not the fact. Now why this entire pronunciation aspect is important? It's because it can lead to confusion when you are speaking to someone. There is a shift of sound that can happen, and that is what we need to eliminate. Let me show you certain examples of sound shift, why it can lead to a problem. I have a word which is leave and another word which is live. Okay. Now in case if you're watching something live on television, the same spelling is used, L-I-V-E, but the pronunciation changes to live instead of live. So I have leave, then I have live. If I have to break this down, the first one is L, E, V. The second one is L, I, V. So this E is something where the difference is. So here I say E, here I say E. Lot of people make this mistake, they interchange. They swap it, and that's where it leads to a problem. So if I have to speak a sentence, I want leave for 2 days as I am, let me correct the alignment. I want leave for 3 days as I am traveling to Mumbai. I used to live there. So please pay attention to how I am pronouncing. I want to leave for, I want a leave for 3 days as I am traveling to Mumbai. I used to live there. So this is live, this is leave. Now if I interchange the sound, now here I am talking about oral communication, and I interchange the sound and I end up saying, I want to live for 3 days as I am traveling to Mumbai. I used to leave there. It's not I used to leave there, I used to live there. So that's a sound shift when you end up doing, it's a problem. Some people have the problem of a j and z. For example, page. So instead of saying page, they pronounce this as pays. Instead of pronouncing zone, they pronounce this as zone. Now zone is different. Zone doesn't work. There's no such word. There is no such word as pays as well. Okay. So when you make these mistakes, it's difficult to understand what exactly the person is talking about. Another example, there is a word which is must. Must means you should. They replace the second sound so this is must, they say mast. Now mast means the top portion of a ship or a boat. Both are two different words. So when you make a mistake like this, it leads to understanding issue, comprehension issue. The best example that I can talk about in terms of influences is this particular word. Please pay attention to what I am saying. Now, what is the pronunciation of this word? There are two pronunciations which people usually say. One is schedule. Schedule. We can pronounce this as schedule. Let me change the color so that you can understand. You can either pronounce this as schedule, or some people pronounce this as schedule. So either you say schedule or you say schedule. Now let me tell you what is the correct pronunciation. In order to understand what is the correct pronunciation, you need to understand the influences and you need to understand the origin. Now English language primarily, we learned it from the British. So there is Victorian English and there is other English which is American English. Today the influences that you see, the way we speak, is primarily the impact of American English. But since we were ruled by British, we learned English from them, we are not very sure which one to use where. Now both their pronunciations are different for a lot of words. Let me show you the same word as an example for this. So when I have a word which is schedule, if I have to look at British pronunciation, now let me change the color so that you can identify what do I mean by this. The British pronunciation is schedule and American pronunciation is schedule. And this is a fact a lot of people don't understand. So the British pronunciation is schedule, the American pronunciation is schedule. Now in India, what we are doing is we are taking half of American pronunciation and we are taking half of British pronunciation, and we end up pronouncing this as schedule. This is where we go wrong because of the influences without understanding the root of it, without understanding the origin of it or the structure of it. Now how do we understand, or how do we make sure that we understand the sounds properly and we do not make any kind of pronunciation mistake? So what do I need to do, and what do I need to do to correct this? In order to do that, we need to understand what do we mean by sound. We know what is a pronunciation in terms of definition, but why is it different? Why is it difficult to get the correct sound in English language? We need to look at certain examples so that I can demonstrate that to you. Okay. Now I have a word here. Let's try this quick example. I have a word which is city, okay, and I have another word which is cat. So we have city and we have cat. Now pay attention very closely. Now what is common between these two words? The first letter, of course. Both the words starts with the letter C. But when I look at the first word city and when I look at the second word cat, there is a fundamental difference in terms of pronunciation. Another example, we have giraffe starting with G. It's not giraffe, it's giraffe. And we have a word which is gadget. Here again, G and G, both the words starts with the same letter. But the fundamental difference is, when we have the word city, we can replace the word the letter C with a S. Even if I have S, I can pronounce this as city. There will be a spelling mistake, but the sound will be accurate. The same thing applies to cat. I can replace the letter C with a K and I can pronounce this as cat, which means the first letter, even though the letter is C, it carries the function of S, and when I have the letter C again, it carries the function of a K, cat. But if I use K and S, there will be spelling mistakes, but as far as the pronunciation is concerned, both are accurate. Likewise, in giraffe, it starts with a J sound and gadget starts with a G sound. Alright? So even though the first letter is identical and same, but the sound is different. So what do we understand from this? When we talk about sound, the same letter can carry two different sounds. That's why you got to be very, very careful when you speak in English language, when you understand the sound. Why does this happen? That the same letter carries different sound. For example, PUT is put, but BUT is but. So it's different, right? It happens in English language. It's because the language itself is a non-phonetic language. Please remember, English is a non-phonetic language. To understand what is phonetic, let's quickly read. Some languages are phonetic. That means you can look at a written word and know how to pronounce it. Or you can hear a word and know how to spell it. So there is a direct relationship between spelling and sound. However, English is not a phonetic language. It's a non-phonetic language. That's why what you say is not what you spell. So I can have two words starting with the same letters, but the pronunciation is different, since English is a non-phonetic language. Now compare English language with any other language. Say for example, Telugu, Kannada, Punjabi, Marathi, Hindi, any language for that matter. Whatever you write, you say the same thing. The pronunciation is same as the spelling. But in English, it is different because it's a non-phonetic language. Now, in order to understand how do we determine what is the correct pronunciation, you need to understand the sounds. Now, what do we mean by sounds? How do we master it? Now, quick information I am giving you as a last part of this program, and tomorrow I will give it to you in detail. In order to understand the sounds perfectly, you need to understand the sound structure. And there are two kinds of sounds. One is consonant sound and the second one is vowel sounds. Now, what do we mean by consonant and vowel? So if you look at this particular example, let me go back to my slide. You see this particular part, or let me make it simple for you. Okay. Now what do we have here? We have A, B, C, D and so on and so forth. So we have all the alphabet system here. So all the letters. So what happens is, when you have these letters in front of you, we are looking at it as the alphabet system. It's not alphabets, it's alphabet. Alright. So how many do we have? We have 26. Now something that you need to understand, this is something which we read in our or studied in our school. Let me change this a little bit. Yes. So we have 26 letters in English alphabet system, out of which we have 21 consonants and the remaining 5 are vowels. So 21 plus 5 is 26. But these are letters, these are not sounds. Okay? So in English language, we have 21 consonants and 5 vowels, but you need to understand in terms of sound. Let me change this color so that you can differentiate. We have 24 consonant sounds and we fundamentally have 15 vowel sounds. Now this 15 vowel sounds are divided into 3. There could be more, but for quick understanding and for practical purposes, we talk about only 3 kind of vowel sounds. So we have 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds. Your entire pronunciation is within the circle of 24 plus 15. If you pronounce a word which is beyond or which is out of this 24 and 15, that means you are making a pronunciation mistake. There are a lot of sounds which does not exist in English language. Say for example bh, say for example jh. These sounds, you will not find any word where these sounds exist. Now what are the sound that we have in English language? To understand that, we need to get started with the consonant sound principles. There are 24 consonant sounds and tomorrow I'll talk about these sounds in detail. Please remember, once we finish consonant sounds, we need to understand the vowel sounds. We will do a lot of practice with these sounds. Then we need to understand syllable and syllable stress. Once you finish this, you will understand how you had been mispronouncing a lot of words and what is the correct pronunciation. If you're watching this on YouTube, I want you to do me a favor, and most importantly, do yourself a favor. Whatever words you find it difficult to pronounce and you don't know the pronunciation, how to say it, please post those words in the comment section. Tomorrow's session, I will tell you how the pronunciation is, and I will also announce the name of the person who's saying this. Okay, so your name will be announced in Mana TV, so that's the good news for you. So I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll get started with the consonant sounds. All right, thank you for tuning in. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
ఈరోజు మనం అర్థశాస్త్రానికి సంబంధించి వ్యవసాయ పరపతి మార్గాలు, సమస్యలు, పరిష్కారాలు అనే టాపిక్ని మనం మాట్లాడుకోబోతున్నాం. ఇది ఎంతో ముఖ్యమైన టాపిక్. ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో మనము రైతుల సమస్యపై అనేక చర్చ జరుగుతుంది మనకు మీడియాలోను, పత్రికల్లోను. సో దీనికి సంబంధించి మనము 3 భాగాలుగా దీన్ని చర్చించుకోబోతున్నాం. ముఖ్యంగా వ్యవసాయ పరపతి ఆవశ్యకత, రకాలు మొదటి భాగం. రెండవది వ్యవసాయ పరపతి మార్గాలేమిటి, మూడవది వ్యవసాయ పరపతి మార్గాల్లో కలిగిన సమస్యలు ఏమిటి, పరిష్కారాలు ఏమిటి అని కూడా మనం మాట్లాడుకుందాం. ముందుగా మనము ఆనాడు గమనిస్తే మనకు 1928లోనే బ్రిటిష్ కాలంలో రాయల్ కమిషన్ ఒక మాట చెప్పింది. ఇండియన్ ఫార్మర్ ఈజ్ బోర్న్ ఇన్ డెట్, లివ్స్ ఇన్ డెట్ అండ్ డైస్ ఇన్ డెట్. అంటే నాడు భారతీయ రైతు మనకు అప్పులోనే పుట్టి అప్పులోనే పెరిగి అప్పులోనే మరణిస్తున్నాడు. ఆనాటి కథ అది. నేడు చూస్తే ఎంఎస్ స్వామినాథన్ కమిషన్ రిపోర్ట్ ప్రకారం, అలాగే నాబార్డ్ రిపోర్ట్ ప్రకారం, మిగతా మినిస్ట్రీ ఆఫ్ అగ్రికల్చర్, ఎన్ఎస్ఎస్ఓ సర్వేస్, మీడియా ప్రకారం చూస్తే కూడా ఈ రోజుకి కూడా అదే సమస్యను మన రైతులు ఎదుర్కొంటున్నట్టుగా మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. కాబట్టి ప్రధాన సమస్య మన దేశంలో ఈరోజు దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఎదుర్కొంటున్న సమస్య రైతుల రుణ సమస్య. ఒకే సమస్య దేశవ్యాప్తంగా అన్ని రాష్ట్రాల్లోనూ మనం ఎదుర్కొంటున్నాం. ముఖ్యంగా మనకు దక్షిణాది రాష్ట్రాల్లో కరువు ఎక్కువ కలిగిన రాష్ట్రాల్లో ఇది మనం బాగా గమనించవచ్చు. ఈ నేపథ్యంలో అసలు రైతు ఎందుకు రుణం చేయవలసి వస్తుంది, రైతుకున్న రుణ మార్గాలు ఏమిటి, వీటిని మనము ఒకసారి పరిశీలిద్దాం. మొదట వ్యవసాయ పరపతి పరిచయం. సో వ్యవసాయ పరపతి అన్నది మనకు వ్యవసాయ అర్థశాస్త్రంలో ప్రధానమైన భాగం. దీనిని టాండన్ అండ్ ధోండియాల్ అనే ఇద్దరు శాస్త్రవేత్తలు ఈ విధంగా నిర్వచించారు. అగ్రికల్చర్ ఫైనాన్స్ ఈజ్ ఎ బ్రాంచ్ ఆఫ్ అగ్రికల్చర్ ఎకనామిక్స్ విచ్ డీల్స్ విత్ అండ్ ఫైనాన్స్ రిసోర్సెస్ రిలేటెడ్ టు ఇండివిడ్యువల్ ఫార్మ్ యూనిట్స్. అంటే వ్యక్తిగత రైతులకు సంబంధించిన అన్ని విషయాలకు రుణానికి సంబంధించిన శాస్త్రమే ఈ అగ్రికల్చర్ ఫైనాన్స్ అన్నది. సో దీనిని మనం చెప్పుకుంటే రైతులు తమ అవసరాల కోసం, పొలం పనులు సాగు చేయడం కోసం, పొలానికి సంబంధించిన అనుబంధ పనుల కోసం అనేక రకాల మార్గాల నుండి అప్పులు చేయడం జరుగుతుంది, వనరులు సేకరించడం జరుగుతుంది. ఈ వనరులు సేకరించడాన్నే మనం రుణం చేయడం అంటాం. బ్యాంకింగ్ దృష్టిలో దీన్నే వ్యవసాయ పరపతి అంటాం. సో టోటల్ అగ్రి వాల్యూ చైన్ అంటాం మనం. అంటే విత్తనం నుంచి మార్కెటింగ్ వరకు అనేక పనులు ఉంటాయి. ఈ ప్రతి పనిలోనూ మనకు రుణం కావాలి. ఈ రుణం చేయడం కోసం అనేక మనకు ఆవశ్యకత కూడా మనకు తెలుసుకోవచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు అంటే ఈ రుణం ఎందుకు చేయవలసి వస్తుంది రైతు అనేది మనం గమనిస్తే మనకు అవసరం ఏంటి రైతుకు అంటే 2011 సెన్సస్ ప్రకారం మనం గమనిస్తే 68.8% గ్రామాల్లో ఇప్పటికీ నివసిస్తున్నారు. అంటే గ్రామీణ జనాభా ఎక్కువగా ఉన్నది. దానిలో 52% పైగా జనాభా ఈ వ్యవసాయ రంగం పైన ఆధారపడి ఉన్నారు. అంటే వ్యవసాయ రంగాన్ని విస్మరించి మనం దేశ అభివృద్ధి మనం సాధించలేం. అందులో 70% పైగా దేశంలోని రైతులు చిన్న సన్నకారు రైతులు. అంటే 1 హెక్టార్ నుండి 2 హెక్టార్ల వరకు కేవలం భూమి పరిమితి కలిగిన వాళ్ళు మాత్రమే ఉన్నారు. వీళ్లకు పెట్టుబడి కావలసిన సొంత వనరులు ఏమీ ఉండవు. అందువలన వీళ్ళు బ్యాంకుల నుంచి ఇతర మార్గాల నుండి రుణం చేయవలసి వస్తుంది కంపల్సరీ. అలాగే బహిర్గత లేదా మార్కెట్ ఆధారిత వ్యవసాయం ఈరోజు నడుస్తున్నది. అంటే ఏమిటి, మనకి ఈరోజు పూర్తిగా విత్తనం నుంచి అన్ని రకాల వనరులను రైతు మార్కెట్లో కొనుక్కోవాల్సి వస్తున్నది. వీటి ధరలు ఎప్పటికప్పుడు పెరుగుతున్నాయి. సో ఒకవైపు వీటి ధరలు పెరగడం వల్ల పెట్టుబడి సాగు వ్యయం పెరుగుతున్నది, ఫలితంగా తాను అప్పు చేయవలసి వస్తున్నది. అలాగే మరొకసారి చూస్తే మనకు వాణిజ్య వ్యవసాయం కూడా మనం ఎక్కువ సాగు చేస్తున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు పత్తి, మనకు వేరుశనగ, మిర్చి, టమాటా లాంటి సాగు చేస్తున్నాం. కాబట్టి ఇవి ఎక్కువగా మార్కెట్లో ఒడిదొడుకులు లోనవుతుంటాయి. సో వీటితో పెట్టుబడి ఎక్కువ కూడా కూడుకొని ఉంటుంది. దీనివలన మనకేమవుతున్నది, రైతులు మనకు ఎప్పటికప్పుడు రుణం కోసం, బయట సహాయం కోసం వాళ్ళు ఆధారపడవలసి వస్తున్నది. అలాగే మొదటి నుంచి కూడా మన భారత ప్రభుత్వం హరిత విప్లవంలో భాగంగా గ్రో మోర్ ఫుడ్ క్యాంపెయిన్ అనే క్యాంపెయిన్ తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది. అంటే దీని అర్థం మనకు ఎక్కువ ఆహార ఉత్పత్తిని తీసుకురావాలి, మార్కెట్లోకి తీసుకురావడం ద్వారా మనకు ఆహార భద్రతను తీసుకురావాలని ఆ రోజుల్లో మనకు పరిపాలించే వాళ్ళు ఊహించారన్నమాట. దీనివలన ఎక్కువ పంటలు పండించడం కోసం ఎక్కువ రుణం చేయవలసి వచ్చింది. అలాగే మనకు రైతు పంట పండించుకున్న తర్వాత ఈ విత్తడానికి, పంట అమ్ముకోవడానికి మధ్య ఎక్కువ విరామం ఉంటుంది. ఈ విరామం మధ్యలో తన కుటుంబ అవసరాల కోసం, వేరే అవసరాల కోసం చాలా అతనికి కూడా ధనం అవసరమై ఉంటుంది. అలాంటి సమయంలో ఏమవుతుంది, ఖచ్చితంగా తాను ఆ పంట అమ్ముకోని పరిస్థితి ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి తాను రుణం చేయవలసి వస్తుంది. అలాగే పెట్టుబడి ఖర్చుల కన్నా తనకు వచ్చే ఆదాయం కూడా రోజు రోజుకు తగ్గిపోతుంది మనం గమనించవచ్చు. ఒకవైపు పెట్టుబడి ఖర్చులు పెరుగుతున్నా తనకు వస్తున్న దిగుబడి లేదా తనకు వస్తున్న గిట్టుబాటు ఆదాయము బాగా తగ్గుతున్నది. ఫలితంగా ఏమవుతున్నది, తాను అప్పులు చేయవలసిన అగత్యం రైతుకు ఏర్పడుతున్నది. అలాగే తనకు ముఖ్యంగా గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో వ్యక్తిగత సామాజిక అవసరాలు ఎక్కువ ఉంటాయి. పండగలు, పెళ్ళిళ్ళు ఇలాంటి అవసరాల కోసం తాను ఖచ్చితంగా అప్పులు చేయవలసిన అవసరం కూడా ఏర్పడుతున్నదని మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. అలాగే మనకు సకాలంలో తగినంత పరపతి మనం ఇవ్వగలిగితే రైతులకు నీరు ఎంత ముఖ్యమో తగినంత పరపతి కూడా అంతే ముఖ్యం. ఆ పరపతి ఇవ్వగలిగితే ప్రతి రైతు పొలం సాగు చేసి సకాలంలో పంటలు పండించి వ్యవసాయ ఉత్పాదకతను పెంచుకునే అవకాశం ఉన్నది. ఈ ఉత్పాదకత పెంచవలసిన ఆవశ్యకత ఈరోజు మనకు ఎంతో ఉంది. ఎందుకంటే సాగు భూమి ఎక్కువ లేదు, కానీ జనాభా పెరుగుతున్నారు. సో సాగు భూమి పెరగకపోగా జనాభా పెరగడం వలన భవిష్యత్తులో ఆహార సమస్య ఏర్పడుతుందని మనకు శాస్త్రవేత్తలు హెచ్చరిస్తున్నారు. ఈ నేపథ్యంలో ఖచ్చితంగా మనం పరపతిని రైతులకు అందించవలసిన అవసరం ఉందని మనకు చెప్పవచ్చు. అలాగే గ్రామాలలో మనకు మరో సమస్య పేదరికం, నిరుద్యోగం. ఈ పేదరికం, నిరుద్యోగ సమస్య నివారించాలంటే ఖచ్చితంగా మనము రైతులను ప్రోత్సహించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. రైతును ప్రోత్సహించాలంటే మనం పరపతిని అందించవలసిన అవసరం ఎంతైనా ఉన్నది. అలాగే మనకు గ్రామీణాభివృద్ధి అనేది దేశాభివృద్ధిలో ప్రధాన అంశం. 70% జనాభా కలిగిన ఈ ప్రాంతాన్ని అభివృద్ధి చేయకుండా మన దేశాభివృద్ధి గురించి మనం మాట్లాడుకోలేం. అలాగే మనము ఐక్యరాజ్య సమితి కానీ మన కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలు కానీ ఎప్పుడు మాట్లాడే అంశం సుస్థిర అభివృద్ధి, అలాగే సంతులిత అభివృద్ధి. ఈ రెండింటిని సాధించాలంటే మనం ఖచ్చితంగా గ్రామీణాభివృద్ధిని కలుపుకొని పోవాలి, గ్రామీణ ప్రజలను కలుపుకొని పోవాలి. గ్రామీణ ప్రజలంటే ఎవరు? ముఖ్యంగా రైతాంగమే. ఆ రైతాంగంలో ముఖ్యంగా చిన్న సన్నకారు రైతులు ఎక్కువగా ఉన్నారు. వీరి అభివృద్ధి సాధించకుండా మనం సుస్థిర అభివృద్ధిని సాధించలేము. వీరి అభివృద్ధిని వెంట తీసుకెళ్లకుండా మనము సంతులిత అభివృద్ధిని మనం ఏమాత్రము ఏర్పాటు చేసుకోలేమని చెప్పవచ్చు. కాబట్టి ఇన్ని కారణాల దృష్ట్యా మనకు వ్యవసాయము పరపతి ఎంతో అవసరమని, వాళ్లకు అందించవలసిన అవసరం అన్నదని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. అలాగే మనకు అలాంటప్పుడు రైతు ఒకవేళ రుణం చేయవాలనుకుంటే ఎలాంటి రుణాలు మనకు రకాలు ఉన్నాయి, వీళ్లకు ఎలాంటి రుణాలు చేయవచ్చు వీళ్ళు అనేది మనం చూస్తే రుణ కాల పరిమితి ఆధారంగా మనకు 3 రకాలు మనకున్నాయి. ఒకటి స్వల్పకాలిక రుణాలు. దీని నిడివి 12 నుండి 15 నెలల మధ్యకాలం. ఈ మధ్యకాలంలో ఈ రుణాన్ని తిరిగి ఇవ్వవచ్చు. అలాగే రెండవది మధ్యకాలిక రుణాలు. ఈ మధ్యకాలిక రుణాలు 15 నెలల నుంచి 5 సంవత్సరాల కాల వ్యవధి కలిగినవి. ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో వీళ్ళు కావాల్సిన అవసరాలు తీర్చుకొని చిన్న చిన్న పనిముట్లు, కొత్త కొత్త యంత్రాలు కొనుక్కోవడానికి ఈ మధ్యకాలిక రుణాలు ఉపయోగపడతాయి. అలాగే దీర్ఘకాలిక రుణాలు మనకు 5 నుంచి 20 సంవత్సరాల కాల వ్యవధి కలిగినవి. ఇవి పెద్ద పెద్ద యంత్రాల కొనుగోలుకు, పాత అప్పులు తీర్చడానికి, భూముల కొనుగోలుకు వీటికి మనము వాడుతూ ఉంటారు రైతులు. కాబట్టి రుణ కాల పరిమితి ఆధారంగా మనము 3 రకాలుగా మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. స్వల్పకాలిక రుణాలు, మధ్యకాలిక రుణాలు, దీర్ఘకాలిక రుణాలు. అలాగే రుణ పద్ధతి ఆధారంగా, అంటే రుణాన్ని ఏ విధంగా ఇస్తారు అనే అంశాన్ని ఆధారంగా కూడా మనము 2 రకాలుగా చెప్పవచ్చు. ఒకటి ప్రత్యక్ష రుణాలు, 2 పరోక్ష రుణాలు. ప్రత్యక్ష రుణాలంటే నేరుగా రైతులకే అందించడం జరుగుతుంది. వారి చేతులకు అందించడం ద్వారా వారి అవసరాలను వారే నేరుగా నెరవేర్చుకున్న వారు అవుతారు. అలాగే రెండోది పరోక్ష రుణాలు. ఇవి నేరుగా ఇవ్వకుండా వ్యవసాయాభివృద్ధికి అవసరమైన ఎరువులు, మందులు పంపిణీ, పశువుల దాణా, యంత్రాలు, ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్, స్టోరేజ్ ఇలాంటి వాటి కోసం మనకు పరోక్ష రుణాలు ఇస్తుంటారు. అలాగే మైక్రో ఇరిగేషన్, షుగర్ మిల్స్లో అలాంటి సంస్థల్లో షేర్స్ కొనుగోలు చేయడానికి, ఇటీవల కాలంలో వచ్చిన అగ్రి క్లినిక్ లాంటివి ఏర్పాటు చేసుకోవడానికి మనకు ప్రభుత్వం అందించే రుణాలే పరోక్ష రుణాలుగా మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. కాబట్టి రుణ పద్ధతి ఆధారంగా మనకు 2 రకాలు ఉన్నాయి, ప్రత్యక్ష రుణాలు, పరోక్ష రుణాలు. అలాగే ఈ రుణాన్ని రైతు ఏ విధంగా ఉపయోగించుకుంటున్నాడు అనే దాన్ని బట్టి కూడా 2 రకాలుగా మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. ఒకటి ఉత్పాదక రుణాలు, రెండవది అనుత్పాదక రుణాలు. ఉత్పాదక రుణాలంటే రైతు దేనికోసమైతే రుణం తీసుకున్నాడో వ్యవసాయ పనుల కోసం, దానికోసమే వాడితే అది ఉత్పాదక రుణం. ఆ పరపతి అన్నది పెట్టుబడికి ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. ఆ పెట్టుబడి సంపదను సృష్టిస్తుంది, అంటే వ్యవసాయ ఉత్పత్తులను పెంచుతుంది. దానివలన రైతుకు ఆ అప్పును తిరిగి చెల్లించే సామర్థ్యం ఇస్తుంది. కానీ చాలామంది రైతులు తాను తీసుకున్న రుణాన్ని వ్యక్తిగత అవసరాల కోసం, సామాజిక అవసరాల కోసం వాడేస్తున్నారు. ఇలా వ్యక్తిగత, సామాజిక అవసరాల కోసం వాడితే దానిని మనము మనకు అనుత్పాదక రుణాలు అంటారు. ఈ అనుత్పాదక రుణాల వలన ఎలాంటి ఉత్పత్తి చేపట్టబోగా తన సామర్థ్యాన్ని తగ్గించుకున్నవాడవుతాడు. దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే తాను ఆ పాత అప్పులు తీర్చడానికి మళ్ళీ కొత్త అప్పులు చేయవలసి వస్తుంది. కాబట్టి ఉత్పాదక రుణాలు అయితేనే రైతుకు మేలు చేస్తుంది. కాబట్టి రైతు అనేవాడు ఆ అప్పు తీసుకున్నప్పుడు ఉత్పాదక రంగాలపైనే వాటిని ఖర్చు పెడితే అతనికి అది మంచి మేలు చేస్తుందని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. ఇలా మనం గమనిస్తే మనకు మందులు పిచికారీ చేయడానికి, యంత్రాలు కొనుగోలు చేయడానికి, అలాగే పశువులు కొనుగోలు చేయడానికి, ఇలా మనకు రైస్ మిల్లింగ్ కోసము ఇట్లా రకరకాల అవసరాల కోసం రైతులు రుణాలు చేసి మనకు స్వల్పకాలిక, మధ్యకాలిక కావచ్చు, ఉత్పాదక అనుత్పాదక కావచ్చు, లేక మనకు ప్రత్యక్ష పరోక్ష రుణాలు కావచ్చు, ఏ రూపంలోనైనా రుణాలు చేసి తన అవసరాలు తీర్చుకుంటున్నాడని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. మరి రైతు ఇన్ని అవసరాల కోసం రుణాలు చేయాలంటే ఎక్కడెక్కడ తీసుకురావాల్సి ఉంటుంది? రుణ మార్గాలు ఏమిటి? దీనిని మనం పరపతి మార్గాలని కూడా అంటారు. ప్రధానంగా మనకు 2 రకాల మార్గాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఒకటి సంస్థాగతం కాని మార్గాలు, 2 సంస్థాగతం అయిన మార్గాలు. నాన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషనల్ సోర్సెస్ ఆఫ్ క్రెడిట్ అని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. నాన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషనల్ అన్నవి సాంప్రదాయబద్ధంగా వస్తున్నాయి, అవి చట్టబద్ధంగా గుర్తించబడినవి కావు, సమాజంలో ఎప్పటి నుంచో మనకు వస్తున్నాయి. ముఖ్యంగా వడ్డీ వ్యాపారులు, వర్తకులు, పెద్ద రైతులు, బంధువులు, స్నేహితులు నుంచి కూడా రైతులు తమ అవసరాల కోసం వడ్డీ పైన కానీ లేదా చేయబదుళ్ళ పైన కానీ అప్పులు చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. అలాగే మనకు ముఖ్యంగా ఆ తరువాత ప్రభుత్వం కోరుకొని చట్టబద్ధంగా గుర్తించి రైతులకు రుణ సహాయం అందించాలి అనే ఉద్దేశంతో సంస్థాగతమైన మార్గాలను ఏర్పాటు చేసింది. ముఖ్యంగా మొదటి రోజుల్లో ప్రభుత్వం తక్కావి రుణాలు అని స్వల్పకాలిక రుణాలు నేరుగా రైతులకు అందించేది. తర్వాత కాలంలో వాటిని తీసివేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ తర్వాత సహకార సంఘాలని, వాణిజ్య బ్యాంకులని, ప్రాంతీయ గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకులని, ఆ తర్వాత నాబార్డ్, రిజర్వ్ బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా, స్వయం సహాయక బృందాలు, బ్యాంకింగేతర సంస్థలని రకరకాల సంస్థలు మనకు ఏర్పాటు చేసుకొని ఇప్పటికీ ఇవి రైతులకు రుణ సహాయాన్ని అందిస్తున్నాయి. కాబట్టి ఒక రైతు ఇన్ని మార్గాల గుండా మనకు రుణ సహాయాన్ని పొందుతున్నాడని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. ముఖ్యంగా మన దేశంలో ఈ పరపతి వ్యవస్థ చరిత్రను చూస్తే మనకు రుణాలు అందించేది మనకేం కొత్త కాదు, ఎప్పటి నుంచో ఉంది వ్యవస్థ. ముఖ్యంగా కౌటిల్యుని అర్థశాస్త్రంలో, మనుస్మృతిలోనూ కూడా దీన్ని పేర్కొనడం జరిగింది. అలాగే 17వ శతాబ్దంలో మన దేశానికి వచ్చిన ఒక ఫ్రెంచ్ ట్రావెలర్ జేబీ ట్రావెంజర్ అనే అతను మనకు ఏం చెప్పాడంటే, ప్రతి గ్రామంలోనూ ఒక ష్రాఫ్ అనే వ్యక్తి ఉండేవాడు. ఇతను నేటి బ్యాంకు లాగా పనిచేసేవాడు. అంటే రైతులకు లేదా ప్రజలకు కావాల్సిన రుణాలు ఇవ్వడం, డిపాజిట్లు తీసుకోవడం, ఈ పని చేసేవాడు. ఇతని ద్వారానే ఆ తర్వాత రోజుల్లో ఈస్ట్ ఇండియా కంపెనీ వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన రెవెన్యూ కూడా, ట్యాక్స్ని కూడా కలెక్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. సో ఈ విధంగా మనకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో మనకు ఈ రుణాలు అందించే వ్యవస్థ ఉంది. అయితే ఆధునిక కాలంలో మనం అనుకుంటున్న బ్యాంకింగ్ వ్యవస్థ మాత్రం బ్రిటిష్ వారితోనే మన దేశంలో మొదలైందని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. ముఖ్యంగా బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ బెంగాల్ మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా మన దేశంలో బ్రిటిష్ వారు ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. దీన్ని కలకత్తాలో ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. దీన్ని మనం చూడవచ్చు ఇక్కడ స్లైడ్స్ ద్వారా. సో ఇది బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ బెంగాల్, కలకత్తా. సో అప్పటి నుంచి మన దేశంలో బ్యాంకులు ఒక్కొక్కటే ప్రారంభించుకుంటూ వస్తున్నాం. ఆ తర్వాత 1860 తర్వాత అనేక మంది ప్రైవేట్ బ్యాంకులు మన దేశంలో ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. అలా భారతీయులు కూడా ముందుకు వచ్చి బ్యాంకింగ్ రంగంలోకి ప్రవేశించారు. అట్లా భారతీయులచే ఏర్పాటు చేయబడిన మొదటి బ్యాంకు ఔద్ కమర్షియల్ బ్యాంక్ ఇన్ 1881. అలా రెండవది పంజాబ్ నేషనల్ బ్యాంక్ ఇన్ 1894. దీనిని మనం ఇప్పుడు కూడా చూడవచ్చు. ఆ తర్వాత 1935లో రిజర్వ్ బ్యాంకును ఏర్పాటు చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది. దానినే 1949లో మనము జాతీయం చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది. స్వాతంత్రానంతరం ఈ బ్యాంకులకు పాత్రలోనూ, ఈ బ్యాంకుల పనితీరులోనూ అనేక మార్పులు తీసుకొచ్చారు. ముఖ్యంగా ఆర్థికాభివృద్ధిలో బ్యాంకులకు పాజిటివ్ ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్స్గా గుర్తించడం జరిగింది. అంటే గ్రోత్ ఇంజిన్గా ఇవి పనిచేయాలని ఆ రోజు వాళ్ళు తీర్మానించడం జరిగింది, గుర్తించారు. దానికి అనుగుణంగా వీటి పాత్రలోనూ వాటి పనితీరులోనూ మార్పులు తీసుకొచ్చారు. తర్వాత ఈ సంస్థాగత బ్యాంకుల్లో మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా మనం చెప్పుకోవాల్సింది సహకార బ్యాంకులు. ఇవి 1904లోనే మన దేశంలో బ్రిటిష్ వారు ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. అత్యంత ప్రాచీనమైన సంస్థలుగా మనం వీటిని చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. స్థానికంగా ఉన్న రైతులే లేదా ఇతర ప్రజలు కలిసి సహకార సంఘాన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేసుకుంటారు. సహకార సంఘాన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేసుకొని వీరు తమలో తామే ఆ పొదుపును సేకరించి ఆ రుణాలు తీసుకోవడం జరుగుతుంది. తద్వారా స్థానికంగా ఉన్న వాళ్ళ స్వల్ప మధ్యకాలిక రుణ అవసరాలను తీర్చుకోవడం జరుగుతుంది. ఈ చట్టాన్ని 1912లో మరింత పటిష్టం చేశారు. తర్వాత బ్యాంకింగ్ చట్టం 1949లోను 1965లోను తీసుకొచ్చి సహకార బ్యాంకులను పనితీరులో సమర్థవంతంగా పనిచేయడానికి అనేక మార్పులు తీసుకొచ్చారు. ఇవి స్వల్ప మధ్యకాలిక దీర్ఘకాలిక రుణాలను రైతులకు కావలసిన అవసరాల కోసం అందిస్తూ ఉంటాయి. ముఖ్యంగా సహకార సంస్థల యొక్క నిర్మాణాన్ని మనం పరిశీలిస్తే ఒకసారి సహకార సంస్థలు ఇటు గ్రామాల్లోనూ పట్టణాల్లోనూ పనిచేస్తున్నాయి. ముఖ్యంగా గ్రామాల్లో మనకు స్వల్పకాలిక రుణాలు అందిస్తున్నాయి, ఇటు దీర్ఘకాలిక రుణాలను అందిస్తున్నాయి. దీర్ఘకాలిక రుణాలు అందించడానికి మనకు ఇటు రాష్ట్రము అటు గ్రామ స్థాయిలో మనకు బ్యాంకులు పనిచేస్తున్నాయి. వీటిని మనకు ల్యాండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ బ్యాంక్స్ అంటారు. వీటిని దీర్ఘకాలిక రుణాలు అందించడం జరుగుతుంది. అలాగే స్వల్పకాలిక రుణాలు అందించడానికి మనకు 3 అంచెల స్థాయి ఉన్నది: గ్రామము, జిల్లా, రాష్ట్రం. గ్రామాల్లో అయితే మనకు ప్రాథమిక వ్యవసాయ సహకార సంఘాలు ఉన్నాయి, జిల్లాలో అయితే కేంద్ర మనకు సహకార బ్యాంకులు ఉన్నాయి, రాష్ట్రంలో అయితే రాష్ట్ర సహకార బ్యాంకులు పనిచేస్తున్నాయి. ఇలా మన రాష్ట్రంలో చూస్తే మనకు గ్రామ స్థాయిలో ప్రాథమిక సహకార సంఘాలు, జిల్లా స్థాయిలో కేంద్ర సహకార బ్యాంకులు, రాష్ట్ర స్థాయిలో స్టేట్ కోఆపరేటివ్ బ్యాంక్ అంటారు. దీన్ని మన రాష్ట్రంలో ఏపీ సిఓబి యాప్కాబ్గా మనం చెప్పుకుంటున్నాం. సో ఈ మూడు సంస్థలు కూడా 3 స్థాయిల్లో రైతులకు కావలసిన స్వల్ప దీర్ఘకాలిక రుణాలను మనకు అందిస్తున్నాయని చెప్పవచ్చు. 2016-17 నాటికి ఈ బ్యాంకులు పనితీరు మనం చూస్తే మనకు దేశవ్యాప్తంగా మనకు రాష్ట్ర స్థాయి బ్యాంకులేమో 33 ఉన్నాయి. వీంట్లో 7 లక్షల మంది పైగా సభ్యులు ఉన్నారు. దీంట్లో 1,22,000 కోట్ల రుణాలను అందించినట్టుగా మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. అలాగే జిల్లా స్థాయి బ్యాంకులు, అలాగే ప్రాథమిక సహకార బ్యాంకులు కూడా ఆయా శాఖలు కలిగి ఉండి సభ్యులను చేర్చుకొని లక్షల కోట్ల విలువ కలిగిన రుణాలను మనకు అందించినట్టుగా మనకు యాన్యువల్ రిపోర్ట్ 2017 ప్రకారం మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. ఆ తర్వాత మనం చెప్పుకోవాల్సిన ముఖ్యమైన సంస్థలు వాణిజ్య బ్యాంకులు. 1955లోనే స్టేట్ బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియాను ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇది మన దేశంలోని అతిపెద్ద ప్రభుత్వ బ్యాంకు. ప్రస్తుతం 42 కోట్ల మంది కస్టమర్లు కలిగి ఉన్నారు. అలాగే 22,415 బ్రాంచులు మన ఈ స్టేట్ బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా కలిగి ఉంది. తద్వారా అనేక మందికి రుణ సహాయం అందిస్తున్నారు. అలాగే ముఖ్యంగా వచ్చిన మార్పు ఏంటంటే దీంట్లో 1969లో ఆల్ ఇండియా రూరల్ క్రెడిట్ రివ్యూ కమిటీ ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఈ కమిటీ సలహా మేరకు రైతులకు ఏ ఒక్క సంస్థ కాకుండా పలు సంస్థలు రుణ సహాయం అందిస్తే, పరపతి సహాయం అందిస్తే తద్వారా రైతు తన పెట్టుబడికి ముందుకొచ్చి సాగు చేస్తాడనే ఉద్దేశంతో మల్టీ ఏజెన్సీ అప్రోచ్ను తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది. ఈ మల్టీ ఏజెన్సీ అప్రోచ్లో భాగంగా అనేక సంస్థలను మనము జాతీయం చేయడం జరిగింది. ముఖ్యంగా 1969లో 14 ప్రైవేట్ బ్యాంకులను, అలాగే 1980లో 6 ప్రైవేట్ బ్యాంకులను మనం జాతీయం చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది. 1980లో చేసిన బ్యాంకుల్లో ఒకటి ఆంధ్ర బ్యాంకుగా మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. ఈ 1969 తర్వాత వచ్చిన ప్రధాన మార్పు ఏంటంటే పరపతిని పెంచడం ద్వారా, పరపతి సప్లై పెంచడం ద్వారా వ్యవసాయ రంగాన్ని అభివృద్ధి చేయాలి. సప్లై లెడ్ పాలసీ అంటారు దీనిని మనం సోషల్ అండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ బ్యాంకింగ్ విధానం అంటారు. సో దీని ద్వారా ఏమవుతుందంటే ప్రభుత్వమే కోరుకొని మనకు పరపతిని పెంచి తద్వారా రైతులకు రుణ సహాయాన్ని అందించడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నది. అలాగే ఈ విధానం కింద అనేక బ్రాంచులు గ్రామాలలో విస్తరింపజేయడం జరిగింది. అలాగే లీడ్ బ్యాంక్ స్కీమ్ అనే ఒక స్కీమ్ను ప్రవేశపెట్టి ఒక్కొక్క బ్యాంకు కొన్ని గ్రామాలను అప్పట్లోనే దత్తత తీసుకొని ఆ గ్రామాలకు కావాల్సిన ప్రణాళికలు రచించడం జరుగుతుంది. అన్ని ప్రణాళికల రచనలోనూ ప్రణాళికల అమల్లోనూ ముందుండి ఇతర బ్యాంకులను కూడా తోడుగా చేసుకొని పరపతి అందించేది. ఆ తర్వాత ముఖ్యంగా మనం తెలుసుకోవాల్సింది ప్రాధాన్యత రంగాలకు ఖచ్చితంగా 40% రుణాలు అందించాలని మనకు నియమం పెట్టుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఈ 40%లో వ్యవసాయానికి 18% తప్పనిసరిగా ఇవ్వాలని అమలు చేయడం జరిగింది. అలాగే తక్కువ వడ్డీకి రుణాలు కూడా చిన్న సన్నకారు రైతులకు రుణం అందించడం జరిగింది. అలా 1980 వరకు చివరి వరకు కూడా పరపతి గ్రామాన మన దేశంలో అన్ని రాష్ట్రాల్లో కూడా విస్తరింప చేయడం జరిగింది. దీనివలన మనం అనుకున్నట్టుగా హరిత విప్లవం ఎంతో విజయవంతమైంది మన దేశంలో. ఈ హరిత విప్లవం విజయానికి ప్రధాన కారణం ఈ పరపతి పెరగడమే అని మనం ఖచ్చితంగా చెప్పవచ్చు. అలాగే మనకు 1981 తర్వాత 91 మధ్యకాలంలో 6.8% వ్యవసాయ పరపతి వృద్ధి రేటు ఉందని మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. ఆ 91లో మనకు తెలుసు, మనకు ఆర్థిక సంస్కరణలు ప్రవేశపెట్టడం జరిగింది. ఫలితంగా కొంత వ్యవసాయ రంగాన్ని మనము సెకండరీగా చూసి పారిశ్రామిక రంగానికి ఆర్థిక సంస్కరణలు ప్రవేశపెట్టడం జరిగింది. దానివలన వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో పరపతి కూడా 2.6% పడిపోయినట్టుగా మన గణాంకాలు చెబుతున్నాయి. ఆ తర్వాత వచ్చిన ప్రభుత్వాలు 2002 తర్వాత మళ్ళీ గుర్తించి వ్యవసాయ రంగం ముఖ్యమని 17.6% మనకు రుణాన్ని పెంచడం జరిగింది. ముఖ్యంగా ఈ 2001 తర్వాత మనం గమనిస్తే సంస్థాగత పరపతిలో వచ్చిన మార్పుల్లో మనకు ఇండైరెక్ట్ ఫైనాన్సింగ్ ఎక్కువ పెంచారు. డైరెక్ట్ ఫైనాన్సింగ్ కాకుండా మనం మొదట్లో చెప్పుకున్నట్టు రుణాల రకాల్లో మనకు ప్రత్యక్ష రుణాలు, పరోక్ష రుణాల్లో పరోక్ష రుణాలను ఎక్కువ మనకు అందించడం జరిగింది. అంటే వ్యవసాయ రంగానికి కావాల్సిన అవస్థాపన సౌకర్యాలు కల్పించడం, వ్యవసాయ అభివృద్ధికి కావాల్సిన అన్ని రకాల అనుబంధ పరిశ్రమలు డెవలప్ చేయడం, ఇలాంటి అభివృద్ధి తీసుకురావడం ద్వారా పరోక్షంగా రైతుకు మేలు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ తర్వాత మనము చెప్పుకోవాల్సిన మరో బ్యాంకింగ్ వ్యవస్థ ప్రాంతీయ గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకులు. నరసింహం కమిటీ సలహాతో 1975 అక్టోబర్ 2న దీన్ని ప్రారంభించడం జరిగింది. దీని ప్రధాన ఉద్దేశం చిన్న ఉపాంత రైతులు, చేతి వృత్తుల వారికి, కుటీర చిన్న తరహా పరిశ్రమలకు, చిల్లర వర్తకులకు ఆ రోజుల్లో ఎక్కువ రుణాలు లేకపోవడం వలన వీళ్లకు మాత్రమే టార్గెట్ చేసి వీళ్లకు మాత్రం రుణాలు అందించాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో నరసింహం కమిటీ సలహాతో ప్రాంతీయ గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకులను ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. వీటి ఏర్పాటుకు కలిగిన మూలధనంలో కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం 50% వాటా కలిగి ఉంటుంది. అలాగే రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం 15%, అలాగే స్పాన్సర్ చేసే బ్యాంక్ ఒకటి ఉంటుంది ప్రతి రాష్ట్రంలోనూ. ఆ స్పాన్సర్ బ్యాంకు యొక్క వాటా 30% కలిగి ఉంటారు. వీటి సంఖ్య 196గా ఉండేది ప్రారంభంలో. తర్వాత వీటి పనితీరులో మెరుగుపరచడం కోసం, వీటిని సమర్థవంతంగా రుణాలు అందించడం చేయడం కోసం కేసీ చక్రవర్తి కమిటీ అలాగే వ్యాస్ కమిటీ సలహాతో మేరకు వీటిని విలీనం చేయడం జరిగింది. దాదాపు 2016 నాటికి ఇవి కేవలం 56 మాత్రమే ఇప్పుడు దేశవ్యాప్తంగా పనిచేస్తున్నాయి. 14,494 బ్రాంచులు ఈరోజు దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఉండి చిన్న సన్నకారు రైతులకు, చేతి వృత్తుల వారికి రుణ సహాయము అందిస్తున్నాయని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. అలాగే మన రాష్ట్రంలో ప్రాంతీయ గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకులు మనం చూస్తే మనకు 4 ప్రాంతీయ గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకులు పనిచేస్తున్నాయి. ముఖ్యంగా సిండికేట్ బ్యాంక్ స్పాన్సర్ చేసే ఆంధ్ర ప్రగతి గ్రామీణ బ్యాంక్ ఒకటి, అలాగే స్టేట్ బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా స్పాన్సర్ చేస్తున్న ఏపీ గ్రామీణ వికాస్ బ్యాంక్ ఒకటి, ఇండియా బ్యాంక్ స్పాన్సర్ చేస్తున్న సప్తగిరి గ్రామీణ బ్యాంక్ ఒకటి, మరొకటి ఆంధ్ర బ్యాంక్ స్పాన్సర్ చేసే చైతన్య గోదావరి గ్రామీణ బ్యాంక్. ఈ 4 బ్యాంకులు మన రాష్ట్రంలో పనిచేస్తూ రైతులకు అలాగే గ్రామీణ వృత్తుల వారికి రుణ సహాయం అందిస్తున్నాయి. ముఖ్యంగా మనం చెప్పుకోవాల్సింది ఇక్కడ మన సెంట్రల్ బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా అంటే రిజర్వ్ బ్యాంక్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా, దీని పాత్ర ఏమిటి? ఎందుకంటే బ్యాంకులకే బ్యాంకు కాబట్టి ఆర్బీఐ పాత్ర ఏంటి అనేది మనం పరిశీలించవలసిన అవసరం ఎంతైనా ఉన్నది. 1935లోనే ఈ బ్యాంక్ ఏర్పాటు చేసినప్పుడే వ్యవసాయ రుణాల కోసమని సపరేట్గా ఈ బ్యాంకులో ఒక శాఖను ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ తర్వాత అనేక కమిటీలు 1951లోను 63లోను కమిటీలు వేసి ఎప్పటికప్పుడు వ్యవసాయ రంగానికి కావలసిన రుణ మొత్తాన్ని, రుణ అవసరాన్ని పరిశీలించి కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలకు సలహాలు ఇస్తూ అలాగే ఆయా బ్యాంకులకు కావలసిన ఆదేశాలు ఇస్తూ వస్తున్నది. అలాగే మనకు సహకార బ్యాంకులకు, ప్రాంతీయ గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకులకు కావలసిన రీఫైనాన్సింగ్ సౌకర్యం కూడా మనకు రిజర్వ్ బ్యాంక్ కల్పిస్తున్నది. 1970లో అగ్రికల్చర్ క్రెడిట్ బోర్డ్ అనేది ఒక బోర్డును ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. దీని ద్వారా గ్రామీణ పరపతికి సంబంధించిన విధానాలను రూపొందించి వాటిని ఎప్పటికప్పుడు పరిశీలించే అవకాశాన్ని కలిగి ఉన్నది. అలాగే నేషనల్ అగ్రికల్చర్ క్రెడిట్ ఫండ్ అనే ఒక నిధిని ఏర్పాటు చేసి రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలకు అలాగే ల్యాండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ బ్యాంక్స్ మనం చెప్పుకున్నాం. ఈ ల్యాండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ బ్యాంక్స్కు రెండింటికి కూడా కావలసిన రీఫైనాన్సింగ్ సౌకర్యం కోసం లోన్లు ఇవ్వడం కూడా ఆర్బీఐ చేసింది. ఆ తర్వాత మనకు స్మాల్ లోన్స్ గ్యారంటీ స్కీమ్ అని 1971లో ఏర్పాటు చేసి ఫార్మర్స్కు ముఖ్యంగా రైతాంగానికి కావలసిన రుణాలు అందించే వాణిజ్య బ్యాంకులకు మనకు గ్యారంటీ కోసం ఈ రుణాలను ఉపయోగించుకోవడం జరిగినది. అలాగే ప్రాంతీయ గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకులను కూడా మనకు రిజర్వ్ బ్యాంక్ చట్టంలోని 2వ షెడ్యూల్లో కలిపి వాటికి కూడా రీఫైనాన్సింగ్ చేసే సౌకర్యాన్ని అందించడం జరిగింది. అలా మనకు గత 50 ఏళ్లుగా రిజర్వ్ బ్యాంకు అనేక చట్టాలను అనేక మార్పులను చేసుకుంటూ వచ్చి వాణిజ్య బ్యాంకులను ఇటు సహకార బ్యాంకులను ప్రోత్సహించుకుంటూ రుణ సహాయం కోరి అలాగే బ్యాంకింగ్ వ్యవస్థ కోసం కూడా చేసింది. ఇటీవల మనం ప్రధానమంత్రి జన్ యోజన పథకాన్ని ప్రవేశపెట్టి జీరో బ్యాలెన్స్ మన వలన బ్యాంకింగ్ సౌకర్యం లేని ప్రజలకు గ్రామీణ ట్రైబల్ ఏరియా ప్రజలు పల్లెలో మనం చూస్తే 35% మన జనాభా బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్లు కలిగి ఉన్నది. ఇది ఒక ప్రభుత్వం మరియు విజయంగా మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. మనకు డిజిటల్ కార్యక్రమం ప్రవేశపెట్టి అన్నిలోనూ కూడా డిజిటైజేషన్ అలాగే నెట్ బ్యాంక్ మొబైల్ వ్యవహారం ద్వారా మనకు ద్వారా అందరికీ చేరడం బ్యాంక్ ప్రయాణాలు చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. మనకు ఎప్పటి చేస్తున్నదని చెప్పచ్చు. అలాగే సంస్థ మనకు ముఖ్యమైన అభివృద్ధి సంబంధించిన అత్యున్నత మనని చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. మనకు ప్రయత్నం ఏర్పడింది. 1970 శివరామన్ కమిటీ సలహా 1982 జూలై 90 కార్యాలయంగా దీన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేయండి. అతి బ్యాంకు చెప్పవచ్చు. ఇది నేరు ఎవరికి ఇవ్వదు, మాత్రమే చేస్తుంది. అయితే ఎవరైతే బ్యాంకులు గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకులు వీటికి మనకు సహాయం జరుగుతుంది. ఇది రైతులకు అందించినట్లే. అలాగే మరియు గ్రామాభివృద్ధిపై సర్వే ఎప్పటికప్పుడు అవసరమైతే కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర సలహా ఈ విధంగా ఉంటుంది. 1996లో అభివృద్ధి చేయడం కోసం ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. కేయడం జరిగింది. 90లో మనకు స్వయం బృందాకారం కల్పించి తీసుకోవడం కోసం సెల్ఫ్ హెల్ప్ గ్రూప్ బ్యాంక్ లింకేజ్ అనే ప్రోగ్రామ్ను కూడా నాబార్డ్ తీసుకొని ముందుకు రావడం జరిగింది. ఇది చాలా ముఖ్యంగా మన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో బాగా విజయవంతమైన చెప్పవచ్చు. అలాగే 1998లో మరో ప్రోగ్రాం కిసాన్ క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్స్. దీని ద్వారా మనకు పంటల రుణాలను రైతులకు అందించడం సులభంగా చేయడం జరిగింది. సో ఎవరైతే ఎలిజిబిలిటీ ఫార్మర్స్ ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళకందరికీ కిసాన్ క్రెడిట్ కార్డ్స్ జారీ చేయడం జరిగింది. అలా మనకు ఇటు ప్రాంతీయ గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకులు అటు సహకార బ్యాంకులు కూడా మనకు చాలా కార్డులు జారీ చేసినట్టుగా మనకు గణాంకాలు చెబుతున్నాయి. అలాగే మనకు లాంగ్ టర్మ్ ఇరిగేషన్ ఫండ్ అనే ఒక ఫండ్ను ఇటీవల ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. దీని ఉద్దేశం దేశంలో ముఖ్యమైన 99 నీటి ప్రాజెక్టులకు ఆర్థిక సహాయం చేయడం. దీనికోసమని 49,726 కోట్ల రూపాయలను కేటాయించడం జరిగింది 2017-18లో. మన రాష్ట్రంలో పోలవరం ప్రాజెక్టు కూడా ఈ పథకం కిందనే మనకు నిధులు తీసుకుంటున్నాం. అలాగే నాబార్డ్ అనేక రంగాలలో ప్రోత్సహిస్తూ దేశ అభివృద్ధిలో పాలు పంచుకుంటున్నది. ముఖ్యంగా వాటర్ షెడ్ డెవలప్మెంట్, ట్రైబల్ డెవలప్మెంట్, ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇంక్లూజన్ అంటే ఎవరైతే మనకు ఇంకా బ్యాంకింగ్ వ్యవస్థలోకి రాకుండా పేద ప్రజలు నిరక్షరాస్యత ప్రజలు ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళందరినీ కూడా బ్యాంకింగ్ రంగంలో తీసుకురావడం కోసం ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఇంక్లూజన్ కార్యక్రమాలు చేపడుతున్నది. అలాగే గ్రామాలలో గ్రామీణ వృత్తుల వారి యొక్క నైపుణ్యాన్ని డెవలప్ చేయడం కోసం వాళ్ళ ఉత్పత్తులను మార్కెటింగ్ చేయడం కోసం ఎప్పటికప్పుడు మేళాస్ను ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్ను కూడా మనకు ఏర్పాటు చేసినట్టుగా మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. సో ఈ విధంగా నాబార్డు కూడా దేశ మనకు రుణాల పంపిణీలో అనేక మార్పులను తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది, గణనీయమైన పాత్రను పోషించినట్టుగా తెలుస్తుంది. ఫలితంగా గత 50 ఏళ్లలో సంస్థాగత పరపతిలో వచ్చిన మార్పులు మనము ఈ పటం ద్వారా చూడవచ్చు. 1951లో కేవలం సంస్థాగత పరపతి మార్గాల ద్వారా మనం కేవలం 5 నుంచి 6% మాత్రమే రైతులు తీసుకుంటుంటే అది 1981 నాటికి మనం చూడొచ్చు 65% పెరిగింది. అంటే ఏమని చాలా భారీగా మార్పులు జరిగినట్టుగా మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. ఇదంతా కూడా బ్యాంకింగ్ వ్యవస్థ మెరుగుదల అయ్యిందని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. అయితే 2001 ముఖ్యంగా ఆర్థిక సంస్కరణల అనంతరం మనం చూస్తే వీటి వాటాలో పెద్ద మార్పు లేదు. 60-62 ఈ మధ్యలోనే సంస్థాగతలో వాటా కలిగి ఉందిగా మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. అంటే ఆ తర్వాత మనకు బ్యాంకుల నుంచి ఎక్కువ రుణం మనకు రైతులకు అందలేదని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. అంటే ఇప్పటికీ రైతులు గ్రామాలలో చిన్న సన్నకారు రైతులు ముఖ్యంగా వడ్డీ వ్యాపారులపై పెద్ద రైతులపై ఆధారపడి ఉన్నారని మనం దీని ద్వారా రుజువు చేయవచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు మనం గత 60-70 సంవత్సరాలలో రైతులు అనేక రకాలుగా రుణాలు పొందుతున్నా ఇప్పటికీ మనకు అనేక సమస్యలు ఎదుర్కొన్నట్టుగా రోజు అనేక నివేదికల ద్వారా మీడియా ద్వారా మనకు అందుతున్నది. అంటే ఇన్ని సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత కూడా రైతులు ఎదుర్కొంటున్న సమస్యలు ఏంటి ఒకసారి మనం పరిశీలిద్దాం. ముఖ్యంగా వ్యవసాయం వాటా జాతీయ ఆదాయంలో క్రమంగా తగ్గుతున్నది. 1951తో పోల్చినప్పుడు ఇప్పటితో పోల్చినప్పుడు చాలా మార్పులు వచ్చాయి. ఈరోజు కేవలం జాతీయ ఆదాయంలో కేవలం 15% వాటా మాత్రమే వ్యవసాయ రంగాన్ని ఇస్తున్నది. మరోవైపు వ్యవసాయ రంగంపై ఆధారపడిన వారు మాత్రం తగ్గలేదు. అంటే ఏమని, ఆదాయం తగ్గుతున్నది, ఆధారపడిన వారు మాత్రం తగ్గలేదు. దీనివల్ల ఆదాయ అసమానతలు పెరుగుతాయి, పేదరికం పెరుగుతుంది. అలాగే 1990-2000 దశాబ్దాలలో చూస్తే మనకు 3.5% మాత్రమే వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో అభివృద్ధి రేటు ఉన్నది మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. ఆ తర్వాత కాలంలో మనకు ఆర్థిక సంస్కరణల ఫలితంగా మరో రూపకంగా అయితేనేమి వ్యవసాయ రంగాన్ని కొంతమేరకు విస్మరించినట్టుగా మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. ఫలితంగా తగినంత రుణం రైతులకు అందలేదు. మనం ఇంతకుముందు చెప్పుకున్నట్టుగా మనకు సంస్థాగత రుణాలు అందరికీ అందలేకపోగా వడ్డీ వ్యాపారులు ఇప్పటికీ 32% మనము వడ్డీ వ్యాపారులపైన ఆధారపడినట్టుగా మనకు 2016-17 గణాంకాలు చెబుతున్నాయి. అలాగే సహకార గ్రామీణ బ్యాంకులు, చాలా బ్యాంకులు మూతలపడటం, నిర్వహణ లోపాలు, దీనివలన అందవలసిన రైతులకు సహాయము అందలేదని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. ముఖ్యంగా పేద రైతులు, నిరక్షరాస్యత కలిగిన రైతులు ఈ సంస్థల దగ్గరికి మనకు వచ్చినట్టుగా తెలియడం లేదు. అలాగే మరోవైపు ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ప్రభుత్వాలు రుణాల మాఫీ చేస్తున్నాయి. 1980లోను 1990లోను 2000 దశాబ్దంలోనూ రుణమాఫీ అనేది ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ప్రభుత్వాలు చేస్తున్నాయి. ఈ రుణమాఫీల వలన బ్యాంకులు అకౌంట్ల అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్ తప్ప బ్యాంకుల్లో కూడా ప్రోత్సాహకమైన పరిస్థితులు లేవు. రుణమాఫీ చేయడం వలన మనకు ప్రభుత్వాలు నష్టాలు గురవుతున్నాయి బ్యాంకులు. ఫలితంగా రైతులకు మళ్ళీ రుణం ఇవ్వడం కోసం బ్యాంకులు ముందుకు రావడం లేదు. అలాగే 1990లో ఆర్థిక సంస్కరణలు ప్రవేశపెట్టడం జరిగింది. నరసింహం కమిటీ సలహా మేరకు మనకు బ్యాంకుల పాత్రను, స్వభావాన్ని మార్చడం జరిగింది. ఇప్పుడు బ్యాంకుల యొక్క ధ్యేయం లాభాలు ముఖ్యమైపోయినాయి. సోషల్ అండ్ డెవలప్మెంటల్ బ్యాంకింగ్ అనే విధానాన్ని పూర్తిగా దాదాపు పక్కన పెట్టినట్టుగా మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. అలాగే అనేక బ్రాంచులను తగ్గించి మన గ్రామాలలో కూడా వాటిని మూసివేయడం జరిగింది. ఇది రేషనలైజేషన్ ఆఫ్ బ్యాంక్ బ్రాంచెస్ అంటారు వీటిని. సో దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుంది, గ్రామీణ ప్రజలకు లేదా రైతాంగానికి బ్యాంకులు దూరం అయినట్టు అవుతుంది. అలాగే ఈ బ్యాంకులకు ఆర్థిక సంస్కరణలో భాగంగా వడ్డీ నిర్ణయంలో స్వేచ్ఛనివ్వడం జరిగింది. ఫలితంగా తక్కువ వడ్డీకి రుణాలు ఇవ్వడం అన్న అవకాశం మనకు రైతులకు లేకుండా పోయినది. గ్రామాల్లో అలాగే చిన్న రైతులకు పరపతి బాగా తగ్గింది. రాష్ట్రాల మధ్య కూడా అసమానతలు పెరిగాయి. కేవలం 5-6 రాష్ట్రాలు మాత్రమే బ్యాంకుల నుంచి రుణాలు ఎక్కువ పొందినట్టుగా మనకు గణాంకాలు చెబుతున్నాయి. వెనుకబడిన రాష్ట్రాలు వెనుకనే ఉన్నట్టుగా మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. అలాగే సామాజిక వర్గాల వారీగా చూస్తే కూడా మనకు వెనుకబడిన వర్గాల వారు బ్యాంకింగ్ రంగంలోకి వచ్చి రుణాలు తీసుకుని లబ్ధి పొందినట్టుగా మనకు చాలా తక్కువ ఆధారాలు మనకున్నాయి. అలాగే వీటిల్లో రెట్టాబిజం ఎక్కువ ఉండటం బ్యాంకింగ్ వ్యవస్థలో, అలాగే అవినీతి ఎక్కువ ఉండటం, అవగాహన లేకపోవడం ప్రజలకు, ఇది కూడా మనకు ప్రధాన అడ్డంకిగా మారింది. అందువలన చాలామంది ప్రజలు ఇప్పటికి కూడా బ్యాంకింగ్ లేక ప్రవేశించడం, బ్యాంకు గడపగా దొక్కడం అన్నది వాళ్ళు ఇబ్బందిగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నారు. అలాగే మరోవైపు రైతులకు గిట్టుబాటు ధర లేకపోవడం అనేది ప్రధాన సమస్య. ఈరోజు పంట పండినా గిట్టుబాటు ధర లేదు. ఒకవైపు కరువు, ముఖ్యంగా మన రాష్ట్రాన్ని పరిశీలిస్తే సగం జిల్లాలు కరువుతో కూడుకున్నవి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రంలో. అలాగే సగం జిల్లాలు ఎప్పటికప్పుడు తుఫానులు, ప్రకృతి వైపరీత్యాలు కలిగి ఉన్నాయి. సో కరువు వచ్చి పంట లేకపోయినా రైతు బాధపడుతున్నాడు, పంట వచ్చి మిగులు పంట ఉన్నా రైతు కన్నీరు పెడుతున్నాడు. సో అందరి ఆకలి తీర్చవలసిన రైతు కన్నీరు పెట్టడం మరింత బాధాకరం. కాబట్టి గిట్టుబాటు ధర లేకపోవడం వలన తాను తెచ్చిన అప్పులు తీర్చలేని పరిస్థితి ఏర్పడుతున్నది. తత్ఫలితంగా తిరిగి తాను అప్పులు చేయవలసి వస్తున్నది. పాత రుణాలు తీర్చడం కోసం కొత్త రుణాలు చేయవలసి వస్తున్నది. ఫలితంగా తాను అప్పుల ఊబిలో చిక్కుకోవడం జరుగుతున్నది. దీనిని మనము ఇండెట్నెస్ అంటారు. సో మన దేశంలో ఈరోజు ఎక్కువ ఇండెట్నెస్ ఉన్నది. ఇప్పటికీ ఇన్ని సంస్కరణలు తీసుకొచ్చినా, ఇంత బ్యాంకింగ్ రంగం వచ్చినా, ఇప్పటికీ నాబార్డ్ సర్వే ప్రకారం మన దేశంలో ఫార్మర్స్లో మనకు 52.5% రుణగ్రస్తత ఉందని మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. అలాగే నేషనల్ శాంపుల్ సర్వే ఆర్గనైజేషన్ వారి సర్వే ప్రకారం కూడా గ్రామీణ కుటుంబాలలో 31% మనకు గ్రామీణ రుణగ్రస్తతతో బాధపడుతున్నారని మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. అలాగే మన దేశంలో ముఖ్యంగా ఫైనాన్షియల్ లిటరసీ తక్కువగా ఉన్నది. ముఖ్యంగా వ్యవసాయ కుటుంబాలలో కేవలం 40% మాత్రమే ఆర్థిక అక్షరాస్యత కలిగి ఉన్నారు. అంటే బ్యాంకులు అంటే ఏంటి, సేవింగ్ అంటే ఏంటి, పెట్టుబడి అంటే ఏంటి, ఈ వడ్డీని ఎలా నిర్ణయిస్తారు, మనకు బీమా అంటే ఏంటి, వీటి మీద అవగాహన చాలా తక్కువ ఉన్నది. సో ఇది కూడా ఒక ప్రధాన అడ్డంకిక సమస్యగా మనం ఈరోజు చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. మొత్తం మీద మన దేశంలో ఫైనాన్షియల్ వైడనింగ్ అండ్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ డీపనింగ్ రెండూ తక్కువ ఉన్నాయి. ఫైనాన్షియల్ వైడనింగ్ అంటే ఎక్కువ సంస్థలు ఎక్కువ ప్రాంతాల్లో విస్తరించడం, ఇది కూడా తక్కువ ఉన్నది. అలాగే ఫైనాన్షియల్ డీపనింగ్ అంటే ఒక వ్యక్తికే ఎక్కువ రుణ సహాయం అందించడం, ఇది కూడా తక్కువ ఉన్నది. సో దీనివలన రైతులు ప్రైవేట్ రుణాల వైపే లేదా మనకు వడ్డీ వ్యాపారాలపైన ఆధారపడి అవసరం ఏర్పడినది. అలాగే మనకు రుణమాఫీ పథకాలు ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ప్రభుత్వం కల్పించినా అవి ప్రైవేట్ రుణాలకు వర్తించవు, కేవలం బ్యాంకుల దగ్గర తీసుకున్న రుణాలకు మాత్రమే వర్తిస్తాయి. అలాగే 2008లో 71,680 కోట్లకు మనకు సమానమైన రుణమాఫీ చేయడం జరిగింది కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం. అలాగే 2014లో ఏపీ కూడా మనకు రుణమాఫీ పథకాన్ని అప్పటి నుంచి అమలు చేస్తున్నది. ఇలా మొత్తం మీద రుణమాఫీ పథకం కూడా మనకు పెద్ద సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా అమలు కాలేదు. ముఖ్యంగా ఇది మన కౌలుదారులకు వర్తింప చేయకపోవడం అనేది ప్రధాన బలహీనతగా మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. మొత్తం మీద దీని వలన అంతిమ ఫలితం ఏమిటి, ఎక్కడ చూసినా చాలా రాష్ట్రాల్లో, ముఖ్యంగా కరువు కలిగిన రాష్ట్రాల్లో రైతుల ఆత్మహత్యలు నిత్య కృత్యాలుగా మారినాయి. ఇది నిత్యం మనం మీడియాలో మనం చూస్తున్నాం. ఇది హర్షించదగ్గ విషయం కాదు. చాలా మనం చెప్పుకోవాలంటే మన నాగరికతకే మనకు మంచి పని కాదు ఇది. సో మొత్తం మీద సూసైడ్ బెల్ట్ అని ఒక బెల్టే మన దేశంలో తయారైంది. ముఖ్యంగా విదర్భ మహారాష్ట్రలో, రాయలసీమ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో, సౌత్ కర్ణాటక కలిపి రైతుల సూసైడ్ బెల్ట్గా ఒక మనం చెప్పుకోవాల్సిన అగత్యం ఏర్పడటం అనేది నిజంగా బాధాకరం. కాబట్టి వీటిన్నిటిని విద్యార్థులు మీరు గుర్తించాలి. ఎందుకు రైతులు ఈ సమస్యలు ఎదుర్కొంటున్నారు, ప్రభుత్వం ఇన్ని కార్యక్రమాలు చేపడుతున్నా ఇప్పటికీ ఎక్కడ బలహీనతలు ఉన్నాయి, వీటి ఏమిటి అనేది మనం గుర్తించవలసిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. ఇటీవల గణాంకాలు మనం ఒకసారి చూస్తే 2016-17 నాబార్డ్ సర్వే చూస్తే మనకు సగటు కుటుంబ రుణ పరిమాణం గ్రామాలలో మొత్తం మీద చూస్తే 1,00,000 రూపాయలు రుణ పరిమాణం ఉంది సగటున. ఈ 1,00,000 రూపాయలలో సంస్థాగతం కాని మార్గాల గుండానే మనం చూస్తున్నాం 70,000 రూపాయలు తీసుకున్నట్టుగా తెలుస్తున్నది. సంస్థల నుంచి కేవలం 30,000 రూపాయలు మాత్రమే తీసుకున్నారు. అంటే ఏమని, ఇప్పటికి కూడా ఈనాటికి కూడా గ్రామాలలో మనకు సంస్థాగతం కాని వడ్డీ వ్యాపారులు, పెద్ద రైతులు, వ్యాపారులపైనే గ్రామీణ రైతులు ఆధారపడి ఉన్నారనడం పచ్చి నిజం. సో దీనిని మనం గుర్తించవలసిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, మనకు ఇక్కడ రైతుల ఆత్మహత్యల యొక్క మనకు గణాంకాలు తెలుపుతున్నాయి. 2016లో అమాంగ్ 10 రాష్ట్రాలు మహారాష్ట్ర, కర్ణాటక, మధ్యప్రదేశ్, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, ఛత్తీస్గఢ్, తెలంగాణ, ఇలా మొత్తం 10 రాష్ట్రాల గణాంకాలు మనకు తెలుపుతున్నాయి. ఇలా ఎప్పటికప్పుడు మనకు 2013 నుంచి కూడా రైతుల ఆత్మహత్యలు పెరిగి తర్వాత కొంత తగ్గినట్టుగా తెలుస్తున్నది. తగ్గిన మనకు ప్రతి సంవత్సరం రైతుల ఆత్మహత్యలు కనపడుతూనే ఉన్నాయి. ముఖ్యంగా మనం గమనిస్తే వీటి నుంచి బయటపడడం కోసం రైతులు అనేక సమస్యలు ఎదుర్కొంటున్నారు. కాబట్టి ఇటు చూడండి ఒకసారి మనం, అటు కరువు, పై చిత్రంలో మనం కరువును చూడవచ్చు. సో కరువు కాటకాలు రావడం, ప్రకృతి వైపరీత్యాలు రావడం వలన కూడా రైతు తాను పెట్టిన పెట్టుబడి తిరిగి రాక అప్పులు పాలవుతున్నాడని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. అలాగే మరోవైపు కింద చూస్తే మనము పంట ఎక్కువ పండించి కూడా రైతు గిట్టుబాటు ధర లేకపోవడం వలన అట్లా కూడా నష్టపోతున్నాడు. ఇది ఇటీవల కర్నూలు మనకు ఆనియన్ మార్కెట్లో చూసిన చిత్రం. అంటే ఎంత దయనీయమైన పరిస్థితి, తాను కష్టపడి అంత పండించి కూడా మార్కెట్ తీసుకొచ్చి కూడా తాను తగిన గిట్టుబాటు ధర రాకపోతే ఏమిటి పరిస్థితి, కష్టించడానికి ఫలితం లేదు. సో దానివలన రోడ్డుపైన పడేసి వెళ్ళవలసి వస్తున్నది. సో దీని ఫలితమే మనకు ఇటీవల కాలంలో చూడొచ్చు, ఢిల్లీ స్థాయికి వరకు వెళ్ళి మనకు రైతులు ధర్నా చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇలాగే మన రాష్ట్రంలో కూడా ఆత్మహత్య చేసుకున్న రైతు కుటుంబీకులు రోడ్డుపైకి వచ్చి మనకు వాళ్ళ పరిహారం చెల్లించవలసిందిగా ధర్నా కూడా చేయడం జరిగింది. వాళ్ళ కుటుంబీకులు వాళ్ళ ముఖ్యంగా చాలామంది అనాథలైపోవడం జరిగింది. సో ఇదంతా దేని ఫలితం మనకు చూస్తే రైతులు ఆత్మహత్యలు దేనికోసం, రైతులు రుణ ఊబీలో చిక్కుకోవడం. రైతులు ఎందుకు రుణ ఊబీలో చిక్కుకొని ఉన్నారంటే మనకు తెలుస్తుంది, మనకు గిట్టుబాటు ధర లేకపోవడం, కష్టానికి ఫలితం లేకపోవడం, దానివలన వాళ్ళు అప్పుల ఊబిలో చిక్కుకున్నట్టుగా మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. మొత్తం మీద ఢిల్లీలో ఒక పెద్ద నిరసన తెలియజేసినట్టుగా మనకి ఈ చిత్రం తెలుస్తున్నది. ఇది చాలా ఇబ్బందికరం. మనకు మంచిది కూడా కాదు. మన అభివృద్ధిని చెప్పుకోవడానికి ఇలాంటి మనకు వాతావరణం మన దేశంలో ఉండకూడదని మనం ఆశిద్దాం. అలాగే మేము కూడా మా కాలేజీ ఆర్థిక శాఖ ఆధ్వర్యంలో గ్రామాల్లో పర్యటించి మేము కూడా సర్వే చేయడం జరిగింది. ముఖ్యంగా నంద్యాల నియోజకవర్గంలో తెలుగు గంగా నదీ పరివాహక ప్రాంతంలో ఇరిగేషన్ ప్రాంతాలు బాగా గ్రామాలు బాగా అభివృద్ధి చెంది ఉన్నాయి. ఇక్కడ కూడా ఎలాంటి పరిస్థితులు ఎదుర్కొంటున్నారో మేము ఫీల్డ్ స్టడీ తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది బిఏ పిల్లల ద్వారా. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇలా రైతుతో కూడా మేము మొన్న జన్మభూమి మా ఊరి ప్రోగ్రాంలో భాగంగా కూడా వాళ్ళతో నేరుగా మాట్లాడటం జరిగింది. వెనకనే మనకు రైస్ బస్తాలు ఉన్నాయి, కనబడుతున్నాయి. ఆ రైస్ బస్తాల దగ్గరే అతను ఎంతో దీనంగా అతను చెబుతున్న సమాధానం మనకు తెలుస్తున్నది. కాబట్టి మొత్తం మీద రైతులు పంట రాకపోయినా పంట వచ్చినా 2 విధాలుగా తాను కన్నీరు పెడుతున్నాడు. సో రైతు కన్నీరు పెడితే దేశం మంచిది కాదు. సో మన ఆకలి తీర్చే రైతు మనకు సుభిక్షంగా ఉన్నప్పుడే మన దేశమంతా కూడా సౌభాగ్యంగా ఉంటుందని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. అలాంటప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి? దీనికి పరిష్కారాలు ఏమిటి? మనకు ఈ పరిష్కారం కోసం ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో 2 రకాల చర్చలు మనకు దేశవ్యాప్తంగా మీడియాలో జరుగుతున్నాయి. రుణమాఫీనా, ఆదాయ భద్రత. సో రుణమాఫీ కల్పిస్తే రైతులకు మేలని కొంతమంది, లేదు వాళ్ళకి కనీస ఆదాయ భద్రత కల్పించాలని కొంతమంది. రుణమాఫీ అన్నది మనకు తాత్కాలికంగానే మనకు తెలుస్తుంది. ఎందుకంటే దీనిలో చిన్న రైతులకు ఉపయోగము తక్కువ ఉన్నది. అలాగే మనకు ఈ కౌలు రైతులు దీని కిందకి తీసుకురాకపోవడం కూడా చిన్న మనకు బలహీనతగా మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అయితే కేరళ రాష్ట్రంలో ఇటీవల మంచి పథకాన్ని అమలు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇది ఆదర్శవంతంగా మనం తీసుకోవచ్చు. దీనిలో కౌలు రైతులను మరియు చిన్న రైతులను కూడా చేర్చి వాళ్ళు విజయవంతంగా అమలు చేశారు. అలాగే నిన్ననే విడుదలైన బడ్జెట్లో కూడా రైతులకు సహాయం చేయడం కోసం సంవత్సరానికి 6,000 రూపాయలు కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం ప్రకటించింది. ఇలా ఇది కొంతమేరకు మాత్రమే రైతు యొక్క సమస్యను తీరుస్తుంది. ఇది పూర్తిగా తన బాధను పోగొట్టలేదు. రైతు సంక్షోభం నుంచి బయటపడేయాలంటే ఖచ్చితంగా పకడ్బందీగా అన్ని వైపుల నుంచి మార్పులు తీసుకురావాల్సిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. కేంద్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వాలు కూడా సమన్వయంతో పనిచేయవలసిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. ముఖ్యంగా 2 విధాలు మనము పరిశీలించవచ్చు ఇక్కడ. పంట ముందు, పంట తర్వాత. పంట ముందు ఏం జాగ్రత్తలు తీసుకోవాలి? ముఖ్యంగా మన రాష్ట్రంలో, ముఖ్యంగా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఇటీవల కాలంలో ప్రకృతి వ్యవసాయాన్ని బాగా మనకు తీసుకొని వస్తున్నారు ప్రాచుర్యంలోకి. ప్రకృతి వ్యవసాయం అన్నది మనకు తక్కువ వ్యయంతో పర్యావరణం కాలుష్యం లేకుండా మంచి పంటలను తీసుకురావడం అనేది దీని ఉద్దేశం. దీనివల్ల బడ్జెట్ కూడా రైతుకు తగ్గుతుంది, ఖర్చులు తగ్గుతాయి, ఇది ఆటోమేటిక్గా తాను భారం తగ్గుతుంది. అలాగే రైతుకు ప్రతి పంటకు, ప్రతి వాతావరణ పరిస్థితులకు బీమా సౌకర్యాన్ని కల్పించవలసిన అవసరం కూడా ఉన్నది. సమగ్ర బీమా వ్యవస్థ తీసుకురావాలి. ఈ బీమా పట్ల రైతులకు అవగాహన కూడా తీసుకురావాలి. అలాగే సహజ వనరులైన నీరు, నేల వీటి నిర్వహణ పట్ల శాస్త్రీయబద్ధమైన శిక్షణ రైతులకు ఇవ్వాలి. శిక్షణ ఇవ్వడం ద్వారా వాళ్ళు ఎలాంటి వాటిని నిరుపయోగం చేయకుండా సమర్థవంతంగా ఆ వనరులు వాడుకునే అవకాశం ఉన్నది. తద్వారా పంటల ఉత్పాదకత తక్కువ వ్యయంతోనే పెంచుకోవచ్చు. మనము ఫ్యూచర్లో మరింత ఆహార ధాన్యాలను మనం మార్కెట్లోకి తీసుకొచ్చి మనకు ప్రపంచంలోనే అగ్రగామిగా మనం నిలవవచ్చు. ఆ తర్వాత ఆఫ్టర్ క్రాప్, పంట వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఏం చేయాలి? సో ఇంత కష్టపడి పండించిన పంట రైతుకు మనకు పండిన పంటను వృధా కాకుండా నిల్వ సదుపాయాలు ఖచ్చితంగా ఉండాలి. స్టోరేజ్ ఫెసిలిటీస్, కోల్డ్ స్టోరేజ్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ మనకు ప్రతి మండల కేంద్రంలోనూ ప్రభుత్వాలు ఏర్పాటు చేస్తే వేస్టేజ్ కాకుండా మనకు నిల్వ సదుపాయాలు ఉంచి తనకు గిట్టుబాటు ధర వచ్చినప్పుడు రైతు అమ్ముకునే అవకాశం ఏర్పడుతుంది. అలాగే ప్రభుత్వం గిట్టుబాటు ధర కల్పించడం కోసం ప్రత్యేక యంత్రాంగాన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేయాలి. కనీస మద్దతు ధరకు మార్కెట్ ధరకు మధ్య గ్యాప్ ఎంత ఉంది, ఎందుకు వస్తున్నది, ఈ గ్యాప్ని ఎలా పూడ్చాలి అని ఎప్పటికప్పుడు పరిశీలించడం కోసం ప్రత్యేక వ్యవస్థను ఏర్పాటు చేస్తే బాగుంటుందని మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. అలాగే మార్కెట్లో కూడా చాలా మోసాలు ఉన్నాయి. రైతుకు ఈ విషయం తెలియదు. చాలామంది రైతులు నిరక్షరాస్యులు, మార్కెటింగ్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ గురించి తెలియవు. అలాంటప్పుడు ఈ మార్కెట్ నియంత్రణ కూడా పకడ్బందీగా చేయవలసిన అవసరం ఎంతో ఉన్నదని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. మొత్తం మీద రైతు భద్రత చాలా అవసరం. రైతు భద్రత లేనిదే మనకు సామాజిక భద్రత, సామాజిక భద్రత లేనిదే దేశ భద్రత లేదు. సో రైతు భద్రత తీసుకురావాలంటే ఖచ్చితంగా రైతు కన్నీరును ఆపాలి. రైతు పొలం వీడకుండా పొలంలోనే ఆనందం గడపడం కోసం మనకు అన్ని చర్యలు చేపట్టాలి. దీనికోసం ఐటీ రంగాన్ని కూడా ఉపయోగించి రైతు ఇవన్నీ చేయాలంటే మనకు ఎడ్యుకేటెడ్ ఫార్మర్స్ కావాలి. అంతిమంగా మనం చెప్పుకోవాల్సింది ఇది. చాలామంది యూత్ మనకు చదువుకున్న వారు ఆ పట్టా పట్టుకొని పట్టణాలకు తరలి వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు తప్ప పల్లెల్లో ఖాళీగా మిగిలిపోతున్నాయి. ఇది మారాలి. ఎడ్యుకేటెడ్ ఫార్మింగ్ కావాలి, మనకు ఎడ్యుకేటర్స్ ఎంటర్ కావాలి. అప్పుడే మనకు ఈ వ్యవసాయ రంగానికి సంబంధించిన అన్ని సమస్యలను సమూలంగా అవగాహన చేసుకొని వాళ్ళు ప్రభుత్వంతో ఇట్లా సహకరిస్తారు. అలాగే తమకు తాము సహకరించుకొని ఈ సమస్యల నుంచి బయటపడడానికి మనకు ముందడుగు వేస్తారని మనం చెప్పవచ్చు. కాబట్టి మనము ఈ క్లాసులో మనకు ముఖ్యంగా తెలుసుకోవాల్సిన ముఖ్యమైన అంశాలు 3 ముఖ్య అంశాలు తెలుసుకున్నాం. ఒకటి, రైతులకు రుణ ఆవశ్యకత ఎందుకు, రుణ మార్గాలు ఏమిటి, అలాగే ఇంతకాలం రుణం తీసుకుంటున్న మిగిలిన సమస్యలు ఏమిటి, ఈ సమస్యలను మనము పరిష్కరించడానికి తీసుకోవాల్సిన జాగ్రత్తలు ఏమిటి అనే విషయాలను మనము నేర్చుకున్నాం.
Very good afternoon to you all, dear students. I am Dr. B.V. Tirupanyam from SS Government Degree College, Narayanpuram, West Godavari District. Dear students, we all know that conventional energy resources are very scarce and they are creating a lot of environmental degradation problems. So in order to circumvent this problem, the scientist community is exploring the development of alternative energy sources, including exporting and harvesting solar energy. So we know that solar radiation has a lot of energy, and using amazing devices such as solar cells, we can convert this solar radiation into electrical power. In this class, my dear students, I am going to enlighten you on the elementary basics of solar cell, its structure and various fabrication technologies. Now, this is the outline of my presentation. I will introduce you the basic concepts including photovoltaic effect, solar cell characteristics, and the basic element in any solar cell is the PN junction diode, and I will throw some light on this PN junction diode and its functioning, followed by generation and technologies of solar cell. Now, coming to solar radiation, we all know that now sun has immense power, and using solar cells and solar panels we can convert that solar radiation into electrical power using solar cells. And this is a solar power plant that are being constructed worldwide. Now if you see some of the facts of the solar energy, we all know that sun is immense source of energy, and we receive, that means the earth receives more energy from the sun in just 1 hour than the world uses in whole year. And 1% of the land today that is available can be used for generating solar energy that could suffice the annual total energy consumption. And one more important fact about solar energy is that, and solar radiation can generate an amount of 1020 watts per every 1 square meter area at sea level. And using solar cells whose efficiency of 10%, we can generate electrical power of as much as 100 watts per every meter square of area. And this is the global energy projection, and by 2100 year, and the lion's share of the power requirements will be met from renewable energy resources only, and of that solar energy constitutes almost 80%. And this is a slide that shows the elementary concepts of a solar cell. Solar cell is nothing but a PN junction diode, but slightly modified in terms of doping levels, and it is fabricated in the form of a silicon disc, and its almost thickness is 0.3 millimeters, and it can convert our sunlight into electricity. And all the solar cells exploit a phenomena called photovoltaic effect, and this is almost similar to the photovoltaic effect proposed by Einstein in 1905. And this is the slide that shows the basic principle of photovoltaic effect, and it is nothing but the generation of electrons from the p-n junction diode when it is exposed to the solar radiation. And we all know that solar radiation consists of photons, and photons energy is equal to h nu, where h is the Planck's constant and nu is the frequency, and nu can also be written as the ratio over the speed of light and the wavelength of the solar radiation. And this light induced electron can be used up, and that power can be used to meet our power requirements. And when a photon is absorbed by this a particular material, a device, what happens is the electron generated in that material can be excited to higher energy levels, and from there they can be routed through external electrical wires, and that can be sent to load. And this again, there is a relation between the photovoltaics and solar cells. The photovoltaics nothing but converting this solar radiation into electrical power, and these devices, and solar cell is very amazing device that follows photovoltaic effect, and that is it is also called as photovoltaic cell or photovoltaic device. And you can see the principle here, and sunlighting is impinging on the surface of a solar cell, and you can see the emergence of electricity from it. And this is internal phenomena that takes place inside a solar cell. This is nothing but a p-n junction diode. Light is allowed to be incident on the surface, and some contacts are there, and between there is a potential difference that is created between two electrodes, and that potential difference can be used to light up a light, or you can use it to work a fan or something like that. And this is a typical solar cell wafer, and this is, as I said, 0.3 millimeter thickness and almost 150 millimeters radius solar cell, and this can be sawn from a silicon ingot, and the raw material for this silicon wafer is silicon dioxide, that is our ordinary sand. And this slide shows you the structure of a typical solar cell. This is nothing but a p-n junction diode, and you can see some metal contacts here under this p-n junction diode. When photons are absorbed by this p-n junction diode at the junction, so a pair of electron and hole is created, and that pair is called as exciton, and holes are directed towards p-type contact, and electrons are routed to another electrode, so that a potential difference will be existing, and across these two electrodes you can connect a particular load. And dear students, and you might have been exposed to the working of p-n junction diode in your 5th semester. The slide shows the same mechanism on which the p-n junction diode works, and you will have a p-type semiconductor and n-type semiconductor. They are brought together, they are fused together, so that a junction is created, that is also called as a potential barrier. And you can see on p-type semiconductor some negative charge will be existing, and positive side a negative charge, and on the negative side you will have a positive charge. That region is called a space charge region, and some potential difference exists across this space charge region. And this potential difference is very important, because this electric field can be used to direct the holes and electrons towards the opposite electrodes. So that is the basic principle of this solar cell. And this is again the p-n junction diode in its working. And the major important thing in solar cell is the p-n junction diode. As I said, p-n junction diode is very amazing device, and it has got lot of applications. It can be used as tunnel diode, it can be used as photodiode or solar cell, and it can also be used as LEDs. Nowadays we are using light emitting diodes. And here students, and this is the working principle of a solar cell. When we all know that the solar radiation consists of photons of energy h nu in magnitude, and these photons are absorbed by the solar cell material, and automatically some charge carriers, that is electrons and holes, are created, which that pair is called as an exciton, and that the pair is now separated. That means we have to separate the exciton pair, that means electron and holes are to be separated using the electric field that is generated across the p-n junction. So that is the basic thing, and after that separating, and these electrons should be guided towards one electrode and holes should be guided towards another electrode, thus establishing a potential difference, and these electrons now are driven towards external circuit. It may be a metallic cable using a copper wire or something like that, and if you connect a bulb or a fan across these two terminals, then they will work. So this is the basic principle of a solar cell. And again, as I said, the solar cell has mainly three characteristics. One, it should generate excitons. Second one is, that means exciton means electrons and holes. Second characteristic thing is that these charge carriers should be separated using electric field generated across the p-n junction, and after separation these carriers should be driven towards external circuit through metallic contacts. And this is again a typical solar cell and its parts. I have shown you a layered structure of a solar cell, in which you can see a transparent coating is there, a covering glass is there, anti-reflection coating is there, and you can see two p-type layer and n-type layers here. One is n-type layer and second is p-type layer, and you can also see a junction here, and you can see two metallic contacts, front contact and back contacts. Thus there should be covering glass, there should be back contact and front contact, anti-reflection coating should be there, and p-n junction diode is the very basic device, basic component that constitutes every solar cell. And again, this slide shows you again the structural components of any solar cell. You have got you can see here an exciton pair. One is electron, second one is a hole. Electron is driven towards one contact, holes are driven towards another electrode. And one more thing, this is anti-reflection coating. You can see emitter, base. Emitter is nothing but n-type semiconductor, base is nothing but p-type semiconductor, and a load is connected between two electrodes. And this slide shows you the existing silicon solar fabrication technologies. So far there are three types of generations. The first generation is based on silicon wafers, second generation is based on thin films, and now the third generation is going on. It is composed of the quantum dots. Nowadays the much research is going on quantum dot based solar silicon fabrication techniques, and polymer based solar cells are there. DSSS, dye sensitized solar cells are there. Similarly, concentrated solar cells are also there. Now the first generations, the research on first generation was started way back in 1970s. Of course, it is silicon wafer based solar cell fabrication technique. It includes fabrication of solar cells using monocrystalline silicon wafers and polycrystalline silicon wafers also. And coming to second generation thin films, and second generation solar cell fabrication technique involves the thin film technology. So here again this technology includes fabrication of solar cells using amorphous silicon and cadmium tellurium thin film technology, and another one is CIGS technology. It is not included in this slide, but the recent thin film based solar cell fabrication technology includes CIGS material solar cell technology. And now, and again this slide shows the three kinds of solar cell generations which I already explained in the previous slide. And again this slide shows you various solar wafers. This is single crystalline solar cell or monocrystalline solar cell. This is the appearance of polycrystalline solar cell, and this is appearance of a thin film solar cell, and this is amorphous silicon solar cell. And now let us go into fabrication technologies. The fabrication technologies can be categorized into three basing on the different 3 generations, or else the same fabrication technology can be categorized into 2 depending on the way we deposit metal contacts. There are 2 types in depositing metal contacts in fabricating a solar cell. One is you can deposit a metal contact using screen printing technology, which that can be widely used in printing presses. That is screen printed solar cell fabrication technology. And the second technique involves deposition of the metal contacts using buried contact fabrication technology. Let us go into details one by one. And the materials that are widely in use in fabrication of various solar techniques has been presented in this slide, and the band gap versus efficiency I have showed you in this slide. And you can see here along with band gap there is a change in the efficiency of solar cells. Efficiency is nothing but the fraction of the solar energy that can be converted into electrical power. Okay, how much of solar radiation is impinging on the solar cell material, what fraction of that impinging solar radiation gets converted into electrical power. And if you see, the highest efficiency of the electrical power is only 30%. This is the highest efficiency, and that efficiency could be provided by materials whose band gap lies between 1 and 1.4. And you can see here crystalline silicon solar cells proved to be very promising in this direction. Similarly, gallium arsenide, similarly gallium indium sulfide, similarly copper gallium indium selenide materials. This is a compound that also proved to be very promising material with efficiency as much as almost 25%. And now let us go into some of the fabrication technologies, and these are the various steps that are involved in fabricating a successful silicon based solar cell. The fabrication technique involves purification of the raw silicon. Raw silicon is abundantly available in the form of sand, or it is quartzite gravel also. That has to be purified first, and purified silicon wafers, again silicon raw material has to be converted into wafers. After that, doping is performed on the silicon wafers, followed by depositing electrical contacts. And in order to eliminate reflection effects, we have to coat the silicon wafer with anti-reflection materials also. Finally, that solar cell has to be encapsulated for making into a module. Now let us discuss one by one. Now coming to first step in fabrication of solar cell is purification of the silicon. Okay, silicon is available in the form of silicon dioxide. This is nothing but our natural sand, or it is also available in the form of quartzite gravel. That has to be sent into arc furnace, which is maintained at almost 1500 to 2000 degrees centigrade, and that is mixed with carbon or coal or carbon content rich materials. So it produces metallurgical grade silicon. It is not suitable to use as a solar cell. Again, that has to be processed into 2 ways. One is that metallurgical grade silicon has to be distillated. It is to be sent into a chamber in which distillation takes place, and it is mixed with hydrogen chloride, and distillation takes place at 900 degrees centigrade, and that produces high quality material which is called trichlorosilane, HSCl3. And again, that has to be sent into another chamber where the Siemens process takes place at 900 degrees centigrade, in which the hydrogen is mixed, and finally you can get high purity polysilicon raw material. Polysilicon material, this is electron grade silicon. Similarly, a modified Siemens process also carried out on the trichlorosilicon, so that you can get another kind which is called polysilicon again. And again, for example, if you want to have solar grade silicon, the metallurgical grade silicon has to be processed through many processes. So finally, we will get upgraded and solar grade silicon. So this slide shows you how to process a raw silicon and how to make that raw silicon into crystalline silicon and monosilicon and polysilicon and also solar grade silicon. And again, this is the same thing I have explained you here already. And this slide shows the reaction when silicon is mixed with HCl and distillation process carried out, trichlorosilane is produced here and hydrogen gas is pumped out in this process. And after that, again in Siemens process, that trichlorosilane is mixed with hydrogen gas. Finally, pure and crystalline silicon is produced. Along with that, HCl is also created, produced, that can be used for other purposes. And this slide shows you the production of monosilicon and polysilicon, and similarly how to manufacture silicon wafers. And here this is a purified silicon materials, and in order to produce monosilicon wafers, monocrystalline wafers, and there is a process called Joukowsky process where this raw material, that means crystalline silicon, is placed in a quartz bath, and this is a graphite container, and this is very much heated up to 2000 degrees centigrade. Then it will be converted into molten form. Finally, if that molten form is cooled here, then it will get solidified and it will be cut into some blocks, and that is nothing but our polycrystalline silicon blocks that can be converted into polycrystalline solar wafers. And if Joukowsky process carried out, there is a seed here, seed crystal here, and from the seed crystal you can grow different crystals but of same orientation, same size. That is why monocrystalline silicon can be produced through a Joukowsky process here. So Joukowsky process takes place here and monocrystalline silicon crystals are produced here. This is an ingot. Ingot means a huge block, and that huge block is converted into thin slices using cropping process, and using a wire saw these huge blocks can be made into thin wafers, thin slices. And this is the basic such silicon wafer you can see here. So monocrystalline silicon wafer, or it may be polycrystalline silicon wafer. If you use monocrystalline silicon, this is a monocrystalline silicon wafer. If you use polycrystalline silicons, this is polycrystalline silicon wafer. Welcome back, students, and we are entering into second part of this presentation. This presentation involves fabrication of doped silicon solar cells, and as I explained, there are monocrystalline silicon fabrication, polycrystalline silicon fabrication, and also amorphous silicon solar cell can also be fabricated. Let us get into details. And this is silicon crystalline, single crystalline silicon solar cells. And you can see here, as I said in the earlier, these are the crystalline silicon ingots, and monocrystalline silicon cells are manufactured from a single crystalline cells using Joukowsky process. And this is Joukowsky process, and I also explained this earlier. And let us get into fabrication of a basic solar cell using crystalline silicon. That means either it may be single crystalline silicon or it may be polycrystalline silicon. And this is a wafer is taken, a silicon purified silicon wafer is taken, and it is doped with p-type impurities such as boron. and then using diffusion technique you can produce a p-type silicon wafer, and after that using thermal diffusion process phosphorus atoms are impinged diffused into this p-type silicon matter, making p-n junction diode. And finally what happens is that after that etching process has to be done. Etching is nothing but removing the uncovered parts of the material. So this is p-n junction diode, still this is a p-n junction diode, and any uncovered part metal that has to be etched out. So this is a pure no p-n junction diode, and anti-reflection coating is to be coated on the surface of the p-n junction material, because if it is not coated, some of the solar radiation that is impinging on the surface of the p-n junction diode will get reflected into space. So in order to arrest that, we have to coat the surface of the p-n junction with anti-reflection coating. Generally titanium dioxide or silicon nitride materials are used for coating anti-reflection as anti-reflection. Now this is again the material that is coated on the surface of this solar cell for metal contact deposition. So after anti-reflection coating is over, the metal contact deposition has to be takes place. As you know, we have to deposit two contacts. One is front contact and second one is rear contact or back contact. So for that a sputtering process is used here, and finally again these contacts have to be fired in a furnace, so that this metal contacts will go deeper into silicon material and establish a contact. And these are the this is a clean room environment in Indian Institute of Sciences, Bangalore here, and this is the place where etching of the material takes place with chemicals, and this is the fabricated solar cell. And now again coming to again this slide explains you all the necessary preparations that are made in fabricating a typical solar cell. A wafer is taken here, and here what happens is there is a process called photolithography, where a mask is placed above the silicon wafer, and that mask is coated with a photoresist chemical, and that system is exposed to ultraviolet radiations. What happens is that when it is exposed to ultraviolet radiations, some parts are exposed to light and some other parts are not exposed. So whatever parts that are not exposed to sunlight are removed with the, so this photoresist is applied here, photoresist is also there. So mask helps you in transferring patterns onto the wafer, and this photoresist helps you the printing of that particular pattern onto the surface of the silicon cell. And this is you can see here the photoresist is removed here, some exposed parts are there, so photoresist is removed here. After that etching process is done. Etching is nothing but as I said, it is nothing but removal of the some metal wherever it is not covered. And finally here the p-type and n-type semiconducting materials are diffused, so that this becomes now p-n junction silicon wafer. Finally here anti-reflection coating is applied here. Finally you will have a p-n junction diode based silicon dioxide wafer. So this is the process here. Similarly the metal contacts are also deposited using the same cycle. Similarly some oxides are also deposited using the same set of techniques. And this is very important technology. As I said, there are again two types of fabrication technologies. One is screen printing solar cell technology, and second one is, as I said, buried contact technology. And in screen printing technologies, what happens is that a p-type bulk semiconductor wafer is taken and phosphorus atoms are deposited. Here it is deposited in such a way that POCl3 gas is sent into a furnace onto the bulk p-type wafer. Automatically these phosphorus atoms are driven and deposited on the surface of the p-type wafer, p-type wafer. And again what happens is that such p-type and N-type semiconducting blocks are connected or placed one above the another one, making it into a stack, and this is such a stack. And later what happens is that so these are the wafer edges, and if there are also junctions at the wafer edges, what happens is that the efficiency gradually decreases. So these wafer edge junctions have to be removed. So that is done using a process called edging. And as I said, the position of such PN junction should be near the surface so as to prevent the recombination of charge carriers. Generally what happens is in PN junction diode, charge carriers such as electrons and holes recombine across the junction, whereas that recombination is prevented in solar cell. So that is very important, the major difference between PN junction diode and solar cell. And you can see here, okay, after fabricating PN junction silicon solar cell in the form of a wafer, we have to deposit metal contacts. Without metal contacts, you can connect your solar cell to the external circuit. So that is why metal contacts have to be printed on the solar cell. So the technique here used is screen printing techniques, where the metal paste, for example, if you want to use aluminum or silver or gold contacts, so that has to be pasted, that has to be converted into paste, and that paste, this is such a paste, and this is a screen having certain holes here. You can see the screen is lowered, the screen having holes is lowered here, and metal paste is placed above this screen. And what happens is there is a device called squeegee. That squeegee moves across that lowered screen which contains certain holes. That metal paste, when it is squeezed, that metal paste goes into the holes and forms a thick layer on the surface of the PN junction and wafer. So this black layer is such a metal paste, and that in order to remove organic solvents and binders that are present in the paste, that this system has to be sent into a furnace where it is heated up to several hundred degrees centigrade, and finally removing organic solvents and binders. And finally that contact has to be fired so that it makes a contact with the silicon, and in this process what happens is N layer is destroyed and the metal contact comes in contact with the P-type bulk. And this is again the earlier one is the deposition of the rear contact, and in the similar manner we have to deposit the front contact also. So this is the same way a squeegee runs across the this is a screen here. So this is again this is a front contact firing, and finally that is the solar cell that has to be encapsulated. And second fabrication technology, as I said in the last previous, is the buried contact fabrication technology, where the contacts are buried inside. You can see here, and still this is P-type semiconductor material, and these are the grooves. You can see here grooves. These are laser cut grooves, and this is a phosphorus. This is nothing but N-type semiconductor, and this is here the phosphorus is lightly doped here, and here it is very heavily doped. And this is specially textured surface which helps in absorption of the solar radiation, and again you can see here some back layers and so on. So here the advantage of this buried contact technology is that they don't hinder the light radiation that is impinging on the surface of the solar cell. So that is the advantage. So this is again the same structure. N-type semiconductor material is there, it acts as emitter, and this is P-type base, and grooves are cut with the help of the this is nothing but a copper metal groove. Copper metal is there. These serve as contacts. And now, so buried contact technology is better when compared to the other technologies such as screen printing technology. And this slide again shows various processes in fabricating solar cells using buried contact technology. So many processes are there. It may not be possible to get into details now. This is again the thing. So this is again the workplace where solar cells are manufactured. This is photolithography machine, and this is a sputtering machine where you can deposit various layers, you can deposit metal contacts, and here this is etching can be done here. Your photolithography is taking place here. These photographs are from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. And these are the various deposition methods. Sputtering method is there. Similarly, metal can be heated up to certain temperatures so that molecules boil off the surface and travel towards silicon wafers and condense on the surface of them. So third process also involves silicon is allowed to react with oxygen or nitrogen containing gases to form silicon dioxide or silicon nitrate. This is crystalline silicon process already explained here, and these are the various anti-reflection coating materials. Silicon dioxide, you can use silicon nitrates, and titanium dioxide is an excellent and amazing anti-reflection coating material. And so next, this is the second stage, second generation solar cells are based on thin films. So that is why it is also called as thin film based technology, and you can make silicon solar cells with amorphous silicon, or you can also fabricate solar cells with CDTE, cadmium tellurium thin films, or CIAGS, that means copper, indium, gallium and selenite thin film solar cells. Let us go into details, and this is the wafer based solar cell, this is thin film based solar cell, and this is the structure of amorphous silicon solar cell. You will have some front contact and back contacts and substrate. And all these thin films, a glass substrate or plastic substrate will be there, above which various thin films are deposited. This is again still you will have p-type semiconductor material and n-type semiconductor material, and the color of this amorphous silicon thin film based solar cells will be dark brown in color, and the efficiency is as much as